Coming in today, you could not really see the terminal tower. Couldn't really see what was the BP building. Couldn't really see them.
Going old school.
Can you see
What is the name of that building now? I don't even know.
I think it's the
it's the address, isn't it?
Isn't it Huntington?
No. Huntington's got its own building, don't they?
Yeah, I know, but I think it's, I don't know. Whatever it is, it's still the BP building to me, and I couldn't see it. Welcome to Basket of Phelps. I'm Jeff Phelps. My buddy over there is Andy Basket.
Now you've got me intrigued.
You're Googling within a minute and a half of the show?
I know. It's early. I'm
Good
feeling
Lord.
good about it. 200 Public Square. That's what it's called.
Oh, okay, good.
I knew it was the address now.
And you know what that means?
I'd be happy calling it the Sohio building.
You know
if
what
ask
that
me.
means?
What does that mean?
They couldn't sell it. That's all
It's
that
all
means.
about the naming rights.
That's all that means right there,
They need
baby.
to get well, I guess when the team owner...
They could not sell it.
I guess when the team owner keeps flipping the name of the arena, that's how you get that done, right?
Well, what's with 14 names? As long as the seats are still comfy.
The place the Cavs play at. How's that sound? That's what we just call it moving
That
forward.
works out just fine, doesn't it? Works out just fine. At this time last year, our Cleveland Guardians were 3 games under 500, 4th place in the AL Central, and 12 games out of first, and they won the division. They're 51-46, tied for first place right now, Andy.
I'll take it. I'm good with it.
I agree. I agree. However, there are some things about this team that just aren't good right now. Just aren't good at all. Runs, 29th in runs scored. Batting average, 29th in Major League Baseball, 229. On base percentage, 23rd. 23rd.
Okay, so they got that going for them.
Slugging percentage, dead last, 30th. OPS, on base plus slugging percentage, which is the key stat that folks seem to look at right now, 29th in Major League Baseball. 29th. And yet they're tied for first place, Andy.
Does it matter?
They're tied for first place.
Do those numbers matter when you're tied for first place? It's just like,
well, see, now that,
so what?
that my friend, is
you
a
realize-
conversation.
I mean, the Browns could have a perfect season by scoring 51 points. You realize that, right? They could probably do it with less if they won by a safety every game and they shut them out every game. So
34.
I just gave them a field
34
goal
to
for every
nothing.
game.
The defense is going to be good. Yes, I understand completely. Those numbers don't matter if you win. The number that matters most is wins, and they have 51 of those. However, better offense makes it easier to accumulate wins. I don't know if folks were aware of that.
I didn't realize
Better
that.
offensive numbers make it easier to accumulate wins.
Wow. That is some deep thought thinking right there. We are Mensa. I think this is we're like $1 short of the Einstein show right now.
Thank you.
Yeah, no problem.
Another Einstein reference.
I know it's 2 days in a row.
We had one
I
yesterday.
don't know why. I'm just kind of into that.
We had one yesterday.
I know.
Coming up here, we're going to get into some things a little bit about looking at this team in the second half of the season and specifics at positions. But since Black Saturday, Andy, which was June 13th,
I love the fact that you're still calling it that.
Jose, Angel, and Chase, also known as Ramirez, Martinez, and DeLauder, were hurt. They were 6 games over 500 at the time. Since then, they've gone 12-13, which is kind of what we were hoping for, just kind of tread water. The issue here is, when will Jose be back? When will Angel Martinez be back? Jose has the broken hamate bone. He had surgery, out 5 to 7 weeks. 6 weeks will be July 28th. So let's split the 5 and 7 and go with 6.
Okay.
That's July 28th, 11 days from now. Does he get back any sooner? Who knows? Can they continue to tread water until he comes back? Who knows? Will he be better than he was? Who knows? Because Jose wasn't having a typical Jose season.
No, he wasn't, but maybe the rest is doing him good, too, on top of that. I mean, I know you don't want
That sounds silly, but it's actually valid.
Sometimes I think we underrate
it's
rest.
actually valid.
You know, we talk about how much guys put in and how many hours they put in at a ballpark or how many times they went to, in this case, early BP, or they took extra batting practice or they did extra time. Sometimes rest is the best recipe for what you're trying to accomplish. And I think sometimes we underestimate the value of rest. So I'm just trying to be an optimist about it, because I do believe when he comes back, he will be helpful for this team. And it gives you someone with not only confidence in the lineup to get a hit, but also confidence to have whoever's hitting after him get better pitches.
Angel Martinez with a fracture in his foot, expected to be out 4 to 6 weeks. 4 weeks is here. In fact, it's past. But that's okay. 6 weeks for him, also July 28th, obviously. So figure, let's think this. If they get back before August 1st, okay, good.
Yeah.
Okay, that would be really good. And if they do, obviously it helps a team, Andy, that's been struggling to score runs. We're going to talk about pitching in a little bit. But the offense, and I've talked about platooning with Stephen Vogt, and he pinch hits like crazy and he platoons like crazy. In many situations, though I disagree with some of the moves in like a specific, overall he doesn't have a whole lot to work with. So I think he's trying to manage the snot out of this team, and I think he's done a pretty good job of it.
Let me go back. When you say August 1st to know if these guys are back, are you basing that on the fact that the trade deadline's on August 3rd?
No,
or is it just a matter of...
No, I'm just
because I think the team needs to know by August 1st.
Well,
so that way if they were planning on and I know that like there isn't a ton of faith that the Guardians are going to go out and make some kind of move to bring in another bat, but what if I told you those guys aren't coming back until later or maybe done for the season?
Well, but
I'm hoping that they're not, because the reports we're getting, it sounds like, okay, at least they're on a track to come back during this season.
And one thing I think we all need to keep in mind about these injuries, Andy and I are not doctors.
No.
However, broken bones heal, and they usually heal on a pretty solid time frame. Now, the hamate bone can be a little bit of a tricky thing, but Jose had that before, back in 2019, and he came back in 29 days when he had that injury back in 2019. But he had it late in the season, and he got back late in the season to help the playoff push. He didn't have it late in the season this time. He had it in the middle of the season. They're tied for first place. My guess, and he's not 28 anymore, or whatever it was he was in 2019. He's older. Let's be honest. Probably has might have a little more healing time. Who knows? Regardless, my guess is they'll be much more cautious and just make sure he's completely ready to go. Jackson Holliday of the Orioles had the same injury, and and he's 22. Took him a long time to get back, and he really hasn't had a good season. And part of it is because of that. Jose, when he comes back, you hope he's ready to go, all healed up. Fracture in the foot for Angel Martinez. In theory, fracture should heal just fine, and you should be good to go. It's
right.
not like
Keep drinking milk, man. That's all you got to do.
There you go.
Got to get the vitamin D.
And it's not like a hamstring where you think, man, I better be careful or I'm going to pull this thing again. It's not like an elbow or shoulder injury where it's like, uh-oh, there, I felt it again. You're not going to, you shouldn't feel, uh-oh, my foot hurts again once it's healed up.
Right. No, I get it.
It should be pretty solid.
Yeah, and I don't know. It used to be, man, you broke a bone, you just had to wait for it to heal. I don't know that they had the advanced metrics on how to help you. People would always say drink milk. Well, there's logic to it.
There's validity to that.
Well, they'll tell you that you need more vitamin D. It helps your body absorb that calcium.
And Jose had the surgery.
Yeah. So, I just keep thinking about rib injuries and how painful those are, and you really can't do anything about a rib injury. Like, have you ever heard anybody going in and having rib surgery on a cracked rib?
Nope.
I don't know that I've ever heard
heal,
that.
But
yeah.
Chase DeLauder, if he's still dealing with some pain from that, okay. But he's come back and he's been just fine.
I wouldn't know anything about it right now after watching him play the last couple of weeks.
He looks really good. And so they sit here, despite those injuries from Black Saturday, with a pitching staff that hasn't missed a start. It's the longest stretch in team history where 5 guys have not.
It's got to be close to an MLB. If it's not an MLB record, too, right?
Oh, it's got to be.
How often do teams go with just 5 starters for as many games as they have? And let's face it, the All-Star game is probably throughout the years has moved to, you were saying we have 40-some% of the season left, right?
Yeah.
So I'm sure at some point.
40.1, as Dan corrected me yesterday.
Yeah, so I'm sure.
Thank you for doing that.
Especially when they were playing 154, the All-Star game. Remember, they used to play 2 All-Star games in 1 year at one point.
Go figure.
Yeah, I can't. And then how many teams have only had 5 starters along the way? I find that hard to believe.
Paul Hoynes.
Although Bob Feller could have started all 5 days in a row, so
And he would have.
he would have.
Paul Hoynes covers the Guardians for the PlainDealerCleveland.com. He's going to join us at noon, and he's going to join us today because next weekend he's going to be a little busy.
I'm excited for him, aren't you?
Yeah, he's going to Cooperstown.
Not just going.
Not to visit.
He's going and leaving back
He's going to Cooperstown.
permanent artifact.
So Hoynes, he's going to join us coming up at noon. But he has a great story out right now about the starting rotation. And this sums up why they've been able to tread water and hang on even though the hitters are out. He has a little list. Starters used by AL Central teams in 2026. Now, if your starters aren't good, this doesn't benefit you. The Guardians have used only 5 starters, right, so far. Twins have used 10. Royals have used 10. Tigers have used 12. And White Sox have used 14.
Wow.
Now, some of those might, maybe somebody went with an opener. That might have been the case a couple of times. But still, Guardians with only 5 starters is one of the keys to their first half success. Hoynes joining us at noon. Bob Finan's going to talk Cavs, going to talk LeBron with us coming up at 11 o'clock. LeBron is taping his television extravaganza at noon today.
Okay.
Yesterday, he said, wherever it's going to be fun wherever I land.
It's going to be fun, Jeff.
Wherever I land.
It is going to be
People said,
fun.
he said land. That means Cleveland.
Oh, I would think that he'd have to get a plane to land somewhere to play.
So we're going to follow the LeBron saga again today. But coming up next, we're going to take a look at the position players on this team because trade, no trade, return from injury, even if they make trades, even if Jose and Angel come back and they're just great, I think the organization has some real difficult decisions to make here about position players, especially when Ramirez and Martinez get activated. We're going to go through the lineup next on Basket and Phelps.
Hey, it's Nick Wilson for Northeast Factory Direct. If upgrading your outdoor space is
Subscribe to our YouTube channel. Get the best content from our shows each and every weekday. That's 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Thomas. Up next, more Baskin and Phelps here on 92.3 The Fan.
Bob Fidan, Chronicle Telegram, covers the Cavaliers. Joining us at 11 o'clock. Paul Hoynes will talk guards with us coming up at noon. We'll also congratulate him again on going into the Hall of Fame coming up next weekend. I'm Jeff Phelps. My buddy over here is Andy Baskin. 216-474-0092, number to give us a call. Dan Mennigan sitting behind the glass today. Guardians starting the last part of the season tonight. And the Pittsburgh Pirates will be in town. They're monitoring the smoke. Will they play? Will they won't play? We'll find. Will they not play? We'll find out. But, Andy, this team, I think, has some serious decisions to make in this second part of the season. And
do you think they'll pause the game for that? I'm not trying to – I know you want to move forward on this. Do you think they'll pause the game because of the smoke?
I know some –
or delay it?
I know some college summer leagues have postponed games because of air quality.
I'm trying to think of
up in Wisconsin, actually. 2 days ago, there were like 5 games canceled in a wood bat league.
Huh.
And I'm sure other things have been. The East Coast is also getting nailed, so I'm sure that's part of it as well.
I've had relatives sending me pictures from upstate Wisconsin, and it is dark.
Yeah, it's really bad.
Yeah, it's really bad. You can hardly see in front of you. They have you actually driving with your headlights on because of how little visibility.
But they did play last night. They didn't cancel games. So
yeah, Beacon Journal actually has a story on it this morning, just saying air quality. Just they're monitoring the situation. Ryan Lewis has a story on that too. Just saying they're taking a look at it to make sure that everything's good. Yeah, it's interesting. I didn't even think about that.
Yeah.
You know? But I think we just need a good rain, don't we?
You're inviting 25,000 people downtown to sit in the smoke.
Yeah, I was shocked because I know some people who are around summer camps, and they were outside yesterday morning, and I was just like, "Are you guys? That's insane?
Yeah.
Like, if you can't breathe or you can feel that,
Yep.
like like we're sitting around a campfire, and you sometimes take a breath of that campfire stuff, and you're like,
Oh, it'll
man.
get you every time.
Yeah. Anyway, sorry, I didn't mean to
That's quite all right.
derail you there.
The position players on this team have had a interesting first part of the season. And I want to go through positions and get some thoughts and kick this around a little bit. Second base, Bazzana. Shortstop, Rocchio. Catcher, Bailey and Hedges. Right field, DeLauder. They're set at those spots. Are they not, Andy?
Yeah.
I mean, that if those guys stay healthy, DeLauder might DH a little bit. They'll protect him a little bit because he's way past most games he's ever played in a season.
I know, and it's a concern. And I
It
wish
is.
don't you wish it wasn't a concern?
Yes.
That we could sit here and say DeLauder and feel 1,000%
DeLauder's your right fielder, and he's
confident.
out there most every day. I don't know that you're going to see that, and I think that's a problem.
Who were the other two names you just said? Just
Bazzana, Rocchio.
Bazzana and Rocchio.
Your catchers, Bailey and Hedges, they're gonna play those two guys till the cows come home.
Right.
And DeLauder. Those guys have those positions handled. DeLauder will get some help in right field. But I don't think Stephen Vogt, Chris Antonetti, Mike Chernoff, they don't have anything to think about, worry about, other than injury at second base, shortstop, catcher, and right field.
Okay.
First base is an issue. Right now, in the scuttlebutt you hear, all the rumors, they're looking for a right-handed bat. Okay, I get that. I understand. And I just want a bat if they're going to add somebody. But could it come from within? Kyle Manzardo has not had a great season, and he's hitting .215, 10 homers, 30 runs batted in. Rhys Hoskins has had a worse season. Their power numbers are the same, basically 9 home runs, 31 RBIs for Rhys, but he's hitting .178. If you want me to make it worse, Andy, you want me to make it worse?
Yeah, Hoskins, I got to believe that the seat is on fire hot right now.
I would think so, too.
Knowing the history of the front office, too, makes me think that they want, when they bring in a guy like Rhys Hoskins, they want him to succeed. They're hoping that they're catching lightning in a bottle, but they also know that sometimes they just have to pull the cord and let the parachute go out and let it drift the other way. They could be one of the smartest franchises when it comes to that. Especially, it's like a name that you trusted when you watched them play for another team earlier in their career. And I always feel like the Indians/Guardians always felt like, you know what, maybe we can just squeeze a little bit more out of this. Maybe we can get some blood out of that rock.
Remember when they brought in Hanley Ramirez?
There's been a ton of guys over the years that they've done this for. But they also, I think, and sometimes the fans might think it's a little bit too long, but they also know sometimes when they've got to say goodbye, and they do.
Let me ask you this: Hoskins' batting average is garbage, 178. 9 home runs and 31 runs batted in, not garbage. And in June and July, Andy, he's hitting 155. 155, but with
how many homers?
4 home runs and 10 runs batted in.
Does that not define the? I mean, he's the definition of a late inning pinch hitter. Then,
well, I don't know, but if you're looking for a right-handed hitter, there he is. All he's got to do is hit, but he hasn't done that yet. Against left-handed pitching, which is what he was brought in to hit, right? If you're going to platoon at first base, he's hitting 139 against lefties. And again, you're talking to the president of the Rhys Hoskins fan club. I campaigned for him. I wanted him here. Thought he'd be a perfect addition. I think on paper he is. I think in the clubhouse he's been a perfect addition. Everything we hear is that they love him. His power numbers aren't bad. But, man, he's not hitting at all. Manzardo in July. Dan, I know you don't, batting average isn't the be-all, end-all. Is 111 good?
Room for improvement.
So you're 2 guys who you think are your big bats in the lineup, especially with Jose out. In July, Manzardo 111. In June and July, 155 for Hoskins. What would you do there, Andy? Can you roll the dice? Now, between them, they have 19 home runs and 61 runs batted in. But sometimes they overlap. One will be a DH and one will be at first base.
I think they're going to roll with this until they get to the deadline. I don't know how you are you going to walk away from that right now? Because that seems to be the formula they're using.
Yeah.
This is still, I guess, an evaluation period. And maybe they're saying, okay, guys, we're coming back from break. Everybody should be a little bit rested here. Let's see what you got over the next couple weeks. Because I truthfully, they probably don't want to make a move. But if they can't get production out of there, and Manzardo could be trade bait for somebody else.
The only problem is if you trade Manzardo, if you trade or release Rhys Hoskins, what are you going to do there? I mean, these guys are 2 of your better power hitters, even hitting as poorly as they have. I think this. And you just said it. Coming out of the break, let's see what they do. You got a couple of weeks before the trade deadline. If they warm up, Andy, they can carry you. But neither guy has been really good this year. And Hoskins has struggled like crazy. But, again, the power numbers are quite tolerable. And same thing with Manzardo. And perfect world, see, the problem with this team in the second half, we're going to get into more of it, you're keeping your fingers crossed for a lot of things to go your way. And one of the things you're keeping your fingers crossed over is first base and DH. Because, if you think you need a right-handed bat, well, there he is. Just hit better. If you think you need more pop, well, Manzardo hit 27 homers last year. Rhys Hoskins has averaged 28 home runs a season in the years when he's been, healthy. There's your power. It's there. It's just not performing.
There was a really good story in News Herald about Nolan Schubart. Have you seen this kid? That he's a lefty though. He's a left-handed first baseman.
Yeah.
Who can play outfield too. His numbers are flying. He's going up to Akron, or he's at Akron right now.
All right, so he's not make an impact.
If you read Justin Latta's story about him, yeah, I mean, he's 6'4", 227. There's a great video about him.
But if he plays first base, there's Ralphie Velasquez sitting in AAA right now.
But
do you want to, if you're the Guardians, do you want to pin your hopes on a 21-year-old kid?
Yeah, so he's
coming up to take over the position.
That's 22. He also played at Oklahoma State for 3 years. So he's a big boy for a baseball. You know what I'm saying? And I wonder where their eyes. Do you want to trust the
veterans who you brought in to man the position, or do you want to keep your fingers crossed again and look down on the farm and think, yeah, let's bring him up for the stretch run here and see if Ralphie or Nolan can step in and do the job. That's a lot to ask.
It is a lot, but the problem that I'm seeing now is they're bringing rookies up, and it's like 50-50, right? Like they're getting success out of half of these guys. Some of these guys have to turn the corner and go back to AAA, but that's okay too, right? Like there could be a maturing process, or let's just dip our feet in the water, see what happens for 2 weeks. Somebody gets injured, you bring him back, and just after reading that story, it was just it's super intriguing. If you haven't seen him play, and it gives you drive and desire to want to watch this kid play.
Jose Ramirez with that broken hamate bone again. 6 weeks out is July 28th. So you hope that Jose's back sooner rather than later. Until then, Gabe Arias and Daniel Schneemann have done a lot of work there at third base. Arias, are you sitting?
Mm-hmm.
Has actually been okay.
He has been okay.
He's been okay.
Because every time I want to rip him when I'm watching him, I'm like, you know what? Maybe I'm wrong.
Since been up, since Jose was hurt, Gabe has played in 19 games and he's hitting .258. In normal Major League Baseball numbers, .258 doesn't do much for you. On this team, you want to throw a parade. Dude's hitting .258. 3 homers, 6 runs batted in since he's been called up. Daniel Schneemann, guys, who we love, right?
He's the prototypical.
He's a great dude.
Utility player.
Great
right?
dude. Does a nice job. He hit .344 in April. Since then, he's hitting .155. 155.
Although, what's his on base?
Since May 1st. Well, okay, that's true, Andy.
No, I know,
but he's hitting 155, for God's sakes.
I feel like I'm transitioning from batting average because I'm just kind of getting it drilled into my...
Yeah, I know,
Dan, does this make you feel like you're accomplishing something?
It's more like that moment when you can clearly tell that maybe, just maybe, osmosis works.
Well, Bazan is the guy that pushed. So Bazan is the guy that pushed me into this, right?
The child becoming smarter because they're listening to Mozart as they fall asleep. Like, what are those?
Oh, is that what it is?
Yeah, or when you fall asleep on your biology textbook and then all of a sudden you remember these things.
But guys,
I watched the Young Einstein series a lot. Maybe that's helping me. Baby Einstein, I watched that.
Can we be honest though?
Yeah.
Let's take all the metrics you want. 155 means you're not hitting. I don't care what else you want to throw in. 155 means you stink.
Adam Dunn would like to have a conversation with you.
155 means you stink.
Okay.
And Daniel
You're
Schneemann...
going to turn down 35 bombs out of Adam Dunn?
Daniel Schneemann has not been good since April. And now they're not going to have to deal with it. Once Jose comes back, Daniel will go back to being a utility guy. I really like Schneemann. But you got to hit a little bit, man. You just do, right?
Yeah, you do. I'm torn. Like, I'm sitting here, like, I actually feel like I am the rope between the two of you sometimes on this, because I'm like, for my life, I think I've always been a batting average kind of guy, but I've always said, well, how many walks does that guy have? And so it kind of pulls me towards
Schneemann's on base
is
276.
Yeah. I hate to say it. There's
his
always
OPS is under 7. It's 606.
There's always a utility guy waiting.
Those numbers
to come up,
aren't good. And this is where I think the organization, and not just Daniel, a guy coming up, where I think the organization is going to have some big decisions to make. It's Baskin and Phelps here on The Fan.
The Cleveland. Bye. See you.
And you know what that means, don't you, Mr. Phelps? It means I am done.
Now let's all get drunk and play ping pong.
Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan from the University Hospital Sports Desk. I'm Jeff Thomas. Up next, more of Andy, Jeff. We're all hoping someday soon to take a deep breath again here on 92.3 The Fan.
Ladies and gentlemen, Jeff Thomas. Guardians, Pirates. We
Have a good
hope
weekend,
tonight,
bud.
unless they get smoked out. We're taking a look at the team, where it sits right now, because I think there are decisions to be made. And don't forget, again, LeBron's stuff coming up at noon. Starts that television show. We're going to talk to Bob Finan from the Chronicle Telegram in about 17 minutes. Some Cavs talk coming up in just a bit.
I don't think he's telling us then, but hang
Friday's
tight.
a bad day to break news.
No, well, that's why the NFL does it at 5 o'clock, because they want to bury it.
But LeBron doesn't want to bury this. He wants to go to the
I don't
top of
think
the
so
terminal
either.
tower and scream it, except you wouldn't see him because of the smoke.
Good point.
Thanks
Good
a lot.
point. Maybe the new Sherwin-Williams.
We're looking at the
No?
Guardians here as they start the second part of the season, position wise. Pitching, pretty solid. We're going to talk to Hoynesy coming up at noon. We're going to get some pitching talk. We think they're set at second base, shortstop, catcher, right field, as long as DeLauder's out there. Okay, you don't have to worry about those unless somebody gets hurt.
Mm-hmm.
We talked about first base. Manzardo and Hoskins are not producing at the level that everybody was hoping they would. At third base, once Jose comes back, fine. Even if Jose continues to not have a typical Jose season, he's going to be better than Gabe Arias and Daniel Schneemann. The outfield, to me, Andy, gets a little interesting when Angel Martinez comes back. Angel was really pretty good this year,
Okay.
and he has settled into an outfield spot. When he comes back, and again, his injury was 4 to 6 weeks. 6 weeks is July 28th. 4 weeks is here. So you would think he gets that opportunity to get back out there sooner rather than later. So DeLauder, Angel Martinez, Stephen Kwan has started to hit a little bit in July, and it's only July 17th. Stephen's hitting 345. But still on the season, he's at 225, lowest of his career by far with a 614 OPS. And Khalil Watson is almost the same, 221, 562 OPS. If you're looking for more pop, all season long, Kwan has 16 runs batted in. In his limited playing time, Khalil Watson has 10 runs batted in. Once Martinez gets back, it's DeLauder in right.
Okay.
It's Martinez in center or left. I would assume left. And that means either Kwan or Watson in center field. And one of them will be your fourth outfielder. You would think, right? Unless they send down Khalil Watson.
I love watching Watson.
He's fun, isn't he?
I hope
And he's got some pop.
I want them to put him in a spot and just leave him there and forget about it. But I also want that for Kwan too. So you're right. You're looking at four outfielders. You're not messing with DeLauder.
Unless he DHs.
Well, then it's easy. It's Martinez, Watson, and Kwan, right?
I would think so.
That's easy.
Or Schneemann. I know.
It's not that I don't like. Well, you just gave us the numbers on Schneemann.
I know. They've been terrible.
So I mean, but the thing is,
and I'm pulling for the guy like crazy. I like him.
so
but
let's just say you leave.
He's had a rough one.
You leave Manzardo at first, right? Based on what you're saying about the outfielders, and then I don't mind watching DeLauder play in the field either. So it's like
No, he's fine in right field unless he's crashing into a wall trying to make a play and breaking a rib.
Yeah, good call. Good call
Thanks.
on that. Yeah.
Here's an issue. I think
Okay,
that.
but now you bring in a bat. Okay, who are you bringing the bat in for? I'm just curious. I'm not.
You mean at the trade
Let's
deadline?
just say you make a trade.
Well,
And you still have Quan,
Okay.
Watson, DeLauder on the.
All right.
Although I could see them. You know what? I don't. Where do you think Watson would be in the trade market? I don't want to trade him. I don't want to trade him. I love watching him play. Like probably my favorite new Guardian over the first half.
if you could pick up a guy, and I threw this name out a long time ago, like Joe Adell from the Angels. I think Joe hit like 37 home runs last year. And he was a really highly thought of prospect for the Angels years ago. And he's still a young enough guy. And he's not been great. and the Angels are in last place. If they wanted Khalil Watson in a deal for Joe Adell, all right, I'll go get Joe Adell and I'll put him in the outfield and we'll go play baseball. You know, I would just do that. Here's one thing I think that complicates everything. We keep hearing they need a right-handed bat at the trade deadline, correct? Joe Adell's a right-handed hitter.
Mm-hmm.
David Fry's on the bench. David's a right-handed hitter. David, in June and July, is hitting 105. 5 for 47. 3 of his 5 hits have been home runs. Go figure. So if he's not hitting a ball out, he's not hitting a ball. This is where I think the team has some things they have to decide. And clearly, the organization we love David Fry. He's hitting 105 in June and July. The organization loves Daniel Schneemann. He's hitting 155 since May 1st. Hoskins is hitting 155 in June and July. Manzardo, it's early, 111 in July. When Jose and Martinez come back, they're going to have to make some moves, Andy. All right, you got to clear a roster spot. Somebody's got to go, right?
Yep.
Somebody's got to go.
Yeah.
You don't have to clear a spot on the 40-man, but you got to clear a spot, and somebody has to go. Will it be time to wish David Fry the best of luck with his new team or Columbus? Will it be time to wish Daniel Schneemann the best of luck with his new team or Columbus? Or do you make a big move and move on from guys who are producing, not maybe batting average-wise and not as much power as you want, but are producing some power at first base and DH with Hoskins and Manzardo? But I truly think there might be a David Fry decision coming when it's time to activate somebody. And there might be a Daniel Schneemann decision. But I do love his versatility, and he's really good defensively. And he's good defensively at a number of spots. The answer to all of this, could some of you guys just hit like you've hit in the past? It's that simple, Andy,
Yeah.
but they're not. They're not.
I wonder. I'm just wondering if, again, there are a couple things that come into play here. One, I can't not avoid thinking about what's coming at the end of the season. And then,
What do you mean?
work stoppage, because that's all
okay.
we've heard about for the last couple of years. So, philosophically, what does the front office think here? You know, like, could you maybe make a deal to bring somebody in who's on a bad team that,
Like Joe Adell?
yeah, you know what? I keep
Spencer
thinking.
Street in Cincinnati? It's about 20 bombs a year. They're in last place.
Who's well, first of all, because I keep thinking about that, maybe we call our old thought partner in Colorado now, Paul DePodesta, and you start scoring the Rockies lineup, right, to try to figure out. They
have a lot of good young players, actually, right
Is it
now.
Moniak? Is that the power hitter?
Yeah, but
Mickey Moniak?
if you look at his home road splits, you'll want to run.
Yeah.
Because he's that much better at home?
He's so much better at home.
That sucks. Because he was the one guy I was kind of looking at wondering, you might be able to, if DePodesta felt like he could get 2 young guys that might not be top of the, like that's the kind of deal I think he would make, especially knowing if he can't afford him next year, because he's in arbitration here, isn't he? Next year I think he's got another year, and then he might get paid if he goes somewhere else.
Yeah,
But
I
you're
could get you
talking
those
about his
answers.
splits. So, like, maybe that's one guy they might have their eyes on, where you might be able to package together a couple AA guys. Because we've seen that on the other side. I've seen the Guardians/Indians make a move like that.
Yeah, Mickey Moniak's got one more year of arbitration. He'll be a free agent in 2028.
Can I throw a silly idea
But he's
at
also
you?
a left-handed hitter too, though.
Right, and his home road splits make you want to run
Can I-
far.
His home run numbers are pretty sweet, though. They're fun to look at.
Can I throw a silly thought at you?
Sure.
Please.
And it is a silly thought. Right now, your insurance for anybody in the infield, if you decide to make this move, right now it's Arias, followed by Schneemann. because they can play second, short, and third. Both of those guys can.
Right.
And they can play first. I mean, and they can both play the outfield, although Arias, not primo. Schneeman's good. But that's your insurance. Your big-time insurance long-term is Angel Hanao,
Right.
who is your number 1 or 2 prospect, depending on who you look at, what ranking service. And he hits for power, not like 30 home runs, but he's got some pop. And he's young, and he's highly thought of.
Is he in the untouchable column then, as far as
No,
trades?
he might be in your touchable column, so to speak.
Okay.
Dano, you're going to love this one. He's a really good prospect. The Colorado Rockies have our guy Charlie Condon, who we wanted as the number 1 pick in the Bazana draft, and he's tearing it up in AAA, and they don't have a spot for him. And this is just my stupid dream scenario. I've not seen this anywhere. This is just me making stuff up. I wonder if 2 teams would trade top prospects. Hey, you guys need a middle infielder. Here, you take Hanao. We need a power hitting right-handed bat. We'll take Charlie Condon. That helps 2 teams, but it's such an unlikely scenario. I wouldn't even think about it. I can't imagine it happening, but it popped into my head.
Yeah, you'd get a dial tone on that one.
You think so?
I would
don't,
think
it's,
get a
no. It's Deep Podesta. I think he answers the phone.
You'd get a dial tone.
Maybe
Why?
he's
He'll
not
answer
going to
the
hang
phone
up.
and say,
on
why
you.
do
He's
you
gonna
say
answer.
that?
He's going, hey, what are the Browns up to today? Oh, I remember I used to work for them. But remember, I used to work for you guys too.
And then what
They
do you
made
think?
that silly
But
movie about me.
why would you get a? Tell me why you would get a dial tone.
Because the ceiling of Charlie Condon is higher than the ceiling of Angel Hanao. It's just
So
higher.
throw something else in there.
Not to mention, you are an outfield prospect that right now is at a quote-unquote...
Nope. First base prospect.
Okay, fine.
I mean,
You
that
make space for
you put
those
Charlie
guys.
Condon at first base, and you call it a decade.
You make space for those guys. Like, that's the way that the league would work. You would get a dial tone. The only way you would get Charlie Condon out of there is if you dangled, like, Travis Bazana and maybe Angel Hanao, then you would have a conversation.
MLB.com.
These guys are untouchable.
MLB.com. Top 100 prospects in Major League Baseball. Charlie Condon is 62. Angel Hanao is 41.
One man's opinion.
Well, it's one man's opinion, which is why Paul DePodesta might not give you a dial tone.
I think you'd get a dial tone.
Okay.
Just again, another one man's opinion, but I think you'd get a dial tone.
I just thought that was a fun little thought.
I would love to see that. I'd be good
Because
with
I-
that.
I-
Yeah. But then again,
I wanted Condon in that draft.
sounds to me like I don't
Actually-
want to. They're not going to sell dollar bills for 75 cents.
Let's end with this because this will be fun.
You want
Andy,
to throw Cooper
Yes.
Ingle in the deal? Fine.
Yeah.
Andy, watch Jeff's face when I say this.
Okay.
Hang on.
Wins above replacement right now. Joe Adell, Daniel Schneemann. Who has more?
Oh, it's got to be Schneemann.
It's Daniel Schneemann.
Otherwise, you wouldn't have thrown it out there.
You know, I ask you the question: War. What is it good for?
A whole heck of a lot because it takes a defense into account, and Joe Adell is like a lost puppy out there. Besides that game where he had 3 unbelievable catches. I'll
But
give him
guess
that.
what? Guess what? You don't have to make defensive plays if you're the DH.
And what if you're trying to negotiate with Jay Peterman? Come on now.
LeBron's going to do his little TV show at noon. The whole world's going to be watching, including Bob Finan, I bet. Although I don't. But can you see LeBron's TV show? It's taping, right? It's not live. Finan covers the Cavs for the Chronicle Telegram. Bob's coming up next. LeBron at noon. We're going to talk LeBron as well. Oh, boy, the fun right here on The Fan.
Hey, everybody, it's Andy.
That's 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
Count down the days until training camp and the trading deadline with the only show dedicated to Cleveland sports every morning. The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima. Weekday mornings starting at 6 a.m. 92.3 The Fan.
Noon today, LeBron taping his TV show, The Shop. And will he say anything there? Will he say anything about his free agent decision? Bob Finan covers the Cavaliers for the Chronicle Telegram. When Bob picks up his phone, gets in from his massive workout, we're going to have him with us. So, Finan coming up shortly. I'm Jeff Phelps. My buddies Andy Baskin, Dan Mennigan, Meredith Kane. We're having some fun today as the LeBron watch continues. Now, yesterday he did the podcast with Rich Paul. Tyrese Halliburton was there. He didn't say anything, and he teased some things, which was fun. We're going to get into that in a second.
You can listen to The Fan anytime, anywhere on the free Odyssey app or by telling your smart speaker to play 92.3 The Fan, and now you can find 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. It starts with our morning show, which starts at 6, and then it goes all the way until 7 o'clock at night. And, of course, we're on from 10 to 2. And you can watch it live each and every weekday on 92.3 The Fan's YouTube channel. Subscribe to our channel for free and watch all the best content from your favorite shows on The Fan live and on demand now.
I know some folks thought that LeBron dropped a hint when he said, wherever I land. It's like, oh, come on. If he was, that's just, you're playing too many games. Bottom line, and Finan's going to join us in a second. Bottom line to me is this. Would I love to have LeBron back? Yep, I would. That'd be terrific. I think it would work here. I'd love to see what happens. Would I want to drag it out forever and maybe pass up other opportunities? I don't know about that. Let's go to the Wise Heart Right. We make it right. Call Kyle Wright hotline. He's the man. He's Bob Finan. Covers the Cavaliers for the Chronicle Telegram. We've known him forever.
It should say that on his business card.
I'm the man, Bob Finan.
There you go.
Hello, Bob.
Hey, how you doing, Matt?
We are well. How about you?
Unless I can think of something that rhymes with Tuscarora's County. I don't have that either.
Yeah.
That's going to be hard to do that one.
I think that might be a little rough. Okay, let's just get your opinion out of the way first. Where does LeBron end up?
Well, it just makes too much sense to me to go anywhere else but Cleveland. He would fit in well with any of those other teams, obviously, especially I think Philly and even Miami. But I think he's coming home. Why this is dragging out so long, I don't know. I don't have that answer. Just that he can do it, and he will do it. He'll keep the whole league waiting for him to make a decision. I've gone through that for years. I stood around 15 minutes while he put on his earrings. That's just LeBron.
Hey, God, he's watching this game. Can the media just wait a couple minutes? He just wants to see the final 14 minutes of this game. Sorry. Oh, okay. We've been there, right? We've both been there. All three of us have been there. What have we learned? Bob, what have we learned from the past that we can maybe take into now as far as waiting for the answer? I know you said a little bit of it there, but I keep looking for, okay, I know the way he made the announcement the first time. I know how he said he wanted to go to L.A. Now we see how he leaves. What do we really know what does history tell us about how he's going to let us know where he's going?
Well, it'll be dramatic, I'm sure. I don't know what venue or whatever website he's going to go through. He hasn't contacted me about me releasing it, but I don't know what it is. But I'm sure it's going to be something along the lines of the Sports Illustrated one, or I'm coming home. It's something like that. I just don't know why it's taken so long. You could sit down, break down the rosters, which places you'd like to go to. This could have been done in a couple of days. They know the league very well. His agent knows the league. I just don't know why it's taken so long. I had a pretty good feeling toward the end of the regular season, I thought it was like 50-50 that he would come back. I didn't know how they were going to pay him. Of course, now he's saying that money doesn't matter. So if you could actually get LeBron for the veteran minimum, that's kind of crazy in itself, since he made, $52 million last year with the Lakers. But I just hope it would. I'm just hoping it will happen. And it does seem that it's coming to a head, and I would think we would know in the next few days.
Bob Finant joining us. He covers the Cavaliers for the Chronicle Telegram, has been on the Cavs beat for decades. With this situation, Bob, I can't imagine him taking a veteran minimum, even though the word is, happiness is what this one's all about, and family. Family is a big part of the decision, and LeBron talked about that yesterday, mentioned all that on that podcast. But if he came to the Cavs on a vet minimum, and you didn't have to trade, say, Max Strus, you didn't have to trade Dennis Schroeder, you didn't have to create, you'd have a heck of a team. And you drop him in here, and I would think their chances would be, if I'm LeBron and it's going to cost me a few $1 million to keep a better team intact, why wouldn't you do that?
I'm not real happy about trading Max Strus.
No.
I happen to be a heck of a player, and LeBron would know that, and he wouldn't want to cheapen the team. I don't think. Dennis Schroeder, he could go if that had to happen. But they have other point guards now on the roster that could probably take his place. But Strus, I'm not so thrilled about getting rid of. So I think that's true. I would think he'd want a better team around him. But, again, it just hasn't happened yet. Kuminga is still out there.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if that's still in the works or not, but they did reach out to him. He would be a nice addition as well.
As far as Kenny, I keep thinking about, okay, well, let's say LeBron does come back. Let's go on that premise. How do you feel about handing that team to Kenny Atkinson based on what we saw last year, and how hot will his seat be when the season starts? No matter whether LeBron's in it or not.
Well, if LeBron comes back, there's only one goal. It's to win it all, at least get the NBA Finals. And if he doesn't come back, they have done nothing to improve this team. They made a nice draft pick. Is this kid going to really play? I don't know. I don't know. I just don't know if that can happen right away. But they might be able to, there's not a whole lot left out there. So if he doesn't come back, they're going to be kind of behind the eight ball a little bit. And will there be pressure on Kenny to win? Yeah, there was last year. If he hadn't gotten to the Eastern Finals, he might not have been back. We all know who the owner is of this team.
Mm-hmm.
So, I think we're in a holding pattern. We have been, seemed like, for months. We just got to let it play out.
Bob Finant joining us, Cavs beat writer for the Chronicle Telegram. If LeBron comes back, and I would assume James Harden, that gets all taken care of as well. That gives you James Harden, Donovan Mitchell, LeBron James. If you're looking at three guys who are going to handle the basketball a lot, have always shot the ball a lot in their career. If you want to look at it more as of this way, okay, that gives you Jared Allen, Evan Mobley, LeBron James in the front court. But regardless, you'd have three guys with Harden, Mitchell, and LeBron who handle the ball, shoot the ball a lot. How does Kenny handle that? How do those guys handle that? Because they all can't shoot the ball a lot. Otherwise, Evan Mobley and Jared Allen are going to be non-factors.
All three of them like to have the ball in their hands. and to create. And LeBron and James Harden, just me looking from a distance, doesn't seem like they fit together so well. I mean, Harden likes the ball in his hand. He likes to, run everything through him. And that's exactly what LeBron does. They'll really have to work on that. And, having a training camp and everything would really help with that, other than when they brought in Harden last year and just kind of threw him in there and said, let's go. They're going to really have to work on that. And, it can work, but someone's not going to have the ball in their hands as much as they're used to.
I was just going to throw in there. I'm just curious, because of Jared Allen, why does everyone want to throw Jared Allen's name in there first? And if it's just as simple as his contract is the easiest to move, then I get it a little bit. But I thought, you tell me, did you think he got better this season? Did you think if they got him or either of the bigs the ball a little bit more, that he could be more beneficial in the offense?
Yeah, Jared played very well in the playoffs, I thought.
I did too.
And he, and at times, so did Evan. And they for everyone saying that the two bigs can't work together efficiently, I think they proved people wrong saying that. And now, there's other teams doing the same thing. Oklahoma City is one of them.
Yeah.
And I thought Jared played well. The fans, for some reason, want to get rid of him, and I don't really understand that. Is he, he's not Maurice Lucas or something, but he is a very efficient player and a big part of what they do here.
Bob, we will be reading you in the Chronicle Telegram, and maybe we have some big things to talk about, write about, maybe even today. Who knows? We appreciate your time, buddy.
All right, that would be great.
Thanks, Bob.
It would be good. Put an end to it.
It would.
Thanks, Bob.
All right. Thanks for having me on, guys.
Right.
You got it, bud. Bob Fernand joining us on the Wise Heart Right. We make it right. Call Kyle Wright hotline.
Hopefully he'll break the news. It'll be him. Bob's got it.
Rich Paul's going to text him.
Yeah.
Let him know.
And fax him.
Well, LeBron on that podcast yesterday had a couple of things that came up that might make you think Cleveland. We'll share those with you next. It's Baskin and Phelps, and yeah, we're watching out for LeBron right here on the Fan.
Hey, it's Nick Wilson for Kitchen Cabinets at Northeast Factory Direct. You're not just picking
first being the U.S. Open in 2023. Herbert currently has sole possession of the top of the leaderboard at 8 under. Want to catch highlights from The Fan from throughout the day? Get over to 923thefan.com or favorite The Fan on the Odyssey app for all of today's headline segments. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 923 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
Let's just be honest, Andy, use some of our experience here. We know Friday is a terrible day to break news. If you're looking to make a splash, Friday's not the day to do it. Correct? Because the story usually comes to an end.
Yeah, if you're looking to bury a story, anytime after 3:30 on Friday.
Because media folks done for the week.
Yeah, they're done.
It might continue for a little while, but you really want to break news, you do it on say, a Monday morning at like 10, Monday at noon, something like that.
Yeah,
especially when depending on what other stuff is going on.
And as we've transitioned over the years, it used to be like, if you really wanted to break a story, you would do it, like around 4 or 5 o'clock in the afternoon, early in the week, if you want to do that. But I would say the trend is to break stuff early in the morning, right?
Yeah.
During the week.
Yeah.
At least that's when, they would always say this is the best time to drop a story is then on the internet now. So it's changed everything.
LeBron's taping his TV thing today in about 40 minutes. Will today be the day? I would be surprised if it is. At this point, you're looking, I think, at Monday of next week, Tuesday. Whenever it is, he's going to announce it. And I personally hope it's Cleveland. Love to see him come back. Love to see what this team could do in that situation. It would be wildly entertaining to watch LeBron and the rest of these Cavaliers. If they have to make major changes to this team to make that happen, like Jared Allen or Evan Mobley, well, I'll have to be convinced of that. I wouldn't care for that, but if you can put LeBron in with these other guys, and if you could do that, and put him in with the 4 guys that we think are going to be here, then I would do that. Fearless Leader says LeBron did the I'm coming home drop on a Friday. All right, well.
At noon.
That was his mistake.
At noon. No, he didn't do it, but it's the later in the day on Friday, the deader the story becomes.
Yeah, if you get it close to 5 o'clock, you're doomed.
It's just it gets buried.
Here's a Friday at noon coming up when he's doing his TV show, so maybe he does that. He was on this podcast yesterday. And apparently, on the Rich Eisen show, and Rich was with the NFL Network that got bought out by ESPN, so he's kind of back with ESPN and doing their whole thing. But his producer and contributor predicted team wins, whichever team wins the LeBron sweepstakes will be a non-factor this season. And this guy, his name's Chris Brockman. Chris said, LeBron's going to be a non-factor. I think everyone needs to ready themselves for that. If he goes to Miami, enjoy the play-in tournament. Well, LeBron heard that, apparently. You might not be aware, but LeBron pays a lot of attention to this stuff. He knows what's going on. He knows what's being said about him. And he said, I'll quote, and I'll leave out the nasty word, I seen something on social media the other day that wherever I go, we'd be in the play-in tournament or some like that. And I'm not a factor anymore, so I get that as well, too. That's just a little motivation. Here's the thing. If LeBron can play at 42 like he played at 41, he's a huge factor. Huge factor. He was very good last year. Very good. He averaged just under 21 points, just over 6 rebounds, and just over 7 assists per game. I'll take that. That's an all-around basketball game. The only thing missing was defense. His defense isn't what it used to be.
Okay. I think he'd be a great addition to this team next year. I just don't think he is. He needs to be an important part of the team. I just don't think he's the end-all, be-all on this team winning a championship. And I don't think the team is built to be that way. If, the more you read about what's a better fit for him moving down the road, it does seem like Miami might be a better fit for him. It does seem like Philly might be a better fit for him
If he's
far as
looking
winning a
to
championship.
win, yeah. If he's looking to play a huge role, Golden State's a better situation.
It probably is. Yeah, I do think, though, there is a level of comfort. There is a level of chance of being able to win a championship here in Cleveland. I believe that. I mean, part of it is coming home because you're coming home. And I think that is what I think motivates this whole thing. I'm also watching to see, and Jeff and I were talking about this before the show, what happens with these guys on the roster and before the action actually takes place. And so what do I mean by that? I mean that, they're going to have to make peripheral moves to bring him in. You would think. I can't imagine they would just bring him in.
Unless he takes the vet minimum.
And that'd be the only way. And that would truly be him sticking to his words that this is about happiness, right? If I were him, I'm not taking the minimum. There's got to be a little bit more there.
I'd be stunned if he took the minimum.
So, I'm watching to see what happens to Max Strus. That to me is it's an indicator, right? What happens to Max Strus? What happens to the rest of the roster? These little pieces that happen along the way before a move actually happens, right? What happens to Schroeder? And I kind of think that this thing's going to go down. If he comes to the Cavs, that the move will be internally. They will know that LeBron's coming back to Cleveland internally. So then they know they've got to move pieces if they're going to try to give him more money or they're going to try to make this thing a little bit more different. So if you're Schroeder, or Strus, now you're on the move. And I kind of think that we're going to hear about Schroeder or Strus first before we hear about LeBron, with LeBron probably being a done deal in the background, but waiting to announce. So those two guys, I think, are the indicator on if LeBron's coming back. If those two guys don't move, then what LeBron does next probably won't involve Cleveland. That's the way I'm kind of looking at it. And the reason I think that we'll hear about them before we hear about LeBron is because if they're getting moved, their camps really aren't going to care, and an agent's going to say something, or someone close to the family, or those guys are going to be like, hey, I got traded to the Lakers. I got traded to a Golden State. I got traded to one of these other places. And then you're going to be like, well, wait a minute. If those guys are gone, what's happening? And then boom. Then I think you're going to hear about LeBron. So I'm looking for the indicator lights to come on before things change. If those lights don't come on, I don't think LeBron's coming back.
He spent 8 years in Los Angeles. In his 8 years in Los Angeles, the Lakers missed the playoffs twice. They were knocked out in the first round 3 times. They lost in the conference semis this year. They lost in the conference finals in 2023. And they won the NBA championship in the COVID year of 2019-2020 when it was in the bubble under Frank Vogel. And for whatever that's not the playoff record that the Lakers were hoping for. I'm sure they missed the playoffs twice and knocked out in the first round 3 times out of LeBron's 8 years there. And in the regular season, they won 50 or more games in 3 of the 8 seasons. That was it. So it wasn't an overwhelming, rousing success. John Ireland was with us a week ago today, and John said one of the big mysteries of his career is why LeBron really wasn't embraced by the Laker fan base.
But you see that, don't you? I see.
Yeah, I see.
You can't be.
But John understands too, though.
Yeah.
But when you think of the Lakers, and I'm looking at something here at Basketball Reference, looking at the Lakers, past performances. They always list, the top 12 players, and they show pictures of guys, and maybe it's just not updated, but LeBron's not on the list here of the top players in Laker history. And, of course he is. But it's Kobe, Jerry West, Kareem, Magic, George Mikan, Elgin Baylor, Shaq, Vern Mickelson, going back to the Minnesota days, James Worthy, Byron, A.C. Green, Wilt Chamberlain. I mean, that's... And
then LeBron?
LeBron's not there. They have all-time top 12 players, and they run pictures of for every team. And LeBron's not in that group right now for the Lakers. But these other guys are iconic Los Angeles Lakers. And that's part of the reason why maybe he wasn't embraced there as everybody thought he would be or should be. And maybe the fact that in 5 of the 8 years you didn't either make the playoffs or get out of the first round. And that said, that's proof that you can't do it by yourself and why he needs to pick the right spot to win. Because he's not the same guy. The same guy was one of the best 2 or 3 players in NBA history. Arguably top 7. Charles Barkley picks him 7th. I'd say he's in the top 5, depending on what you're going to use as your criteria. He could be the best ever, depending on what you use for your criteria.
Right.
But at this point in his career, Andy, it would be foolish to think that a 42-year-old guy is going to lead you to an NBA championship. He needs, depending on what he wants. If it's about winning, Cavs have a chance. I would think that they might be the second or third choice.
Right.
If it's about winning.
Right.
First choice would be Philly, I would think right now. If it's about making the most money, might be Golden State. If it's about playing with your buddies, it's not Cleveland. He doesn't have buddies on this team. Now, he could bring some in. If it's about buddies, he's going to Golden State.
Let me throw this at you really quick. Would you rather, you personally, walk away from a game that you've been unbelievably successful at as on top by winning a championship, or by just playing until they tell you can't play anymore? I think you got pretty much 2 choices there, kind of, right?
Walk out on top or walk out when they tell you goodbye.
Yeah.
If I'm trying to think of, if I'm Tyler Zeller,
okay,
I'm not walking out until they tell me to go home.
Okay.
If I'm LeBron James, I'm walking out when I want to walk out. And that would be on top or pretty darn close to it. I don't want to be.
I mean, Jordan walked out when they basically said, okay, we're done, kind of. Right? I mean,
no.
Could he have kept playing? Maybe, but he kind of realized that it wasn't the Bulls anymore, right?
Michael Jordan, at the age of 40, scored 20 points a game for Washington. He probably could have played a little bit more.
But he'll never, ever be remembered for anything glorious in Washington.
No, but he wanted to play. If you want to play, go play.
Okay, then that's what I'm asking.
And I hate to do this because he's one of my favorite athletes of all time. Everybody says, I don't want to be Willie Mays falling down, right? Willie Mays was so stunningly good, but Willie played a long time. And, one time he fell down in the outfield, I believe it was, or was it going to first base? Anyhow, that's what everybody says now. I don't want to be Willie Mays falling down. Okay, LeBron will never let that happen. If he's coming back, it's because he knows he can play. And I think that's real clear. Real clear.
I always, to me, and maybe this is just the hockey background, I just always think about Gordie Howe. Gordie Howe played from 1946 to 1980. Think about that.
Yeah, it's pretty unbelievable.
And
he was okay, wasn't he?
Yeah, he played till he was 52. He was 52. Just, he had the chance to play with his sons too. And I kind of feel like there's a little bit of Gordie Howe in LeBron James to want to have the opportunity to play with both of his sons.
Does it happen today? Well, we'll keep an eye on it. As Fearless Leader points out, the SI I'm coming home thing happened on July 11th in 2014 on a Friday. But that was a different time.
It was at noon, so it'd be 25 minutes from now if he wants to do it today, right?
Well, that was
it. It was a noon update.
I think it was. I say it was a different time because of this. As we go to break, This is 2026. That was 2014. LeBron was 30 years old, 29 at the time when he said he's coming home. It's a different decision.
Yeah, it is
right now. It's a different decision. You're getting a different player. We'll keep an eye on it all day. The Open is going on like crazy. There are quarterback thoughts out there. We're going to touch on those before we talk to Hoynesy at noon. Hall of Famer Paul Hoynes coming up at noon.
Williams will be on the mound for the 7-10 start. Pittsburgh will counter with righty Jared Jones. You can now find 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Subscribe to our YouTube channel and get the best content from our shows each and every weekday. That's 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
But that just kept building and building and building. I was waiting for the little, the end of the crescendo before we talked. So that was intense, Dan. Intense. But it's an intense day because LeBron's doing his TV thing. Will this be the time he announces something?
Well, we're banking on.
Baseball's coming back, Andy. There's baseball going on. There's the Open Championship.
Are we really going to have this conversation?
No. The Open
Okay.
Championship is going on.
Yes. Jeff?
He did say yesterday on the podcast, not going to make us wait much longer.
I don't know. Whether it's basketball, football, golf talk, it
Yeah,
doesn't matter.
yeah.
All of our coverage
Yeah?
on 92.3 The Fan is presented by Xfinity.
I'll be.
Score the most reliable Wi-Fi. One price, 5 years guaranteed. Xfinity. Imagine that.
Imagine that, Andy.
Imagine that, Jeff, that he decides that noon on Fridays are the right day to let everybody know.
Well, maybe we'll find out.
So if he's going to do
Seriously,
it,
if you're going to do it, you're going to do it on your own venue, your own little thing, aren't you?
well,
maybe.
again, if I'm doing this, I want to drive listeners to my podcast, don't I?
Well, your show, yeah, this is a TV gig.
Yeah, so what
right?
you might want to do is make the announcement, and then don't say a word until your podcast drops. Don't talk to anybody else until then. And so then everyone's going to be like, oh, I wonder why he did it. And so you'll listen to his podcast. Yeah, I mean, the whole world was looking yesterday to see if LeBron did. I had like 5 or 6 texts. Hey, did LeBron say anything at that fan fest in New York? Did LeBron say anything? Where can I find this? Like, I had friends that were looking for it live, trying to find it yesterday. So he can drive. I mean, imagine what the numbers on his podcast will be if he announces it and then he drops a podcast after that. So let's just say he takes his podcast and drops it a little bit later today or later tonight after taping it at. You guys keep telling me, and I keep slipping. When's he taping this podcast?
Noon.
Noon. Okay.
Be noon. We've only mentioned
there
it
you go.
about 14 times.
And it's his HBO show. It is not a podcast.
Yeah, it's a TV thing.
Correct.
Oh, then for sure.
And it's not live or anything like that. It's live to tape, which is the other part of the reason that we will see what ends up happening.
When does this air? Do we know when the HBO show is?
I don't know.
February.
It's a barbershop show, isn't it? The
February.
shop.
We'll find out in February where he's going to play. Sorry.
I mean, the words coming out of his mouth could be worth millions
So do you
alone just on the media announcement.
okay.
you really think the why
Do
matters
you agree or
enough?
disagree? You agree with me, don't you? That when the words come out of his mouth, it could be worth millions.
In endorsements?
No, to whoever it's worth. Like for his podcast, if he drops it like New Heights,
show.
right? People are listening constantly to New Heights because they think the Kelseys are funny and they want to listen to it. But then you've got this other Taylor Swift world that listens to it because they wonder if Taylor's going to pop in the middle of a show. It's the unknown, right? It's not the canned laughter stuff.
Yeah.
It's the unknown stuff that drives all entertainment now. Whether you're listening to us right now or you're watching, any kind of show, unless there's like 2 things that people watch right now, right? Unscripted things, unknown outcome, and when you can binge something. What else? And live sports, because live sports are unknown outcomes. What else is anybody watching now?
It's award shows in sports.
Award shows, again,
Award
unknown
shows in
outcome.
sports. Yep. It's the only thing that really drives TV ratings. Everything else is somewhat on demand. Do you think the why really matters that much? Or do you think everybody...
What do you mean the why?
Well, because
Why
you
he
guys,
picked a team?
Exactly. Because you guys keep saying, well, I would announce what it is and then say, go to my podcast to hear why. I don't know if the why is enough of a driver. I think the decision is the driver.
Well,
the
yeah,
why
but-
is subsidiary.
But you're gonna drop the decision and surprise people. You could then direct people to somewhere else to get more information where you could get more eyeballs, more ears on it. So,
But how many people are going to follow you on that journey? Because I think a lot of it, especially on a LeBron case, are going to go, I'm doing X, and they're going to go, great, you're playing for Team X. Wonderful. I'll see you later.
Yeah, I know, but some won't.
The cocktails don't drink themselves. Goodbye.
Some won't.
It's going to be a turnout
people-
for somebody.
Yeah.
LeBron said yesterday in the podcast that he was doing, like, if you're with LeBron for life, you're going to be with a LeBron lover for life. I can't remember what he said. If you're a LeBron fan, he said something like, if you're a LeBron fan, you're going to be a LeBron fan for life. If you're a LeBron hater, you're going to be a LeBron hater for life. And I'm like, man, he's right. It doesn't. And you may not want to listen to the outcome. Let's just say he doesn't pick. Let me pick a team he's not going to pick. The Sacramento Kings, right? Like, if you're a Kings fan, you probably don't care. If you're an NBA fan, you'll care
How dare
about
you?
what he says there.
How dare you say he wouldn't go play 4-on-5 with Vivek?
That's right.
TV show coming up at noon.
Stupidest thing.
TV show at noon. Open Championships going on. It's at Royal Birkdale. The course has been fun to watch. Today, Lucas Herbert went out and tore it up a little bit, shot a 62. Also shooting a 62 was Sam Burns. So your leaderboard has more than a few guys who are 4 under and better, which is really good. Herbert's in front right now at 8 under par. I just love watching this style of golf. Rory yesterday hit a couple of shots into the bunkers. You know, the guys are kneeling in bunkers. Their feet are all messed up, pointed in the wrong direction. They're trying to hit shots. I find this wildly entertaining to watch. I turned it on this morning. You know, we were getting ready for work. It's just fun to watch guys try to play this style of golf. Does it matter if they tore up the course today?
No.
Okay. I don't think it does
The
either.
reason
but
I love it is normally because the bad weather, the wind. It's that one scene in Caddyshack where is he a minister? Where the minister's playing, the reverend's playing, right?
He's
the
a
reverend's playing,
priest.
and he's in like all the elements of the world, and he still continues to play.
God
and
would never ruin the best round of my life, best game of my life, whatever word he said.
It's such a great scene, but where do you get that at like British Open, right? The Open Championship. That's where you see that kind of play nationally. You guys said something yesterday that it will not leave the back of my head. Like, if this course was in the States and they were playing in the States with all the brown grass, they would be complaining and whining about the course forever.
I did not say that. That was all Mr. Phelps.
That was
I
me.
think he's
But
wrong.
I think you're so right. He's so right. Could you imagine?
Dan pointed out Whispering Straits in Wisconsin.
Okay, you got one example. They would be like, "Oh wow, this course is burned out, and I don't know why we're playing it."
And we say that because we've heard guys do that time and time again.
I mean, there's a lot of
complain
whiners.
about course conditions.
Yeah, it just happens.
I've never thought that about a golf course when it comes to these guys. It's like, well, you're all playing the same course. Just go out and play.
I think you also need to
Let's
realize.
Let's see what you can do on it.
You also need to realize how pristine our courses
They're
are.
unbelievable.
You know,
Unbelievable.
I once.
Which, by the way, might be why so many of them are going away.
Well, I just remember a year where upper management, I'll just put it that, was not happy about, the wrappers on the hot dogs in Dublin because they were white and it immediately became green after that.
Who's upper management?
I don't know.
Memorial?
Anybody who's upper management at Memorial may not have been real happy about what was coming out of the sandwich shop.
Here's the thing. You mentioned the
Vice
weather.
President.
Dan, before the show, we were talking about, these guys are beating up this course right now with a couple of 62s. We all know if the weather changes.
I said yesterday minus 20 maybe.
Well,
Yeah, you're on the money.
however, if the weather changes, 70 could be the best score tomorrow. Let's just say the weather gets really crummy. 70 could be a great score.
Right now, they're saying it's going to be kind of nice the entire weekend with maybe a little bit of wind. But again, it's this area of the world. Like, this could all flip on its head at any point, and a giant storm could find its way in. But, boy, 70-degree days with 8-mile-an-hour winds on these kind of courses are just built for you to tear a hole in them. I mean, that's the bummer of this, is that these courses, the number one defense of them is always the weather. And when the weather's not there, you see they're not the most complex courses when you don't have 20-mile-an-hour winds.
I don't. What do we? The cut's probably 1 over right now. I think with that's the projected cut.
I gotta look and make sure. I was trying to find that during the conversation, and I haven't quite yet. But we'll see, because this afternoon group is where all the big boys are. So we'll see how much of a hole they tear into the course.
So
And
right now it's 1 over.
And right now on the leaderboard, you see a lot of names that are not the big boy names. So we'll see what happens this afternoon when they go out and the conditions remain favorable. If they can put up some low numbers and get themselves up in contention for this thing. All I know is, and it's kind of like when the NFL plays the games in Europe, Andy.
Mhm.
I do like getting up in the morning and turning on, and there's the Open. Or I like getting up in the morning
How
on a
late
Sunday
they
and
were
there's
playing.
a football game you can
Yeah.
turn on in an hour.
Not to derail you, did you hear what the commissioner was talking about for more international play for football
Tell
in
me.
the last 24 hours? He said there were like 10 more cities that he's looking at, and
Oh,
Japan
boy.
is definitely on the
Throughout
radar.
Tokyo.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. Hey, Carl's in Cleveland. Is this Carl Spackler?
Hey,
I keep playing. I don't need heavy stuff. It's going to come for a while.
not really. No, I don't think so either.
Your irreverency, your eminence.
Yes.
Gunga.
Gunga. Yes.
Gunga.
Yes.
Gunga.
No, you're close.
Little boy, 17 yards out.
Yes.
He looks like he's got a pitching wedge.
Nice job, Ken.
Oh. And he looks like a miracle. It's in the hole. It's in the hole. Oh.
Ladies and gentlemen, Ken in Brooklyn with Caddyshack lines for you.
What was that, Ken?
That was definitely Ken.
I don't think it was.
Yes, it
It was
was.
Carl.
Carl Spackler.
Yes. I thought it was Carl.
I read we had the guy who wrote the book, like The Making of Caddyshack, on the show.
Yes.
I read the book. It was a great book. It was really interesting to read it and find out all that fun stuff. Although half of the book was basically about comedy during that time in history and how it led to Caddyshack.
The amount of cocaine on the set of that movie was ridiculous.
That's what they said.
That's what
Oh.
everybody said. Is the amount of nose candy on that set was woo.
That's
We're all
what,
in a good mood.
That's what we heard.
A moment of silence for Gilmore Academy grad Doug Kenny, better known
there
as
you go.
Stork.
And apparently also Rodney was getting really upset because people weren't laughing at him.
Because he didn't realize he
Well, that
wasn't
was-
doing
that was-
stand up.
Yeah,
Yeah.
well,
Yeah.
they weren't happy with him, right?
Yeah.
Because he wasn't an actor,
No.
and he was just kind of doing his own thing.
And he was just doing shtick, yeah.
Yeah,
Basically just standard run of the mill.
Ted Knight was ready to kill him, wasn't he?
Ted Knight was going to kill all of them from everything you read. It's a great book. Chris Nashawati is the guy's
Yeah.
name who wrote the
It was
book.
a really
I can't
good
think
book.
of what it's called, but you can find it. It's
It was The Making of Caddyshack, I think is what it was called.
Local booksellers everywhere. There's a couple good docs on the making of
I'm
Caddyshack.
still
I read it. It
wondering,
was great.
like, for Kenny, what was there was so the Murray brothers were big behind that too, but there's got to be some thoughts from Doug Kenny on that on a local course. Like, I look at like Canterbury and I look at some of these courses around here where he may have been.
Bill Murray's book about golf is also excellent if you want to go
So
read it.
There you
I
go.
always wonder where there's some inspiration in that movie from Northeast Ohio.
Unless
in Chicago, which, same general concepts. Sorry.
Unless LeBron James makes an announcement here in the next 10 minutes, Hall of Famer Paul Hoynes joining us momentarily. We're going to talk Guardians with Hoynesy, who covers the Guards for the Plain Dealer, Cleveland.com. Next on Baskin and Phelps.
in today's headline segments. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
Follow the Cavs every morning. The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima. Weekday mornings starting at 6 a.m.
Second part of the season beginning tonight for our Cleveland Guardians. Pittsburgh Pirates in town, smoke in town. I am sure that a guy who is so good at what he does, that he is the Baseball Writers of America Career Excellence Award winner, and will be going into Cooperstown coming up next weekend, will be able to get smoke somewhere into his first one or two paragraphs tonight because of the smoke in town. He's joining us on the Weishart Right, We Make It Right Call Kyle Wright hotline, covers the Guardians for the Plain Dealer Cleveland.com. He's Hall of Famer Paul Hoynes. Hello, Hoynesy.
Hoynes, hey.
Hi, guys. How you doing today?
Good. Smoke somehow in the first paragraph or so, Hoynesy.
Yeah, it's like you're out camping somewhere, you know. That's like, I don't know. You should be sleeping in a tent somewhere.
That's all right. So, Hoynes, walk us through this weekend. Like, are you giving
next weekend
or next weekend? Sorry, big speech. How does this whole thing work?
Well, Joe Buck, you know, the Ford Frick winner, and myself get inducted on Saturday. And then
has Joe called you first of all to say anything? Because I'm still mad at him over Kyle Schwarber in the World Series. So if he reached out to you and said congratulations, then I'm going to let it all go. Has he?
I have not heard from Joe. I'm not sure.
Hate Joe Buck.
I don't know where he'd find me, anyways. But and then the players, you know, Carlos. The players go in on Sunday. Three players: Jeff Kent, Andrew Jones, and not Andrew Jones, Andrew Young. Andrew Jones.
Yeah, Braves.
And and Carlos Beltran go in. The three players go in on Sunday.
Congratulations, Paul. We congratulated you a year ago. Now here it is, and we're really happy for you, and well deserved.
I got to know about the speech a little bit. Like, how long is your speech going to be? How long do you have to go?
If it was up to me, it'd
be 2 seconds.
Goodbye and thank you. But no, you get. They tell you to limit this. You know, you can speak from 6 to 11 minutes, 6 to 10 minutes. I think that's what the instructions I received.
So, people in the audience, will they have the opportunity to bet on at what minute you might make a hawk call then? And how would you do that then? So you're going to pass around little pieces of paper.
Yeah. Hopefully I don't do that. That might come later on, but I don't know if that would be, I might cause some problems with that.
I don't. We can make some cash. Right? So let's think about the shady side.
Easy, Andy. Betting is illegal at Cooperstown, sir.
In the press box, that is correct. Yeah.
Hoynesy, you have some work to do before you get inducted next weekend. And the Guardians back at it tonight. You have a great story out that I enjoyed reading. Can the Guardians' 5-man starting rotation go wire to wire in 2026? You think the answer is no. I think the answer is no. My guess is the Guardians think the answer is no. But, boy, that starting rotation sure was not only healthy, but really pretty good, Paul, in the first part of the season. Did it catch you by surprise at all? Any aspect of that?
Yeah, I think, Messick caught me a little bit by surprise. I know he came up at the tail end of last year, had 7 or 8 really good starts. But I did not expect, this consistency from him. He's still a rookie, probably the favorite to win the American League Rookie of the Year right now. But going 8-5 with an ERA like 2.73, and almost 19-20 starts in the first half. That was impressive. And with Cantillo, I thought I think he's we're really starting to see what kind of pitcher he can be. I mean, he still pitches himself into a lot of trouble, but his stuff is so good he can pitch out of it.
I'm just wondering about a move that they can make or what they can do here before the trade deadline, or are they just going to hang on to what they have right now, let these injured guys come back, and then kind of just ease into what's going on? Or do you sit around and wait and hope that maybe some of the slower bats or the colder bats percolate? Does that make sense?
Yeah, I think they're going to, I think they'll try to do something. I don't think it's going to be on a large scale, but I think, that they will try to improve this offense. I mean, the fact that they are where they are with the offense they have is amazing. I mean, their team batting average is 229. I mean, they're 14th in runs scored in the American League. They're at the bottom of almost every significant, or the bottom, or 14th or 15th in the American League in every significant offensive stat. It's amazing. The only thing they do well right now is walk.
Hoynesy, at the beginning of the season, I thought, okay, you brought in Rhys Hoskins. I like it. You have Kyle Manzardo, 27 homers last year. I like it. Between first base and DH, you seem like you have it basically covered there. It hasn't played out quite that way. These guys haven't been nearly as productive as you want. What do they do there? Or could they just let them play and try and find their swings?
Yeah, that's a great question. And David Fry is in that mix too. So you've got three guys kind of, circulating there, and they're just, sharing first base. Well, I mean, Fry's kind of bouncing all over, but, first base is Hoskins and Manzardo, and they, I think Hoskins has, I think he's still getting used to not playing every day. I mean, I know it's half a season, but, I think he's always been an everyday guy, and this has been a big adjustment to him. But he is, if you look, he's second on the team in walks, and he's not a regular. So, I think he sets that good example of, quality at bats for the rest of the guys. But
and his power numbers are pretty good, Hoynesy.
Yeah, he's got 9 home runs. He's got, so he's I think he's doing okay in that regard. But average wise, him and Manzardo just. It has not been a pretty thing. So I don't know what they do. I think, you've got, Ralphie Velasquez down at AAA. He's playing first base. Do they bring him up? I don't know. They brought everybody else up. They've tried 9 rookies have made their big league debut in the first half.
I've thought about that too, Paul. I just wonder how much can you keep your fingers crossed that rookies come up and do the job for you. I also wonder, when Jose comes back, and you hope that that's before August 1st, something like that, and same thing with Angel Martinez, you're going to have to let some guys create a roster spot on the team for him. Could this be trouble for David Fry? Could it be trouble for Daniel Schneemann, who's so versatile, yet has hit 155 since May 1st? Who gets moved out? Extra outfielder, maybe?
A lot of guys have been, Petey Halpin is up. He's been up and down 3 times. So they're going to have to make a move. I would imagine Schneemann's got options. I'm not sure. I would think Fry has some options too. So
Fry does, yeah. I'm not sure about Schneemann, but I know Fry does.
So they could do that. But yeah, obviously you're going to have to make, and you've got Gabriel Arias sitting there with no options, and but he's played a little better since he came back off the DL and came back up from Columbus. So when Jose comes back and Martinez comes back, somebody's got to go, and they've got candidates.
The other thing, you guys talk about the things you're concerned about. Like, I'm looking at this rotation going, you got 5 pitchers that have started every game for this team through like 60% of the season. That's that better, Jeff? Better way to put it.
That's close.
Almost 60% of the season. I can't remember a team that's only that they've been that blessed to only have to use 5 starters in 1 year. I'm just knocking on wood every time I say that or even think about that. Hoynesy, can you remember that a time where a team has been able to do something like that? Just 5 starters.
There was a Cleveland, I think 1999 or 1997.
97?
they had the rotation, but that was even, I think they used like 7 guys the whole season. There was one year, I can't remember exactly when, Scott Ellerton was in the rotation that year.
Yeah.
I remember him making a lot of starts, but yeah, this is a rarity, and they're going to have to obviously add somebody. I would think they'd probably go with a 6-man rotation at the end when the roster expands in September like they did last year. But who knows? There's a quirk. If a quirk in the schedule comes up, you get a rainout, you get weather, you got a doubleheader.
Yeah.
The streak could end like that. I mean, that could definitely end it. But right now, these guys have all made 19 or 20 starts. And I think they've taken care of them. Except for Messick, you don't see them go very deep into games. They're 5 and fly, 6 and fly, and they're out of there. But they do have you kind of worry about the bullpen as well. But right now this rotation is pitched I think the second most innings in the American League. So they've logged a lot of innings. They protected that bullpen. That it doesn't get overexposed. But you're right, Andy. I mean, you're kind of playing with fire with 5 guys because everyone knows how fragile a pitcher's arm is.
Hoynesy, do they look outside the organization at the trade deadline for bullpen help, or do you think they have enough in AAA, maybe even in AA, where they could bring up another bullpen arm if they need it?
Yeah, I think they could I think they'll look. I think that's the most popular thing at the deadline is to go out and get a reliever. A lot of relievers change hands. Will change hands leading up to August 3rd. You've got Espino down there, and you've got Franco Aliman up right now, and I really like him.
He looks good.
The guy is like 10 feet tall. He throws 100 miles an hour. I mean, he's been really impressive. And I think Espino, he got his feet wet up here, and I think he was pitching better when they sent him down. So, that's another hard thrower. So you've got some options. I just wonder, when they go to a 6-man, is Logan Allen the guy, that you add? Or, there's a couple other, kind of pitchers, candidates down there, but, or maybe do you add a starter? I don't know.
Yeah, that's the one thing I was wondering, Hoynesy, because everybody, as you said, looks for a bullpen arm. They do seem to have some in the organization if they want to just use those guys. But Logan Allen, and then what? If somebody in the rotation gets hurt right now, I think that might be a challenge if it presents itself, and God willing, it doesn't.
Yeah, they've got I think Austin Peterson is down there. They like him. I probably butchered his first name, but he was a guy that got hurt in spring training, but they like him. So he's a possibility. But yeah, I think depth wise, the rotation is a little iffy after you get past these 5 guys.
When you look at the American League Central, who scares you the most? Is it Chicago? Is it Minnesota, or maybe perhaps Detroit?
Andy, I think we've seen a lot of Chicago lately, and they scare me the most because they can hit. They can. They're young. They're confident. They remind me of the Guardians, like in 2022, where they don't know how good they are, and they really don't care. I think that's and they have some decent starting pitching. So yeah, I think the White Sox, scare me the most. If I were the Guardians, that's the team I'd be looking at.
Paul Hoynes joining us from the PlainDealerCleveland.com. Hoynesy trade deadline coming up in early August 3rd. And right now, you mentioned Ralphie Velasquez, who's either number 1 or number 2 on the prospect list, depending on which one you read. And Hel Hanau is the other guy who's right there. You have Bazana at second. You have Rocchio at short. They don't appear to be going anywhere. Hanau can play third, but Jose's there. Are you hanging on to Hanau, or do you think he's a trade chip here at the deadline?
Well, as we know, they don't let their prospects go.
Oh.
You know, I mean, they hold on to them, and I would think they trade him, but the price would be high. You know, I saw him a little bit in spring training, and he's got a good arm. You know, he swings the bat well. You know, but he definitely can play shortstop. So, you know, but you know, I think the price would be high, but I don't think they would say no if there's a right deal there, if they get what they want.
It would be. You got to wonder where he's going to play. You know, Andy and I were talking about that. And would Bazzana become an outfielder if they plan to keep Hanau? And that's why one of those guys would have to move either position or team, Hoynesy, and that's why I don't think he can rule out maybe a Hanau trade if something good presents itself.
Yeah, and you know, I think you know, he's at AAA. This is his first year at AAA.
Yeah, he's hitting like 308.
Yeah, so I would think you know, he's on. You know, they get a lot of calls for him. Would they trade him? You know, I think the deal would have to be right. You know, I don't know. Is it? You know, I just think they'd have to get what they want to really move him.
And somebody under control, probably, Paul.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, they like you know, when they got Lane Thomas, he had a couple of years of control. So maybe a deal like that, but you know, I don't know. I mean, that's a good question. But yeah, it would have to be somebody that they could control. They usually go for that. They usually don't rent guys, you know, for the stretch run.
Wayne, you want to take a guess at how many wins it's going to take to win the Central?
Wow. I would think it's going to take like 91 wins to win it.
Doable, right? If the pitching stays, I think that's doable.
Yeah, it is night in and night out. This is a tough offense to watch, and that's the thing that worries
No, it's
me.
true.
I mean, when every game is like a one-run game. I mean, you just wish they kind of spread it out once in a while, because you know they've got the pitching, like you guys said. I think the pitching is right there, but offensively, you know, I mean, it's a struggle, man. It's a struggle to watch for these guys. You know, you score 3 or 4 runs, you're supposed to win, right?
That's the theory, isn't it?
Yeah.
Hoynesy, thank you very much for your time today, and can't wait for your big weekend next weekend. Paul Hoynes, PlainDealerCleveland.com, Career Excellence Award winner. He'll be in Cooperstown.
And if you drop our name in the speech, we'll get you a beer.
Okay. Thanks, guys.
That's motivation alone.
That will do it, really, actually. Hoynesy, thanks, buddy.
Thanks, Hoynesy.
All right. We'll see you, boys.
Paul
Bye.
Hoynes joining us on the Wise Heart Right. We make it right. Call Kyle Wright hotline. Little dilemma there with top prospect Angel Hanau.
I don't have a dilemma, but maybe you do.
I know. Well, let's kick it around next. And again, LeBron taping his TV show. Updates on that coming up.
Anything that happens,
you're going to hear it right here on The Fan.
Hey, everybody, it's Andy Baskin for Choice Cabinet. That's right, choicecabinet.com. Why don't you go check them out if you're looking for cabinets? It's so easy, so simple. A local company, right? Your neighbors are working for Choice Cabinet. I'm sure you probably have a neighbor somewhere around that's working for Choice Cabinet. Well, why not? Their warehouse is gigantic, and they just moved into the new one in Solon. So what does that mean for you? You talk about this all the time, Andy. Oh, they have a gigantic warehouse. What does that do for me? I'm telling you what it does for you. If you're looking for a cabinet, it means you're going to get those cabinets quick. No reason to wait more than 6 weeks for cabinets, right? Like, that's insane if you ask me. Like, who's waiting that long? Especially when you have this quality, nationally known
for the ones who get it done.
You can now watch The Fan live on YouTube. Catch The Ken Carmen Show with Anthony Lima from 6 till 10 a.m. Baskin and Phelps 10 a.m. till 2 p.m. And Afternoon Drive with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin from 2 to 7 p.m. Each and every weekday. It's free. Subscribe to 92.3 The Fan on YouTube.
Welcome back to Baskin and Phelps. Great to have Hoynesy with us 1 week before he goes to the Hall of Fame. Actually, media guys are not actually inducted into the Hall of Fame, if you want to get really technical about it. They're the award winners. Like Tom Hamilton was the Ford Frick Award winner. Hoynesy is the Baseball Writers of America Career Excellence Award. Hall of Famers. Technically not inducted, but the award winners, they're in the Hall of Fame, in my estimation. I'm Jeff Phelps. My partner is Andy Baskin. My other partner, Dan Mennigan, Meredith Kane. Hoynesy made a couple of great points when I asked him about Angel Anao, who is a young guy, primarily a shortstop, has played some second, has played some third. The problem is you're the number 1 or number 2 rated player in the organization by all the prospect rankings. And you have Jose Ramirez at third base, long-term contract. You have Brian Rocchio at shortstop, doing a terrific job. And you have number 1 overall pick Travis Bazzana as your second baseman. Those guys aren't going anywhere. I'd be surprised if Bazzana ends up in the outfield, to be honest. Andy and I kicked that around the other day. I'd be surprised, but I think if you want to keep Angel Anao, that's what's going to end up happening, is that he'll end up being moved to the outfield if you want to keep Anao.
It's just philosophically, I'm saying to myself, again, it goes back to who the guy is, right? Like, he's a number 1 overall pick. You should have more invested in him than probably any other player that you've drafted, maybe even on the team. And so why wouldn't you commit to letting him play second base and letting him hit? Like, I don't know that I'm moving him around.
Letting him hit's the key.
But he is your, I'm like, and I understand it's baseball. It's not basketball. It's not football. But he's your number 1 guy. Like, why would you want to tinker with what you thought should have been a straight game plan, knowing that you could have had any player in the country?
I think you're making too big of a deal about what position he's going to play.
I just think that
he's not a plus glove.
I understand what you're saying about Hanau, but, if he wasn't wearing the uniform today, and let's just say they just waited a couple more weeks to bring him up to the bigs, he would be the number 1 prospect. Bazzana would be the number 1 prospect, right?
Yeah, but Andy, he's not the number 1 prospect because he's a good glove. I mean, think about, like, for instance, this is going old school.
Sure.
Pete Rose came up as a second baseman.
Okay.
Then he became an outfielder.
Okay.
Then he became a third baseman.
Sure.
Then he became a first baseman. It didn't matter where the heck Pete was playing as long as Pete was batting, because he was never a phenomenal fielder, which is okay. They didn't draft Travis Bazzana because he's Robbie Alomar with a glove.
No, but they also know that if his arm, if one of the things they say about him is that maybe he doesn't have the arm strength to be a third baseman or to be a left fielder, right? Left fielder. Yeah, if you think that that's one of the hindrances, then second base to me is really the place for him to be if you're concerned about arm strength. Because the last thing you want is a guy that you drafted that high to go sideways. He's got to
play someplace. Regardless, one of these 3 guys is going to have to move, either team or position, if you want to get them all into the major leagues. I mean, the bottom line, that's what's going to happen. So it's to me, it's not about Bazzana in the outfield. It's about what are you going to do? Do you want to keep your number 1 middle infielder prospect right now in Hanau, or do you want to move him because you think you're set there between Bazzana and Rocchio? It's going to come down to a big decision, I think. You keep in the prospect, you're going to trade the prospect. And if you're going to keep the prospect, then you're going to move somebody position-wise. And maybe it's Hanau. He also plays third. Well, Jose's playing third. But you could bring up Hanau, and you could juggle between, if he was able to play and play well, Bazana could DH. You don't want a young guy DHing if you can avoid it, but he could DH. Rocchio could play second if they like Hanau more at shortstop. Bottom line is, a move would have to happen with one of those guys, either position or team, if they're going to bring him up. That said, maybe you can get exactly what you're looking for by trading him because you're sold on Rocchio and Bazana playing second and short.
I understand what you're saying. I get it, and I can understand it. But by the same token, I also know what I think, and I'm not moving him. That's all. Me personally, I'm working with him at second base, and if it means Hanau is a guy I'm going to trade, or I'm going to try to make him play a different position, that's probably what's going to happen. Maybe Hanau plays in the outfield.
Well, which you could. You know, again, somebody, if you're going to keep all three of the guys, somebody obviously has to move. That's just the point. If you're going to try and pick up something at the trade deadline, does this situation to you, Andy? And we went over all the stuff with the batting problems that these guys are having, and they're serious. And again, if you missed early on, we went nutso on this stuff. David Fry in June and July is hitting 105. Rhys Hoskins in June and July is hitting 155, as is Daniel Schneemann hitting 155 since May 1st. And Kyle Manzardo in July, short sample size, is hitting 111. Are you going to make a move? Or are you going to keep your fingers crossed that these guys can figure it out? I'm tempted to keep my fingers crossed when it comes to Hoskins and Manzardo, because they've each actually produced in the majors. Hoskins on a significant level, Manzardo last year, and a little bit the year before. But Manzardo hit 27 bombs. Hoskins has averaged 28 in healthy seasons. They both can't be as as they were in the first part of the season, can they, Andy? In the second? I mean, I honestly, I can't imagine
Will both of them be that way? I don't think so.
I don't either.
No, I think you're right.
And I do worry about David Fry. And even though he's about 30 years, David's 30, I think, he does have options left. He could get sent to AAA. That might be the best thing for David. Go down and get some at bats, man. Find your swing, and if you find it, come on back and help. They're looking for a right-handed bat in the trade market, according to all reports. Well, maybe that's your right-handed bat. You just got to get him going.
I know you probably don't want to, and maybe you don't look at life this way, but with Manzardo, if they traded him.
Yeah, but are you ready to bring up Ralph Velasquez?
I don't know,
See,
but
that's
I also.
the thing.
So, is there a part of you that looks at him and says return on investment for the trade that they made at the time?
No. By the way, Aaron Savali got cut loose.
He just got designated. Yeah.
Aaron's available
from the A's.
And
right? It's not like
if I'm the Guardians.
That trade.
Hey, Aaron, you want to go to AAA?
Yeah, especially if you're concerned about 5 years.
Yes.
That's a good call, Jeff. Yeah.
Thanks.
And
if I'm Aaron, I'm thinking, I never pitched better than when I was in Cleveland.
I'd give that another shot and go
AAA.
back to AAA. Yeah, why not?
All right, gentlemen, your LeBron James update to this point.
Here we go,
he is
baby.
Currently doing his show on The Shop. He went on a discussion and then said, trust the process, and the crowd went wild. And then he came back and said that I've been saying that phrase since before Joel Embiid was even born. So that's where we are.
You know why? He's been saying he likes he likes our show. He knows I'm a process guy.
You are process oriented.
Yeah.
Yes. Frustratingly
So he
process oriented.
He dropped wherever I land, and then he said, "Trust the process." There are two hints.
What about Embiid?
If he starts singing,
if he says climb the mountain, does that mean it's the Nuggets?
No, I was going to say if he starts singing "I Left My Heart" in San Francisco. He said, "I'm a big Sinatra fan. I left."
Wait a minute.
See, that's Tony Bennett's song.
He specifically said Embiid.
Sinatra did a great job, though.
He did, but it's Tony Bennett. Anyway, Andy.
He's about to say next that he's not going to just wave his wand and make a decision because that'll indicate he's going to the Wizards.
Or Orlando.
Well, that's when he's going to say, like, I'm going to make some magic happen. And then that's Orlando. And then if he goes, and then if he goes, you know what? I'm going to, I'm going to wave my wand because that's what wizards do.
What if he asks somebody for a fan and says, "Man, do you guys feel the heat in here?"
There you go.
These lights are giving off some heat.
He's like, you know what? I went to the Natural History Museum and I really love the dinosaurs up there, especially the raptors.
Did you guys see that buffalo in Yellowstone? Flip that guy. That was a bull buffalo, wasn't it?
What's the Cavalier joke here? I don't get. I'm trying to find one.
It was the land.
He said wherever I land. That was his clue
Land.
for Cleveland.
Oh.
Cleveland.
Headlines coming up next. Maybe one will be about LeBron.
leaderboard at 8 under. Want to catch highlights from the Fan from throughout the day? Get over to 923thefan.com or favorite the Fan on the Odyssey app for all of today's headline segments. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
Okay. All right. Here he comes. Andy Baskin. We come back from break. Andy gets up and sprints out of the room. I am no longer doing radio with Phelps. Goodbye.
I'm good. I just
I am out
for a second.
Goodbye.
I didn't feel like coughing in front of
Baskin
Mike.
out.
Sorry. It's all good.
Dan, what did you just say? Ladies and gentlemen, we have a decision by LeBron James. The decision is this.
We do not have an announcement to make today. LeBron James during his live pod in New York City.
There you go.
So, wait, he made a decision to not make a decision.
That's
That is
correct.
Yes.
Which I guess in the grand scheme of life is the decision.
He decided not to do it today.
Yes. Which is like when the Supreme Court decides not to hear a case, right? Same thing?
Something like that.
That means the appellate court made the right decision.
Okay.
According to them.
Coming up at 1 o'clock, we're going to explain why what LeBron is trying to do is precarious, except for the fact that you're LeBron James. That's coming up at 1 o'clock. But no decision from LeBron today, according to LeBron. Or at least no decision on a team. The decision is I'm not making a decision today.
Yeah. So
Even though I've made my decision and we all know what it is. But we're
I
not
just
gonna
need
tell
what
anybody.
I really would make this official is if Jim Gray could come out and say, the decision is he's decided to not have a decision. And that he's decided that his talents are in limbo.
There we go.
Yes.
All right. Dan, if you don't mind, please.
The ball doesn't go through the hoop until he says so. Here's Dan Mennigan with headlines.
All right, gentlemen, let us begin headlines today with a little bit of news on the NFL. It came out a little bit later on yesterday, but we'll cover it today here. Alvin Kamara has re-signed with the New Orleans Saints with a base salary reduced to $6 million. In 2026, he will back up Travis Etienne from what it sounds like as well. Good move for the Saints. I don't know how much is left in Alvin Kamara's tank, but hey, franchise legend. Good on you.
I like it when a guy sticks with his team, and I like it when the team sticks with a guy. I do. Now, if the team stinks or the guy can't play, that puts something else into the equation. But when a team thinks that they can use the guy and the guy likes to stay with the team, I think that's good for sports, personally.
I'm with you. He's been what? So he's been since 2017, probably something like that.
Sure.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, that's awesome. I agree with him. I agree with Jeff. So good for him.
Yeah, it's good to see. It definitely is a nice thing to have. All right, so Fox 8 in Dallas tweeted out a photo.
You know, I can get them on my antenna. The local one I can't get.
That'll happen every so often.
Yeah.
Or
Isn't
Fox 4 in Dallas.
Fox
sorry.
4, I was going to
Fox
say.
4.
It's Fox 4.
I
That's why I
misspoke.
get. That's why I
Okay.
get Fox 8 out of
Yeah,
Dallas
that's it.
because it doesn't exist.
WFAA in Dallas is Channel 8.
Wow.
We'll get it
So that
fixed.
not only
That's
they
on
do
me. We'll get fixed.
they do TV and land airplanes at the same time.
Do our best.
WFAA. I see what you did there.
Thank you.
Do our best. We'll get it fixed.
My buddy's dad was the GM there.
Anywho.
Why didn't you get a job there?
Yeah,
then?
why aren't you working there?
Yeah,
He was-
why aren't
he
you
was
there?
the GM in Houston when I
Nepotism,
knew my
baby.
buddy.
Exploit.
Why didn't you work for him in Houston?
Well, I wasn't ready, and he didn't want me.
Oh, they hired Jim Nantz when he was like 17 years old
Well, good for them.
because they thought he was older.
I
They
was,
thought he was out of college. That's how he got his first gig. His bio is great on that.
my buddy's dad though took me to Burger King. Does that count? We went out and got a burger.
Sure.
Okay,
Sure.
Depends how many patties he lets you get on that
I
burger.
got a double.
Well, see, maybe that is worth something.
See,
All right, let's start this from Jump Street. Fox 4 in Dallas. Yes.
I have a buddy
Has
who works
tweeted-
there. Yeah,
What?
I have a buddy who works there. My buddy Kevin.
Oh.
His wife's from Canton.
Hey, he had Kevin from Canton, Kevin with a wife from Canton on his bingo card today.
There it is.
Congratulations.
Move along.
Oh, my God.
Obscure stuff from Jeff.
We're never going to get
We
this
need to put
done.
out bingo cards every show now.
This is, even for us, this is ridiculous. Anywho, for the third time, Fox 4 in Dallas has tweeted out photos of the grass being ripped out of Jerry World to reinstall the turf.
turf, yeah.
Sorry.
You'll make it. Keep going. Come on, man.
Attempt
This is
number
fun.
4. Fox 4 in Dallas has
Yes.
tweeted out a photo of grass being ripped up out of Jerry World to reinstall the turf. Yes. And the NFLPA is losing their minds over this. Many players are tweeting out the benefits of playing on natural surface.
Sure.
The players' associations themselves have been doing it as well. Gentlemen, you know my stance on this. I've never hidden every last bit of it, which is the idea that, hey, if we can grow weed in a closet, we can grow grass in a dome. And we should be playing on grass. We have enough good information that states that it is safer. Do you believe similar that these stadiums should leave the grass that is in there, or do you think they should go back to the turf they were playing on previous?
That's a fine question. The stadium in Dallas has a retractable, right? You can open that baby up.
I don't know, but I know it's got the ceiling thing so that God can watch its team.
I don't think so. I watched Ohio State play there, and I can't remember. Is it retractable?
Well, I double checked because I wasn't sure. It says a massive retractable roof made of the translucent tensile fabric membrane spanning long distances or whatever, and that there are panels that can open up.
Sure.
I don't know. The game was designed to be played on grass. I prefer grass for these guys to play on. They prefer grass. If you're in a bad climate, grass it's a bad surface if it gets really nasty, sloppy, frozen, and everything else. Then again, frozen turf might be a cleaner surface to play on, and you can clean it up a little bit more. But it's just not. Depending on the field too, like MetLife in New York, such a terrible history of injuries there.
Yeah, MetLife. Who's one of these stadiums? I think it's MetLife.
It's MetLife.
No, is selling off the grass they're using afterwards in little chunks
Did
for
these
the World Cup.
stadiums? Did they rip up the turf in all of these places, like the artificial?
Atlanta's grass right now. I mean, they're playing inside. Like they don't. care.
They didn't put it on a tray or something like that.
No, they just
Atlanta
installed grass in there because you'd have to install the tray.
Yeah.
The only one with the tray that I know of, and I'm doing this off the top of my head,
Arizona.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But so if they actually ripped up the turf and put in real grass, I wonder. Obviously, they don't like to play on grass.
I don't know if AT&T can put in Arlington, Texas, that we're talking about, if they could leave natural grass in there because they play, like, other than the Cowboys playing there, they play, like, the Cotton Bowl's there. Big 12 championship is there.
They do a lot of things.
SMU plays there. I'm trying to think. They have a couple teams that play games in there during the regular season. So that's why I question whether they could make it with grass for an entire year without having to replace it probably halfway through. Because you got to make sure that the grass is pristine, especially for the Cotton Bowl.
Oh, man, I can see where the players are coming from, where if you care enough about the safety of all the soccer players, and yet FIFA sticks their neck out saying essentially you need to do this or else you won't hold these games, but yet you're a player and they're yanking that stuff out and putting the carpet back down, I'd be offended too.
Yeah.
I agree. I totally agree
Well,
with
think
you.
about the terrible injuries we've seen at MetLife. Malik Neighbors, the latest.
Yeah. Anyway, the finals at MetLife for the World Cup. Anyway, so let's go.
Baskin and Phelps present Gan's World Cup Roundup.
All right, gentlemen, we'll begin in the United States of America and work our way to the actual games that will be played on the field. It is sounding like Mauricio Pochettino, who was the head coach of the United States men's national team, will make a decision regarding his future as head coach for the national team next week, saying, quote, "We're evaluating it. We're looking at it. The U.S. Soccer has made me an offer to continue, and we will see next week. We will make a decision." So something to keep an eye on when it comes to U.S. Soccer after getting knocked out in the round of 16. U.S. Soccer wanted to keep their head coach going. We'll make a decision next week. So who knows? Who will make it first? Mauricio Pochettino or LeBron?
LeBron.
Okay.
LeBron.
Okay.
I'll just guess.
Oh, that's what we're doing on all this. It's just guessing.
Yeah, I know.
So little bit of news there. So, the other thing that has been very fun about this lovely World Cup that we have going is that Spain and Argentina will go against each other, and it has been announced that they will be presented with championship rings for whoever wins this for the first time in the tournament's 96-year history. 30 rings will be handed out to the champions and all of that good stuff. And then 1,996 of them will go on sale to fans. Merchandising, where the real money is made.
Hello.
Good old FIFA. If there's one thing FIFA could do, it's make money.
Good old FIFA.
There's one thing they can do, it's make money.
That sounded funny.
That's what they do. So yeah, which by the way, if you put the 30 with the 1,996, you get 2026. So that's the reason why it is that number in particular.
Oh, now I see.
Yes.
And who gets the rings then?
The winners.
Yeah, like everybody on board.
Correct.
So I thought I read today in the Athletic that the winner of the third place game also gets rings. Like they don't get a cup. If you win the third place game, I think you get like a ring for bronze. I swear I read that this morning in the Athletic. Because I was kicking, we kicked around this whole third place game yesterday, and I'm like, who wants to play in it? But then from a business point of view, you're like, damn, this is a pretty smart idea that they're playing this game because they're making a ton of cash just by playing the third place game.
And think about
Good old
this.
FIFA.
Yeah.
Well, let's go Olympics.
Yeah.
People win a bronze medal. That's a big deal.
Oh, for sure.
Well, what about third place in the World Cup?
You get $2 million and basically told, thank you for wasting your time to make us more than $2 million.
I don't know. It makes me wonder if we're going to see more third place games.
Yeah.
Right?
Thank you for putting your body on the line so we can make money.
Should other sports have third place games?
Oh, God, no.
If you own the business, you're playing these third place games.
Stop.
Just saying.
Cavs should have played the Oklahoma City Thunder.
That's right.
Best of 7 for third place in the NBA.
They could have had games every other night.
Could you imagine the amount of injuries and load management that would come
God.
up for that one? It would be unbelievable.
It'd be terrible.
I hit my toe on the bedpost. I can't play 7 games.
Naquan Tomlin would play 47 minutes a game.
Everybody's dream of
He'd get
Thomas Bryant playing all 48 minutes. Get out there, kid.
They'd get a hydration break, and that's it.
Damn right.
All right, LeBron's made a decision. Dano, thank you.
So, let's
Don't say it like that. I got to be honest.
Yeah, we got a little bit more. So anyway, the stupid third place game that, of course, we'll pay attention to because it's better than anything else that'll be on at that time, is at 5 p.m. on Saturday. You'll be able to watch England versus France. We will see who is actually playing in this match. You might see Kylian Mbappe just due to the fact that all the goals still count for the Golden Boot at the tail end, who scores the most goals. So you might see him to see if he'll score a couple goals. I don't know who's going to play in this whole thing. But then on Sunday, 3 o'clock, the final. Argentina, Spain, let's go. It's going to be a lot of fun, which will bring us to Monday, the last World Cup update of the Cup. And now, gentlemen, those are your headlines.
Well done, Dano.
I do have a question I'll ask you after the break about these 3 o'clock starts. I have a question for you.
Well, I love that they're playing it at 5 o'clock because it means that the English and the French will have to watch it at 11 o'clock at night.
LeBron has decided that
Doesn't
he's
make any
not ready.
sense.
It makes all the sense because they don't want to watch it.
LeBron's decided that he's not ready to announce his real decision yet.
Yeah.
So that's where that is.
Let's not be like...
I'm done with that now.
Yeah, I don't want to be like...
Thought it was cute for a while.
These internet sites that drag you in.
Thought it was cute for a while. We're not...
information.
You can't click... Well, you can't click on us, but all you got to do is turn on the radio.
Yeah.
Or go to the Odyssey app, of course, and you can do that. But LeBron has already pulled off something that a very few guys have pulled off in a decent manner, and he's trying to do something that's nearly impossible in the NBA. We'll share it all with you next on Baskin and Phelps.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
A sleeper team to potentially watch in college football this season could be Penn State. Matt Campbell comes over from Iowa State and brings his quarterback Rocco Becht with him. The Nittany Lions avoid Indiana, Oregon, and Ohio State on the schedule and don't have any difficult games in the non-conference. Don't be surprised if Penn State makes the playoff. I'm PJ Glasser.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
The world's biggest soccer tournament has arrived, and you can trade the entire tournament on Kalshi. Trade every match from the opening rounds all the way to the final. Last week, Belgium was trading at 2.5% to win it all, meaning a $100 trade could pay out $3,744 if they win soccer's biggest prize. Want to know where they're at today? Check Kalshi. For limited time, download the Kalshi app and use code PITCH to get a $10 credit when you trade $10. That's promo code PITCH. Kalshi, trade on anything. 18 plus only, must be present in state where it is legal to trade. Event contract trading involves risk and may not be suitable for all investors. Prizes, values, and available markets may differ from those mentioned. $10 free credit with no expiration. Restrictions and eligibility requirements apply. For more information, see Kalshi.com/regulatory.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/team. That's ZipRecruiter.com/team.
ZipRecruiter. Here's a World Soccer Championship Team Spotlight, brought to you by the first ever Infiniti QX65 and by Lowe's. Members get more at Lowe's.
England has embraced the expectations that come with being a favorite. The Three Lions blend physical midfield play, dangerous set pieces, and clinical finishing, earning a place among the final contenders with consistent performances throughout the tournament.
Bad accident? Hurt at work? Not sure what to do next? Make it right. Call Kyle Wright for a free consultation. There's no fee unless they win. 844-WIN-OHIO. That's 844-WIN-OHIO. Or OHattorneys.com. Make it right. Call Kyle Wright.
I'm a Ram truck guy, and if you're looking at a new truck this month, you know a Ram truck should be at the top of your list. Because, truth be told, how I became a Ram guy was pretty simple. I headed to my Northeast Ohio Ram dealer, and I started one up, and I felt the power. And from that point on, guys, I was a Ram guy, right? And for power, there is no comparison. You can choose from Ram's legendary 5.7-liter Hemi V8, which I have in my Ram, the 420-horsepower Hurricane engine, or the high-output 540-horsepower Hurricane engine. And while we're on the topic, why would you or anybody else trust any full-size pickup at any price with a 4-cylinder engine? People would laugh. And for comfort and easy-to-use technology, nothing beats a Ram with Ram's 5-link coil suspension. All it takes is one test drive, and you're going to feel how much smoother a Ram is. Pull into any Northeast Ohio Ram dealer today. It's that easy. And right now, the Ram truck lease deals are phenomenal. So are their financing offers for well-qualified buyers. Tell them Nick Wilson sent you.
Hey everybody, it's Anthony Lima for Surfside. Now there are few things better in life than being out on the golf course and enjoying the Surfside iced tea and vodka. It is incredible all golf season long. No better drink to enjoy on the course. It's light and refreshing, made with premium vodka and real brewed tea. Only 100 calories, 2 grams of sugar, and 0 bubbles. That's right, no carbonation. Cheers to hitting the fairway and cheers to Surfside. Surfside iced tea and vodka, sunshine in a can. 21 and over, please drink responsibly.
Liberty Mutual customizes your car and home insurance. And now we're customizing this ad for your morning commute to wake you up, which could help your driving. Science says that stimulating the brain increases alertness. So here's a pop quiz. How many months have 28 days? What gets wetter as it dries? What has keys but can't open locks? If you don't want to hear the answers, turn off this Liberty Mutual ad now. 12 months, a towel, piano. Enjoy being fully alert.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Broadcasting from the 92.3 The Fan Studios, fueled by True North Convenience Stores. Take the Odyssey app wherever the summer takes you, and you won't miss a beat of sports news in the CLE, WKRK-FM, and HD1 Cleveland Heights. We are Cleveland's sports radio, 92.3 The Fan, an Odyssey sports station.
92.3 The Fan, 2020 Sports.
This 2020 is brought to you by Brunswick Auto Mart. Get a $1 down lease on any new 2026 Ram or shop 8 certified brands with over 400 pre-owned vehicles in stock today. We still don't know where LeBron James will be playing this upcoming season. During the live taping of his show, The Shop, at Fanatics Fest today, LeBron said he will not be making an announcement today, but the decision on his next team is coming soon. Second half of the season officially begins for the Guardians tonight when they welcome the Pirates to town for a 3-game weekend series. The status of tonight's game is up in the air, however, as the city is still dealing with smoke from the Canadian wildfires. Major League Baseball is monitoring the situation and will make a call as to whether or not tonight's game will be played. As of right now, it is on. Gavin Williams will be getting the start for the 7:10 first pitch. Pittsburgh will counter with righty Jared Jones. Second round of the British Open underway at the Royal Birkdale Golf Club. Both Lucas Herbert and Sam Burns shot a 62 for today's round, making this only the second time there's been multiple rounds of 62 in the same day in a major, the first being the U.S. Open in 2023. Herbert currently has sole possession of the top of the leaderboard at 8 under. Want to catch highlights from the Fan from throughout the day? Get over to 923thefan.com or favorite the Fan on the Odyssey app for all of today's headline segments. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
LeBron watches on.
And this fall, I'm going to take my talents to...
Could he make another return to Cleveland? We are the place for all the latest NBA news and rumors. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Oh, yeah. If you haven't eaten lunch yet, this is going to make you want to think about it. You're going to want to go over to Mr. Hero. My boys at Mr. Hero. My boys and girls over at Mr. Hero. 92.3 The Fan is looking for a winner. You need to enter the code OFFERS. 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 That's offers. Enter that code at 923thefan.com before 2 o'clock for your chance to win a 4-pack of combo meals from Mr. Hero. And you all know I love Mr. Hero. Like, you know, oh, so good. That hot buttered cheesesteak is so good. Oh. But you can download Mr. Hero's mobile app now and get a regular BOGO offer just for signing up. Buy one, get one, right? BOGO offer. Just sign up. You're going to receive monthly coupon offers. You can order online and earn points while you enjoy your favorite menu items. Download today in the Google Play Store or the Apple Store. So simple, so easy. The word is offers, OFFERS, at 923thefan.com before 2 o'clock.
It's Andy Baskin. I'm Jeff Phelps. LeBron James saying today, I'm not going to make a decision, not going to announce a decision. Andy, he's made his decision. We know that. You know that. He's not just winging this thing.
This is about money. This is about media presence. This is about, I mean, like we were just talking with Fearless Leader about, you know, the commissioner said yesterday that, you know, they're kind of holding up the schedule release because of this, because they want to find out what's going to happen with LeBron. Totally makes sense to me. That's where it goes back to, it's about money. And again, everybody is writing about LeBron. There's value to that.
Is there as much? I mean, we're talking about it because we're here in Cleveland, okay? Do you think it's this dominant in other parts of our country? I'll bet the folks in San Francisco aren't going as nuts on LeBron as we are.
Oh, I bet they are. I bet. I'm not like.
I'll bet the folks in Miami aren't.
All right, so
I'll bet the folks in Philly aren't.
Let's just hear. I'll just hear random, right?
I mean, just because it's on the internet doesn't mean it's, you know.
It's not about that.
People are writing and doing things, but
it's the people that are writing about it. It's not just, you know, it's not just about his name being dropped. It's like if you follow. Okay, so look right here. It popped up 7 different places within the last 19 hours. Okay, and this is the first 7 headlines that come up. Cleveland.com, USA Today, Bleacher Report, ESPN, and Yahoo Sports has 2. People Magazine.
But that's national sports stuff.
But what's happening, Jeff, is that, so okay, let's just say, who do you, ESPN, right? If they're writing something about LeBron, that might be getting pushed out to millions. Yahoo stuff is getting pushed out to millions. People.com is probably, like, this is all people are, like, LeBron's name, the James name, for what it's worth, the LeBron name is worth, there's value to it. And it's just, I mean, it's the brand.
Yeah,
It's the
and
brand.
It'll
It's
get
the brand.
eyeballs and
it's
everything
good
else.
for Nike, right? It's
Well-
good for all of his sponsors to have his name out there. Nobody else in the world's having their name out there more than him, unless it's
That
World
Messi
Cup.
fellow.
Unless it's World Cup right now.
LeBron has already pulled off something that very few guys in the NBA's history has ever pulled off, and that is to play effectively at the age of 40 or beyond. And the number is right around 36. Only 36 guys in NBA history have actually played the game at the age of 40 or beyond, which is not a lot of guys. But by golly, there are enough of them, Andy, that it was time to put together an all over 40 team. Guys who at the age of 40 or beyond were still going and still playing well.
Okay.
And I will tell you, you don't have much of a bench. Okay, there's not much of a bench on this team. I'll start with the guys on the bench, okay?
So this is a list.
No, it's a team. This is a team.
Oh, do we have team?
I
know we have list music.
I came up with
team music.
I came up with an 8-man team for this. Okay.
Okay.
Because I don't think there are really that many guys who are worthy of being on it. Because not many guys have played very well when they were 40 and beyond.
Oh, congratulations, Jeff. It's got music to it.
We got music.
Congratulations.
All right. Coming off the bench on this 40 and beyond team in the NBA, in the middle, Dikembe Mutombo, who was not real great, but he was Dikembe. He averaged 6.5 rebounds at 40, 3.1 points, and played in 75 games. The key stat for the 40 and over team, games and minutes played. It's not necessarily production. Manu Ginobili was 40 and played 65 games for the Spurs, 20 minutes a game, and was pretty good, 8.9 points a game. So he's on the bench, as is Vince Carter. Now, Vince was a stud, but like the last 6 years of his career, he averaged 8 points or fewer, but he did average 8 points a game at the age of 40. And he played 4 years when he was in his 40s. So Vince was around a while. Our starting five on the players 40 and older list. Okay?
Okay.
LeBron James.
Okay.
LeBron last year turned 41 for the Lakers and was great. 20.9 points, 6.1 rebounds, 7.2 assists.
Okay.
We're going to play him at small forward. Lining up next to him at power forward, the mailman, the former Louisiana Tech Bulldog, Karl Malone.
Sure.
Karl played for the Lakers. Now, he did only play in 42 games, but he played in 33 minutes a game and was pretty good, over 13 points and almost 9 rebounds a game. In the backcourt on this team, a gentleman named Michael Jordan, who at the age of 40 for Washington, 20 points, over 6 rebounds, almost 4 assists. And at point guard, here's the stat that gets me. At the age of 41, John Stockton played in all 82 games.
So I have Stockton and Malone on my team.
Well, yes, you do. They're starting.
Yeah.
Carl's last year was with the Lakers. But Stockton played 82 games for 4 straight seasons at the age of 38, 39, 40, and 41. Isn't that unbelievable? And he was pretty good, 7.7 assists per game. And the man in the middle, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar.
Yeah.
Kareem at the age of 42 averaged over 10 points a game and about 4.5 rebounds a game. Other guys, they'll tell you that Tim Duncan played until he was 40.
You know what I'll always remember about Kareem's career at the end? Just how much he hustled. Man, was he a hustler at 42.
Tim Duncan, they'll tell you, played at the age of 40.
Stood on one side of the floor the entire time.
But he actually finished the regular season at the age of 39, and he turned 40 in the playoffs. So Tim didn't make my team.
No, come on. Yeah, that's cheating.
Yeah, he didn't play in the regular season.
Yeah.
And Udonis Haslem played until he was like 67, but he barely ever played, so he was not on the team. That goes to show you how difficult it is, Andy, to play at the advanced age where LeBron James is right now. Because only 2 guys, as far as I could tell, in NBA history ever averaged 20 points a game at the age of 40 or beyond, and it was Michael Jordan and LeBron. arguably the two greatest players of all time.
Did you have Nat Hickey in there? Nat Hickey make it?
Don't jump ahead because this is the next segment.
Killing me, sorry.
And
it's kind of like a bruise on your neck.
Nat
right
Hickey
now, yeah.
played in 2 games when he was 46 years old. That was it.
Oh, I thought he was done before 46.
No, he played 2 games at the age of 46.
Sorry.
See, this is where
I've already given away the next segment.
this is where you have to. And tell me what you think.
Okay.
You know, like LeBron got put out when he read comments on the internet. Which, by the way, why is LeBron James reading comments about himself on the internet? Come on, man.
Dude, come on. It's LeBron.
Stay away.
Don't you remember in a time when LeBron,
You don't need that.
Do you remember when LeBron would stay away from social media?
Yeah.
Like, wait,
Playoff time, he'd shut it down.
He wasn't even on, I don't think he was on Twitter until he went to Miami.
But this is where it's weird, where, you know, LeBron said, okay, I don't have anything left. I'm not going to be a factor, huh? Okay. Well, age tells you he's not going to be. However, he's the freakiest guy physically, I think, to ever play in the NBA. Because at his advanced age, he's not supposed to be able to do what he's doing. He's not supposed to look like he looks. He's ripped. He's put together. He looks like he could go out and play, 35 minutes a night. And that's why I think almost everything with history and age in the NBA gets thrown out the window because he's a freak. And I mean that in a good way.
He dyed his beard, too. Did you hear that from yesterday?
Did he?
Yeah.
Did he say that?
No, you could see it. It was in one of the stories.
Oh.
It said that he had dyed his beard.
Well,
which made me
for
think,
him.
You know what? I saw that as a little clue, too, by the way, right?
Well, LeBron at one point.
What was the clue?
Spurs?
No, us. We have the beard. Why wouldn't you want another beard?
Oh, I would have thought the gray and the beard matched the gray of the Spurs uniform.
Hey,
no, but having a beard
if he has
to play with another guy.
If he has the body of a 25-year-old, why not go ahead and dye your hair? I mean, LeBron was at one point. LeBron was a very follically challenged man.
Not anymore.
Well, kind of. He's kind of buzzed it off, but now he just looks
there's no challenge anymore.
He's like a badass now.
Yeah,
but he can still play at the
Think about
advanced
what a
age.
badass you would look like if you just.
You got
to let the stragglers go, man.
You call them stragglers. I got plenty on the sides.
Dan, yes or no? Can we have a contest? Maybe we can do it for charity.
Why leave my hair alone? What's left of it?
But you admit that totally bald is badass. Don't you want to be badass?
I'm sorry, white guys look sick unless you can pull it off. I couldn't pull it off. I think white guys who shave their head and are built like me don't look very good. Not that I look good now. Just saying.
You look great, bud.
Thanks very much. I'd prefer to get, just prefer to get bigger paychecks.
Can't help you with that, but I can hand out compliments.
Now, here's another aspect of this. We just put together the all-over 40 team, okay? LeBron's already accomplished stuff that guys don't accomplish. 42 and older? That's a very different story, and it's next on Basket and Phillips.
Boston. Caminero had to leave Tuesday's All-Star game after being hit in the hand by a pitch, but the x-rays came back negative, and the infielder is ready to go for the second half of the season. You can now find 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Subscribe to our YouTube channel and get the best content from our shows each and every weekday. That's 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
Again, LeBron James not announcing anything today. I would assume next week then. Probably wouldn't do that over the weekend, but you never know. We'll see next week what happens. I'm Jeff Phelps. My buddy over there is Andy Baskin. Meredith's with us. Dan Mennigan's with us. Last segment, I rolled out the all-time player over 40 team. Okay, guys who at the age of 40 or higher put up a good season, and it's a limited list. Got a little twist on that next.
As always, you can listen to this show and all of our local shows on The Fan, on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts. And you always know you can take The Fan wherever you go, right? Like all the time. And you can listen to us on the, as I said, like Odyssey, iHeartRadio, TuneIn app. So we are out there for you whenever you need us.
Yeah, isn't that the fact? We had Paul Hoynes on the show today. Hoynesy covering the Guardians, and Bob Finan, who covers the Cavs, the Chronicle Telegram. If you missed those conversations or any moment in our show, use the rewind feature on the Odyssey app. It's powered by Integrated Restoration, your local experts in water, fire, and storm disaster restoration. So the 40 and over team, and there are only about 36 guys or so who have played in the league with an age that starts with a 4. But coming off the bench, it was Manu Ginobili, Dikembe Mutombo, Vince Carter. And in the starting lineup, it was Karl Malone, John Stockton, LeBron, Michael Jordan, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. I mean, that's a big-time team. Malone, Stockton, Jabbar, Jordan, James. Only problem here, LeBron turns 42 in December. And this might not be a problem because it's LeBron, and he's a physical freak. Up until right now, only 7 guys ever have played in the NBA at the age of 42 or beyond.
7.
LeBron will become the 8th when his birthday hits on December 30th, if, God willing, he's on the floor and able to play at that time. Only 7. And LeBron's trying to do what none of these guys has ever done before, which is play real well at the age of 42. Just because a guy played at the age of 42 doesn't mean he played well. And here's the thing that's, I think, interesting about it. And here are the guys who played at the age of 42. Kareem, Dikembe Mutombo, Udonis Haslem, Vince Carter, Robert Parrish, Kevin Willis, and Nat Hickey.
Okay.
And we'll explain Nat here real quick. He was a player coach, and he was a 5'11" guard, and it was 1946 or something like that, and he just activated himself for 2 games. So he didn't really play. Okay, so he just activated himself for 2 games and maybe played a couple of minutes, but he wasn't like he was really contributing. So he doesn't even really count. Of these guys who were 42 or over, and we'll leave Nat in there, only 7 of them, only 3 guys 42 and over played in at least 30 games at that age.
Okay.
Kareem, Vince Carter, and Robert Parrish. And only 1 guy, 42 or older. Andy, this one's for you.
Okay.
Only 1 guy, 42 or over, has played in more than 17 and a half minutes per game. In other words, nobody played much.
Right.
Nobody. And it was Kareem.
Yeah. Who only played half the floor anyway.
Yeah.
At the end.
Kareem played 23 minutes a game. Vince Carter played 17 and a half. So only one played more than 17 and a half minutes per game. It was Kareem, and he played 23 minutes. Here's the other aspect of this. And LeBron trying to become the 8th guy to play at the age of 42. The leading scorer for a guy 42 to play in the NBA was Kareem, and he averaged 10 points a game. LeBron just averaged 21 points a game. If LeBron goes somewhere this coming year, don't you expect him to average more than 10 points a game?
Yes, I can't see him playing.
I do too.
I think if he averaged less than 10 points a game, I think he'd hang it up.
I think he would too. I would think he thought he was done. Here's the catch on this. So some of these guys played at the age of 42 or older. Okay, Kareem played in 74 games when he was 42. That's a lot of games. Vince Carter played in 76 games and contributed 17.5 minutes per game. And Robert Parrish played in 74 games at the age of 42, and he averaged 15 minutes a game. Pretty good, right?
Yeah.
Kevin Willis, however, played in only 29 games at the age of 42. Udonis Haslem played in only 7 games. And, it's all garbage time stuff. And Dikembe played in only 9 games. So, in other words, real big-time contributions, maybe Kareem at 10 points in 74 games and 23 minutes per game. Other than that, I am assuming LeBron will become the greatest contributor at the age of 42 in NBA history. And if you want to go further than that, contributing at the age of 43 is not, it's just not done. Robert Parrish played until he was about 44, and Kevin Willis played until he was about 45. But they didn't play much, and they didn't play real well. That shows what a freak LeBron is physically and what he's been able to do throughout his career. He's not had a major injury. He has sat a lot of games that you would, if you take a look at his games played total, he's missed more games than you'd probably imagine, which makes you think, imagine if he only played 5 more games a year, what all of his scoring totals would be,
It's pretty amazing. I'm trying to think. So when you brought this all up, I was like, who are like...
Isn't that weird, though?
Yeah.
He'll become only the 8th guy to play at the age of 42 and clearly will be the best guy to ever play at the age of 42, unless something drastic happens.
I mean, you're singled into 1 year, but really, I think when you look at it, shouldn't you look at it as just like anything over 40 is pretty amazing?
Well, yeah,
right?
But, yes, which was the point of my 40 team.
Yeah.
But that also shows you, Andy, where the drop-off is,
Oh, it's a cliff.
We keep saying, okay, Mother Nature is going to kick in here somewhere. Well, guess where Mother Nature kicks in? Even for Hall of Famers like Michael Jordan, John Stockton, Karl Malone, it kicks in like 40. And LeBron has surpassed that because 42, it doesn't happen. I mean, Kareem, you could say Vince Carter was pretty good.
There's no question.
Robert Parrish was serviceable.
So
they were able to get on the floor and actually contribute in a good number of games.
In basketball, I think there's little question then. LeBron will be the best player to ever play. Well, is and will be probably the best player to ever play after 40 years.
Absolutely.
So I started thinking about the broader picture.
Because remember, he's already done it 2 years, Andy.
Yeah.
Last year he was 41, and he averaged more than Jordan averaged 40.
But I looked at the bigger picture. I was just trying to think of okay, so LeBron could be not only the best player ever after 40 in basketball, but what about all of sports? So you instantly Tom Brady.
There's one guy.
Tom Brady goes to my mind. First guy I thought of. The other guy. Well, your guy may not be my guy, but it's a guy I've said a couple times. It's Gordie Howe.
Yeah,
but I don't know that anyone's thinking that. And then
Satchel Paige.
Maybe. I don't know.
Satchel was supposedly pushing 50 when he came and pitched for the Indians.
Baseball's harder. I mean, Jerry Rice had 2,500 yards after he turned 40. Then, Brett Favre, it was 41. George Blanda is a guy I think that we all always think about because he played till he was 48. So I was just, and then Messi's 40 next year, right?
Sure, he's something along those lines.
He's 39 now.
Something along those lines.
And Ronaldo's 41, right?
Right.
By the way, I would not have cared about any of the soccer stuff if the World Cup wasn't going on, just so you know that. But I threw them in.
I appreciate the backhanded compliment.
Yes, I'm just letting you know that.
Was that a compliment?
It's kind of because it's kind of in my head now that I'm thinking about it. So if I had told you, pick a great athlete over 40, like your first athlete that you think of over 40, you would probably say, go.
Nowadays, Tom Brady probably.
It's either Brady or LeBron, right?
Yeah, it's one or the other.
But the baseball, I think baseball's the easiest to play after 40, right? I'll give you soccer too, right? I'll give you 5 sports. Of all those sports, what do you think the easiest is? And it's almost impossible.
It's golf.
Oh, golf would be but I didn't put golf in there. Golf isn't in my 5.
Once you reach that level, though, I mean, there are very few guys who are good enough to play on the PGA Tour.
Yeah, I'm not putting golf in there. Dan, who would you say?
Probably baseball.
Baseball would probably be the easiest to do it in.
Yeah,
I would think.
I mean,
yeah.
just the hand-eye coordination and all that kind of stuff.
But
if that doesn't grate on you.
But that hand-eye can go away quick.
I would have said football until you just laid out this unbelievable argument for basketball. It just doesn't happen that often.
No, it doesn't happen that often at all. And to be honest, the guys that played well at 40 are some of the best guys to ever play the game.
Yeah, well, yeah.
I mean, it's, I've always kind of wondered, if some guy was an incredible picture of physical fitness, and he was okay, if he could maintain that level of okay to like 44, 45 in the NBA, and the answer from, digging it up is no.
I would.
You know what I mean? How some, like on the senior tour, you always heard the old expression. Somebody said, "Yep, my hope is to play on the senior tour one day as a professional golfer." And the comeback was always, "Well, can you beat Freddie now?" Meaning Freddie Couples. No. Well, why are you going to beat Freddie Couples when you're 50? And to me, that's kind of like this.
I would also
if
venture
John
to
Stockton's healthy enough to play 82 games 4 years in a row until he's 41, well, why in the heck do you think some Joe Schmo is suddenly going to get better when he's in his late 30s?
I would also say if you're playing into your 40s, you are most likely a Hall of Famer. Right?
If you're playing well at the age of 40?
Even if you're playing into your 40s.
No, not necessarily. Like Udonis Haslem's not a Hall of Famer.
It's interesting, too, because most of those guys that you bring up have some kind of signature skill or something that their brain was just working in a way that everybody else's isn't. Like John Stockton was one of those, his ability to pass was just, I mean, it's just an inherent gene. I think John Stockton could probably go out now and still get 5 assists.
I'll bet he probably could.
Yeah. Like
if he was running a half-court offense, yes.
Karl Malone's fadeaway jumper. That fadeaway baseline jumper that he hit until the end of time. I mean, he's another one. Kareem Skyhook.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure guys still can't block Kareem Skyhook.
I would say the majority of the guys that we're talking about that are over 40 are in the Hall, except for Barry Bonds.
Yeah. Yeah, Bonds is probably the only one you'd point to for other reasons.
But just think about what LeBron's, no matter where he ends up.
Manny the same way.
Yeah, what he's going to be trying to do. The highest scoring average for anybody 42 and over is Kareem Abdul-Jabbar at 10.1 points per game. 10.1. And Kareem highest rebounds at 4.5. I would think LeBron blows both of those figures out of the water, no matter where he's playing in this upcoming season. But if, God willing, he's able to continue playing past his birthday, which is December 30th, and based on his history, no reason to think he can't, he will clearly become the best player over the age of 42 to play in the NBA, and only the 8th guy to play past the age of 42. And you heard LeBron on the podcast yesterday say, whether I play another 2 years or 1 year or 3 years, I mean, he didn't limit it to 1 year. And Andy, if he goes out for whoever next year and puts up numbers like he put up for the Lakers last year at 41, 20.9 points, 6.1 rebounds, 7.2 assists, and you're still healthy, why the heck wouldn't you keep playing? It's Baskin and Phelps here on The Fan.
Speedy catches up with you. Paid by Nielsen.
making this only the second time there have been multiple rounds of 62 in the same major, on the same day in the same major, the first one being the U.S. Open in 2023. Want to catch highlights from the Fan from throughout the day? Get over to 923thefan.com or favorite the Fan on the Odyssey app for all of today's headline segments. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 923 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
Next week, maybe LeBron will tell everybody where he wants to play basketball next year. And we'll be talking about it right here on 92.3 The Fan. I hope it's Cleveland. I hope it's Cleveland. But I hope it's Cleveland without having to trade away anybody who might be named Mobley or Allen.
I'm with you. I don't quite get the Harden thing, but I understand it. I don't know.
That will be fascinating to watch, wouldn't it?
Here's what I want to know.
Mitchell, LeBron, Mobley, and Allen.
I want to know the Cavs have a plan B. That's all I want to know.
Yeah.
Because I think if you're totally relying on this, LeBron is loving every second of what's going on right now.
Don't you think
and
he
that's
knows?
Okay. He's
and
earned
don't
it.
you think do you think the team knows? Whatever team it is?
No. I actually don't think so.
You think he knows, though? I do.
I think here's the problem I have with the Cavs right now, right? He can, no matter what team, let's say I don't know that he's trying to get more money from one team or he wants a team to make a move, like with Kevin Love, right?
Mm-hmm.
But maybe he's saying to these teams, well, you better make space for Kevin if you want to do this, or he's trying to, he can always he can lean on Cleveland to negotiate. You understand what I'm saying? Like he can always go, well, in Cleveland, I'll have this. And then you make the other team sweat. It's kind of like if you've ever tried to negotiate for, trying to say this without getting in any trouble, a service. Is this, Dan, you know where I'm on this, right? Let's just say you're trying to get something where they're trying to sell you something. How can I say this without? Do you understand where I'm going with this?
Do we have to call the Vice Squad?
No, I'm just. No, nowhere near there.
I'm not tracking.
A utility type thing. You know what I'm saying? Let's put it this way.
You trying to bribe the cable guy?
No. What I'm saying is, let's just say you're looking for say you.
We talking about independent contractors trying to work their way through law school?
Andy stringing cable off the street?
Here, let me put it this way. Let's say you have a channel that you really, really like, but you think you're paying too much for it. How's that sound?
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
And you're trying to maybe save some money. Mm-hmm. So you call and you say, hey, I got to tell you, rather than being a jerk and saying, hey, why are you raising the price on my favorite channel? And going, I'm going to drop you if you don't do this or do that. Sometimes this is the beauty of being married or having a significant other. You would say.
Throw them under the bus?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Just beep, beep, beep. You would say, hey, I love your channel. But we're going through my budget, and I got to tell you, my wife is like, why are we wasting all this money? Is there anything you can do for me? Is there any way we can get that price negotiated down?
Otherwise, I'm going to have to drop that.
Otherwise, I got to let it go.
Mow the lawn.
I'm telling you, I love your channel. I've been with you for years. Can you please help me? And they'll be like, hey, let me talk to my boss. And sometimes they'll come back and go, okay, it's this. And I'll be like, I think maybe she'll buy that. Let me go talk to her. And then you put your hand over the phone and you go, no. And then you come back. I'm like, oh my God, you helped me save my favorite channel. Right? So I kind of feel like Cleveland is LeBron's wife. Right? Significant other. Right? Like he can always go, well, I want to come to Golden State, but you got to come up with something better. Hang on a second. Let me check with Savannah, whatever. And you're like, okay, well, Savannah's buying into it. Well, it's not Savannah, it's Cleveland. That's that, I kind of see it that way. If I'm LeBron, I've got Cleveland as my fallback on everything. And the odds will tell you, hey, the odds are saying I'm going here, and let's change the odds.
We'll have to buy a house.
Yeah.
Guardians and Pirates tonight.
Does that make sense? Do you guys get where I'm going with that?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm up at what you're spelling.
Okay.
Guardians and Pirates tonight, smoke permitting, and looking outside, it looks a little
better downtown.
a little more clear. Yeah. So I would say it's probably a good sign. I'm not making the call for the game, but I would assume they play tonight. So that's a good thing. Can the Guardians pull this off? Last year they were 12 back at this point of the season, under 500. They ended up, having the huge comeback and the huge, just an incredible run to win the division. Can they win it again this year? I say yes. I think they're going to win the division.
I think so too. I think they can. I think they're going to win a wild card no matter. They'll get to a wild card no matter what.
Yeah,
I think they will get a wild card.
I think that's true.
Even if they're third. So if you ask me, are they going to make the playoffs? I think yes, unless something has to go sideways on the pitching side. That's the hindrance.
You lose one starter, okay, you can bring up Logan Allen.
Now you're going to go get Aaron Savali back.
You lose two starters, you might have to be creative. Aaron Savali was cut loose, and if I would think there might be a phone call made there. Hey, Aaron, you'd be good insurance for us, and we might be a good
place for you to hang out for a little while.
A good opportunity for you to kind of get some things back on track. Unless bridges were burned, who knows about that? I think they can pull it off, though.
I think they live under the Mark Shapiro theory still to this day on burning bridges. They try whatever they do not to.
Yeah,
and as I had a conversation
very few
with
players burn them.
Yeah, I'll never forget the conversation that they had lost somebody big, and I was talking to Mark about it, Mark Shapiro at the time, and he goes, "You know what? Just don't ever close a door." And that kind of hit me
as sense.
Just great advice in life.
Yeah,
it's not worth being upset about. Just don't ever close a door. Dan Gilbert did, and if you really want an example, Dan Gilbert not only set the bridge on fire, blew it up, rerouted the river, and did everything possible to make it not to get from point A to point B with LeBron when he left, and yet somehow or another they built a new bridge, and we all benefited from it. So it doesn't make any sense to blow bridges.
And we're really good at building bridges here in Cleveland, and you can tell that anytime you drive downtown these days.
Yeah, we have a team named after a bridge, right? Basically.
There's so much construction downtown. It's ridiculous.
It's ridiculous.
Dano.
What, did someone get together before you get into this? Did somebody get together on ODOT? I'm not trying to rip ODOT or whoever designs the streets.
Let's do everything all at the same time.
Why is everything happening at the same time downtown?
It's the great question. I have no idea why. I mean, I understand we've got 6 months to get as much of this nonsense done as humanly possible, but my word, can we not just pick one thing and do it quickly, then move to the other thing, and
rather
then do
than
it?
have them all torn up for a long
it's almost like
period
it's
of
like
time.
people got in the room together. Hey, let's fix the way you get from the west side to downtown. At the same time, we fix 77, 71, Carnegie, and St. Clair too. Let's do them all at once.
A little Cleveland Brown sound there,
Let's do all of them at once. This makes so much sense.
I was thinking it's more Pee-wee.
Might have been. Can the Guardians pull this off? I know you've been a little concerned about the Detroit Tigers.
Can they? Yes.
Will they?
Will they?
Heavy sigh.
It is a heavy sigh.
That was the Baskin sigh.
I don't think anyone... Nobody wants to grab the briefcase in this tables, ladders, and chairs match that is the AL Central. Like, nobody wants to do this. It's going to be the team that goes out and says, I want to win the Central, that is going to be the one who does it, because the rest of these teams seem like they're fine stumbling into it. I will say the Guardians win it by a game, and it's going to be nasty. This feels like one of those old-fashioned NFC South, the winner of the division goes 7-9 and somehow wins. Like that's kind of feels like how the Guardians are going to do this. Is it's going to be like 81-80 wins this, or 82-80 wins this division, and we're all looking at each other going, "Woof! By hook or by crook, they did it. It wasn't pretty."
We'll see. Smoke permitting, it starts tonight.
No one's going to emulate this.
Pirates. Let's get this going. They kind of reshuffled the starting rotation a little bit, put guys in a little different order. That's fine. Not superstitious. If it wasn't work, don't fix it, whatever. Correct? Right?
Yeah.
If it's not broken, don't fix it. But that's okay. I'd reshuffle too, put them in the order you want, and go from there. And keep your fingers crossed that everybody stays healthy and good to go. Moment of the show, Meredith Kane.
Moment of the show came from Paul Hoynes, and you guys were asking him about what he thinks the Guardians will do at the trade deadline.
Yeah, I think they're going to, I think they'll try to do something. I don't think it's going to be on a large scale, but I think, they will try to improve this offense. I mean, the fact that they are where they are with the offense they have is amazing. I mean, their team batting average is 229. I mean, they're 14th in runs scored in the American League. They're at the bottom of almost every significant, or the bottom, or 14th or 15th in the American League in every significant offensive stat. It's amazing. The only thing they do well right now is walk,
which leads them to 23rd place on base percentage. Everything else, Hoynes's on the money. In the majors, second to last in runs, batting average, and OPS, and dead last in slugging percentage. Why are we smarter? After 4 hours of Baskin and Phelps, brought to us by QC Kinetics, the leader in regenerative medicine. If you're in pain, give QC Kinetics a call. It's 216-770-5488. Dan Mennigan.
Always smarter anytime we get to talk to Hoynes. He's the best. 923thefan.com, wherever you get your podcasts. Give it a listen to the Hall of Fame.
MK.
I will second that sentiment. I am always smarter when we talk to Paul Hoynes.
Also, social media mentions powered by Shriven Jewelers.
AB.
I am, but I'm also in for World of Hurt this weekend because I probably should have let my wife know that sometimes when I'm talking to agencies about trying to get the bill a little bit lower, that sometimes I use her as a reference point, although I thought we had this conversation already. Yet I got a text from her. So
she already texted you?
Oh, she's like, I got a text. Your wife? I was like, sorry about that.
Better than your girlfriend.
I love you, honey. Thank you.
Get divorced.
Way to go, Andy. See, it's so much easier when your wife doesn't listen to the show.
Yeah, she's off today. I should have known better.
No, I mean my wife.
Oh, yeah. Good for your good luck, yes.
It works out much, much better. I'm smarter after our conversation with Bob Finan. I thought he had really great perspective on the Cavaliers situation in the LeBron James saga here. And again, no decision from LeBron today, at least not anything announced. We're all assuming, I'm assuming there's decision has been made a long time ago, and they're just going to find the right time to decide to tell everybody. So, good for them. Enjoy the Open Championship this weekend, folks. And enjoy the Smoky Games at Progressive Field. I'm Jeff Phelps.
I'm Andy Baskin. Be a hero, be a real hero, be an organ donor. Lifebank.org. See you, Cleveland. See you. Have a great and fantastic weekend. We are back again at 10 on Monday. Afternoon Drive coming your way next.
player. I do think it's going to hurt Harden and Mitchell. I think that's where it becomes interesting. If they play with LeBron for 2 years and don't win, I think that is going to. People say even LeBron couldn't get them over the hump.
But at that point, Harden's going to be 38 years old and probably be retired anyway, right? So like that for Harden, it's already done. And then with Donovan, you'll just be staring at the same thing you're staring at right now, which is a whole group and a whole bunch of people that think you're never going to get there anyway.
It's the Afternoon Drive with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin on Cleveland Sports Radio, 92.3 The Fan.
This show is back. Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin on a Feel Good Friday, on an F Off Friday, on a Football is in the Future Friday. That's a new kind of Friday that I just invented while talking. That's why they pay me. Not really. However, that opened courtesy of the Shop Live taping via Anthony Rivardo on X and Mac Robinson on the board. Yes. This man has seen the glory of Sophie Cunningham with his own eyes, and he's back with us. We salute the Supreme Leader.
You still wouldn't or no?
Still no.
Oh, what a liar. Way to start the show off on a lie. Hey, how about taking a boys' trip down to Indianapolis to watch a WNBA game and watch Caitlin Clark go 1 for 9 from the outside? Could not be me.
Still got to see Sophie Cunningham.
She couldn't hit anything.
Yeah, that's because everybody was busy hitting her.
The one time you go out to see her, she absolutely stunk up the joint. Now, did I look at the box score just to see how she would do? Yeah, I did. What a disappointing game.
Mac, use your words to describe what the majesty of watching Caitlin Clark. By the way,
go 1 for 9 from 3.
I mean, having a full entire crowd there, I thought was fantastic, and especially seeing her, passing the ball, everything like that. Shooting obviously wasn't her best night, but
no,
again,
it wasn't.
I thought that it was fun getting a chance to watch her play.
All right, that's Mac Robinson on the board. Yes, hey. We've got Matt Corrali doing the 2020s, Matt Corrali producing, helping out with 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel as well, and always, guys. Watch all 5 hours long of our show on 92.3 The Fan's YouTube channel. Subscribe. You can watch us live. You can watch us after we get off the air. And, of course, like our videos. We like to be liked, except you, Cornlito. Suck it, Cornlito. So if LeBron has like a 1 for 9 shooting night, does that mean you didn't see LeBron?
No, you saw LeBron. You just didn't see LeBron do anything close to what you wanted to see LeBron do. As a kid in the 90s, I went to a bunch of Cubs games, and although I was not the biggest Sammy Sosa guy, all things considered, there's a lot of people that showed up just for Sammy Sosa. And in those games, if he went 0 for 4 with 4 strikeouts, you kind of left a little cheated.
I don't know. I never felt that way. I've certainly been to LeBron games that aren't very good. For LeBron, that's like he only scored 20 points and he went 1 for 9 for 3.
LeBron is still gonna be a level of awesome, and there's still gonna be a lot to showcase. And Caitlin Clark, was she like third on her team in scoring that night? I think she'd be 1 for 9 from 3. That's disappointing. He's in the nose. He's up in the nosebleeds trying to squint to see her, and she just couldn't hit anything.
I think because she is I almost said symptom, because I think she is such a turning point for a lot of fans who got into the WNBA for her. I'm not saying she's their LeBron, but I wonder if they get the same thing out of her just watching her play basketball is enough, as opposed to, I mean, it's great if you can get the greatest performance, but
sure.
I just was never disappointed. Even like the 95 Indians, if I saw them lose, I would still be like, I got to watch Albert Bell hit the hardest out I've ever seen in my life.
But you also only traveled 30 minutes to go watch him play. This is different. He got in a car. He road tripped. This is the one time a year he gets to do it. 3 hours to watch her go 1 for 9 from deep maybe isn't the greatest experience you've ever had.
Mac?
I've seen Mike Trout have a golden sombrero and strike out in 4 times in a game. I'm not mad that I saw Mike Trout.
Again, you traveled 20 minutes to go see Mike Trout do that, though.
I saw him play in Detroit.
It's not as
I traveled 3 hours.
You traveled 3 hours for Trout to strike out 4 times?
To go and visit family, but also to go and then see Mike Trout there.
Yeah, well, different.
I think it's interesting that the duration of your travel to see the thing matters. I don't know. There's something like if you love a player enough just to go see them play, then I almost think the result is secondary. Just seeing them up close is really the experience.
You want to see, of course, that's part of the experience, but you want to see, if it's perceived greatness, you want to see greatness actually be that.
I feel like you can turn on any night and Caitlin Clark's going to have a 30-point night. I almost feel like I think is
that accurate? Does she do 30-point nights at this point?
I think I was just making like a statement. I guess, and it's not even about Caitlin. I think it's like I don't go to I go to a game hoping I see something great.
But if I just see my favorite player or my favorite 3 players or whatever it is, I get such a fulfillment out of that because there's a difference being 20 feet away from them or 100 feet away from them as opposed to, watching them through the TV.
I mean, ultimately, I'm just razzing them. That's all that is. I'm just razzing Mac for going 3 hours and watching Caitlin Clark stink up the joint. But that way, it does stink relative to, if you would have got that 27-point performance and watch her just hit like 6 threes in a row, you can't tell me that's not nearly the same time as watching her struggle.
I think the fact that they also went to see the Odyssey on one of the ridiculous IMAX screens they have there, I think that would have been the bigger disappointment.
I think that became the highlight. The Odyssey became the highlight.
Sophie's choice, Mac. Caitlin, not that Sophie. Caitlin Clark drops 50, but the Odyssey stunk. Or the Odyssey is one of your 3 favorite movies ever, and Caitlin Clark had the night she had.
The latter more than the former. Absolutely.
I
would rather have a bad Caitlin Clark performance. Because, again, it's just one of the regular season games. And the Odyssey be incredible, especially on, that entire experience was incredible. So getting to see that, because on top of it, the tickets went on sale a year ago. So if you go and buy your tickets a year in advance and that stinks, that's even worse.
How did this movie sneak up on me? I didn't know.
I don't know. Well, you're not a movie guy.
Doing,
I mean, you are a movie guy, but you're not a movie guy.
I watch enough movies, though. But I'm definitely more of a sitcom guy, or not sitcom guy, but TV show guy than I am a movie guy. But I didn't know this thing was going on until a week and a half ago. I had zero idea.
Oh, see, because my kids are big into the Odyssey, and there's a lot of musicals over the last decade that have been based off the Odyssey and Homer plays and all that kind of stuff.
I read the book as a kid. We all did.
As a kid.
Yeah, in school. Yeah,
what? How old?
Oh, it was 8th grade.
Okay, that's appropriate.
That's a kid to me. That's a kid to me. I don't know.
Like 10, and I was like, that is too. There's a lot of stuff.
Do you
in
stop
there.
being a kid in 8th grade?
Yeah, I mean, that's more of a young adult.
I wasn't even a teenager.
I'm thinking of the literary versions of it. YA is more what I was thinking.
If I can't drive, I'm still referring to myself as a kid.
Okay, that's fair.
Yeah,
but yeah, so I feel like I've been hearing about this damn thing since the tickets were announced a year ago, and not because of Mac, because of my kids. My kids are like, we have to. As a matter of fact, I've already bought the tickets. I have to go see it tomorrow with them. That sounded like worse. I'm excited to go see it with them.
Yeah, the reviews are great,
but I'm the least excited out of all 5.
I love Matt Damon. The reviews seem awesome. I don't know. It just snuck up on me. Everyone's talking as if they've been prepping for this for a really long time. You said you bought the tickets a year ago. I had no idea.
Yeah,
zero clue.
We literally had the very first screening that they had for it in that IMAX theater, and they literally had posters that they were handing out to all of us for going to it.
So the Odyssey's coming out. We actually will talk a little bit about that with Jeff D'Lo of Barstool coming up at 4. He's a big Cleveland sports fan as well. We'll get Gardo's second half thoughts there. We're still kind of waiting to see whether the Guardians are going to play because of the air quality or not. If it doesn't happen, that that sets up a doubleheader at some point this weekend. So we got that in the air, literally, and we're still LeBron. The ball is up in the air with LeBron, and we got a lot of sound. You heard in the open LeBron saying he's not making a decision today, which really is tantamount to he's not announcing his decision today. We also heard Adam Silver at a CNBC event because apparently the entire NBA is just in cahoots with the CNBC.
Well, and I mean, really just this Fanatics Fest. I mean, This is the Ruben Power attached to it. They all want to be invited to that white party that he throws every year, Nick. That's the reality is.
I'm uncomfortable with the naming of that party.
Is that right?
Yeah, I am.
They wear white
Maybe
clothes.
It's the Medina County in me, but every time I hear it, I'm like,
okay.
That means something different down yonder, okay?
So anybody that's anybody is at this Fanatics Fest, including Adam Silver.
So this quote coming out by NBA Commissioner Adam Silver, we have to finish up the schedule, and where LeBron plays affects the schedule. It'll influence how we set the schedule, opening week, Christmas, so I need him to make a decision. I really wish we had the audio because I didn't hear, I don't really think Adam Silver's sweating this all that much, and the people who came out were like, see, LeBron is holding up the NBA. Probably my favorite blowhard stance of the week, and we've had quite a few.
Well, so Rich Paul and Max Kellerman didn't help it either, because then Rich Paul is like, well, I think they'd get, you got to give them half the entire games. If it's LeBron and Steph Curry, you have to give them half of the games in the schedule, and that's what's holding this all up. It was basically one big love fest for LeBron mixed in with Adam Silver. Then I think your read on it is right. I think it was more like, hey, LeBron, maybe it'd been nice if you made this decision. We're trying to do some work over here at the NBA offices. Than it was, LeBron, hurry the hell up. You're taking everyone's time. We got things to do here.
Yeah, and I also think this reinforces my idea that, again, I think, not to paraphrase LeBron from 2020, I think he's on his revenge/respect tour. And I think he is trying to remind people that the king is still in the NBA and the king is still very much the king. And so I don't think it hurts. I don't think it hurts LeBron at all when Adam Silver comes out and be like, we'd love to get this decision, because it just makes LeBron look all that much more powerful.
Yeah, and that's really the end result of this, is that all of this just signals to the idea that LeBron still has as much power as he's ever had. And the people that want to say that that part of him does not exist anymore, here's the proof. Now, I don't know how much it'll exist after this decision. I don't know how many aces up the sleeve LeBron's going to have for demanding 3 weeks of our attention after this decision. So maybe he's milking it for that reason as well.
Oh, I mean, I think, listen, once LeBron announces where he goes, he's going to have another week where he announces, where he does the introductory press conference. There's going to be different content you're going to see from that. I kind of think this is going to be the summer of LeBron beyond the decision.
In big picture, though, big picture in LeBron's life, how many more times is he going to be able to you just basically take over all of the NBA?
So here is the Adam Silver audio, by the way.
The way I think about it is we have to finish up the schedule, and where LeBron plays will affect the schedule. So I would like him to make his announcement already so we can finish the schedule, because, as you might imagine, the teams are calling us, the networks are calling us, and everybody wants to lock in the schedule. But it will influence how we set the schedule, how we set opening week, Christmas Day, etc. So I need him to make a decision, but the direct answer is I have no inside information.
I can't believe that guy's the commissioner of anything. He sounds like John Malkovich, but not like one of like the ruthless John Malkovich, like the nerdy John Malkovich characters that get killed very early in movies.
Yeah.
That's Adam Silver, Boyle. Whew.
Spineless jellyfish, Adam Silver.
But did we hear a frustrated Adam Silver? I didn't hear any frustration.
No, that was like just a kind of fun, cheeky acknowledgement. Now, maybe there was a little bit more in the back end of that of like, all right, no, it would really be nice, though. Like, we do actually have to have this schedule made, but there's no deadline that is forced here. And LeBron knows this, by the way. LeBron knows all of this. LeBron would not go to a team that is currently going to have, what team that we've been talking about would only have like 15 primetime games anyway, though?
Yeah.
I think about that for a second. Like Steph, even in Golden State, a non-competitive Steph team, with Steph, Clay, and Draymond still get 30 games no matter what. The 76ers now with Jaylen Brown and Embiid and Maxey and Edgecombe are going to get 30-plus games regardless. The Heat, because Giannis is new there, probably gets like 20 to 25, somewhere in that. Like, you're still going to get a packed schedule either way.
It probably impacts Cleveland and Minnesota the most because they play in Cleveland and Minnesota.
Well, the Cavs are the big part of this, right? And maybe that's what Silver's hanging on to. Maybe you're right about that, because how many games did we get last year? Was that number around 17? It feels like my memory is telling me it's somewhere in that range.
You know what? I'm going to go ballpark it. Sounds right to me.
So, like, the difference between LeBron being here and not being here is like a doubled up scenario.
By the way, it's with love and respect to Adam Silver, Rich Paul, any of the power players in the NBA, there's one person who can speed up LeBron's decision, and it's his wife. If Savannah James comes out and says, LeBron, I'm sick of getting these questions. I would like to start making the plans on where I'm going to live. That is the only person. I feel like anybody else tries to exert their influence on LeBron, and LeBron's like, that'll be 2 more days, sir. But I do feel like man and wife is the one spot that they can kind of put pressure on each other.
24 regular season games last year on national television for the Cavs. So even that number can't get that much higher.
How many of those are NBA TV, though? Because that doesn't count to me.
That's between ESPN, NBC, ABC, Peacock, and Amazon Prime.
Oh, really? No NBA TV?
No, that is, and actually, oddly enough, the way that we have this, I can break it down by which ones and which and all this stuff all right there. But that's not the point. The point is, you think Savannah's got the big lead on this. Oddly enough, there was a comment yesterday that LeBron had made that made me a little bit uneasy. And just let me know if you share in this, okay?
Okay.
All right. I don't know how to say his daughter's name. Is it Zuri?
Zuri, yeah.
I just want to make sure that's right. Zuri, right? She's 11 years old. She's turning 12 years old. And LeBron kept bringing her up in all the discussions. And it kept being like, I've asked Zuri about it. Like, I've consulted with Zuri about it. Like, she's going to matter in this decision because I want her to understand, like, yes, I'm going away from where the home is, but, like, I'm not going to leave you the way that I think you think that I'm just going to be gone and away, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, like, Zuri's got no real connection to this area.
You think Zuri's going to recruit him to Golden State?
She was born here, but she's been living from age 3 to 11 in Los Angeles. So like if you were born in a spot and you leave there at age 3, you got no connection to Northeast Ohio. Now, the only connection maybe you would have is the idea that Gloria is there. Like, she's here, and so, like, maybe she wants to spend time with Grandma. That's always a fun thing. What grandma doesn't love that? Like, if you're Zuri, it's like the one part of the James family that really doesn't have any true connection to Northeast Ohio that way, because she probably enjoys Los Angeles because that's where she grew up, and she probably enjoys warm weather because that's where she grew. She grew up in the sunshine. She
So what
grew
you're
up
saying-
she grew up in a San Francisco and Miami type environment. Not necessarily what is Northeast Ohio.
So it sounds like we have to bribe Zuri. That's
I think
what I'm
Zuri's
hearing.
the answer. I think if we get to Zuri, I think we
get
got
Dan
LeBron.
Gilbert on the line to promise her future shares in the the Cleveland WNBA team. That might be enough.
I mean, this kid has been living up in Los Angeles in sunshine forever. Like, this is not going to be, and she's probably going to stay living in Los Angeles. But you think that she wants to have all these trips to Northeast Ohio? I don't know. Probably not. She probably wants to stay in the nice sunshine.
I can understand that if you already have doubts, that you might be looking at that and it further your doubts. I, as somebody who have no doubt, I don't want to say no doubts, but I don't have a lot of anxiety tied to this decision anymore. I'm just excited to see where this goes. I don't think Zuri's going to be a power player.
If he goes
here.
Miami or Golden State, it was always Zuri.
No.
It was always Zuri.
Because people are insane and people will blame a 12-year-old young lady, and that's what we don't want. As girl dads,
no,
we
don't want people to blame it,
Yeah.
but we do want, just at least a quick
there-
acknowledgement that LeBron is he's putting his daughter, as we all would as dads, he is making his daughter part of the decision, because that's an important part of whether or not his happiness is true or not, is whether or not his daughter's happy. How much of your life is dictated to how much your kid's happiness has in any current moment.
Versus my happiness, it's about 99 to 1. It's about 99% them and 1%, I guess Dad gets 1.
So we enter Zuri into the conversation. But don't be jerks about this info. Just take it in stride.
Yeah, they usually do, the people.
Yeah, just take it in stride.
They're
Our
very
listeners
tame.
do. Internet can do it. I feel like the people listening to us right now,
I would agree.
They can do that.
Yeah, because we have good listeners,
That's
good
right.
people.
That's right. But
Good
the
people.
internet,
No, the
internet's
internet.
that's where all the smut lives. That's where all these the bad people live.
Can confirm. The smut lives on the internet.
So much smut. Just so much
I
smut.
would say too much.
How do they
like,
keep
bring
creating?
down the smut.
How do they keep creating all this smut?
That's where creative people.
That's what it is. Yeah.
Humans are a creative species. I'm horny. Procreative. 216-474. Oh, yeah. 0092. At Nick Wilson says. At J Peterlin on social media. Social media reactions on X, powered by Scheiben Jewelers, Cleveland's premier jewelry store. Quick hits coming up at 2:40. Tony Jones, Sixers and NBA reporter for The Athletic. At 3, we'll talk the Philly side of things. Todd Munkin talk later in the show, but Jeff D. Lowe, Barstool, the Dozen Trivia Project, Big Screen at 4. Talking the Odyssey, talking a Francisco Lindor reunion, Deshaun, Shador, LeBron, all the nonsense. And then at 6:20, 16 teams. Nope, screwed that up again. 32 teams in 16 days rolls on. Pat Donovan talks about Baker's future of WDAE in Tampa, and Mia O'Brien, ESPN Radio and Club 904 talk about the Jags with Travis Hunter and the fallout from that disaster of a trade in Jacksonville. She probably disagrees. But 216-474-0092. Will anything speed up LeBron's decision? And you have to be the judge in whether you buy some of the buttering up about LeBron and going on around the NBA, including what Pat Riley had to say in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9834. That's 800-575-9834. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Don't be that guy who missed the biggest Cavs news during the offseason. Hear the latest during our exclusive 2020 reports. Cleveland's Sports Radio, 92.3 The Fan.
When it comes to his family, James said he is certainly weighing the thoughts of his soon-to-be 12-year-old daughter, Zuri. He made sure to tell her before he was leaving the Lakers, so she heard it from him first. And he told her that her feelings about the decision will, quote, mean a lot to him. I'm told that James is nearing that decision, and folks around the league are hoping it comes as early as next week.
Dave McMenamin, former Cavs reporter, now with ESPN, doing the NBA deal there. That courtesy of ESPN.
I've decided I agree with you, by the way.
Which part?
The concept that LeBron should not have mentioned Zuri because there's just enough people on the internet that suck. And so if you attach any weight to Zuri and the idea of what I came up with, that, like, wait a second, this kid might have been born in Northeast Ohio, but this kid has no care for Northeast Ohio at all. She's been living in L.A. for the last 8 years, and she probably wants some sunshine. That's not great.
No.
That's not great. Maybe just enough people didn't pay attention to LeBron yesterday.
What's interesting is, though, I don't know Philly. That would be the one. If Philly gets wind of this, those sick bastards are the one to say disrespectful things. I don't imagine Miami actually cares that much.
They throw snowballs at Santa Claus.
Like if LeBron doesn't go to Miami, they'll be like, "Oh, that's a shame. We're going to go back to the cocaine and the bimbos."
Golden State probably doesn't care that much either.
Yeah, I would actually imagine. From the people I've talked to, I want to say people I talked to, the radio people, they swear to me that the fans don't want this. A majority of the fans don't want LeBron in Golden State.
I don't believe them, but they're just saying what they have to say right now.
Yeah, that might be protecting their feelings. But also, I'd like to point out that I can just say LeBron is nearing his decision. And by proximity of time, I'm probably right.
Yeah.
I mean, like, this is, you said it was day 15 or day 16 of us leading LeBron.
It's day 15 of us leading LeBron.
Yeah, so if it's day 15, we are closer to LeBron making his decision than we are to him, announcing his decision to leave L.A. So Nick Wilson is officially reporting LeBron is nearing a decision.
Very bold of you.
Stop.
Very
I mean, you know what? Listen,
when you go out on a limb, you really go out on a limb is what I always say.
A lot of people have information. I also have information.
But will you tweet out some eye emojis so the internet can get more mad at you?
I might. I'm feeling a little squirrely today. I'm feeling a little, but like I don't want to. Like I already tried to play peacemaker between you and Mac. So clearly, I don't want to. My homestead, my hearth.
Between me and Mac, we just recapped his road trip. That's all.
My hearth. I want peace. Out there, I want war. Okay.
Yeah, is that right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like I wouldn't hate throwing out some eyeballs and then just shutting down Twitter for the day.
Okay. If you do eyeballs right now, well, at this point, what's funny about this is that enough insiders, actual insiders, have they've spoken to something we've been talking about for weeks on end now, and that nobody has any idea what LeBron is going to do, and it's all up to LeBron, and LeBron's people and LeBron aren't speaking to anybody. Mm-hmm. Like the amount of like between McMenamin, between Windhorst, between even Shams, like all these insiders that are just publicly saying we don't know. I've never seen a group of insiders just collectively quit on the idea that they don't know something, and quit on the idea that they do know something, and acknowledging that they don't know what's going on, and that's what's happened here. And so that part of it's continued on. So if you do eye emojis, nobody's going to think that you actually have any sort of insight.
So I think the key here is how many eyes do I send out? I'm just rough drafting this. I put what looks to be about 20 eyeball emojis.
Is that right?
Because the more eyeballs, the more imminent, right?
That's what you've taught me with eyeball emojis.
Yeah. And so I
didn't know that was always the case, but it's what you've taught me.
I feel like because I started at maybe 3 eyeballs or maybe 2 eyeballs, and then I went to like 10, I feel like if I can't just do 11. I've got to do an exponential growth of eyeballs, right?
Are you prepared for people on like Monday to be mad that you sent out a thing on Friday and it didn't happen?
I mean, that's Monday Nick's problem.
Because like he's not. We're 99% sure he's not announcing anything today.
Correct. Yeah.
He's not doing it tomorrow because we've already talked about the FIFA games between tomorrow and Sunday.
That's a third place game, though.
I know, but the Golden Boot is up for grabs, Nick. And people that love soccer really say that they need to care about the Golden Boot.
It's true. He
Whatever.
might care
It sounds
about the
like
Golden Boot.
It sounds like you drink out of the Golden Boot, not
I drink
necessarily
out of a
something that
Golden Boot.
you contend for, but that's here we are.
Were you a Beer League guy? Did you like that movie by the Broken Lizards guy?
I did like Beer League.
I still like it. I still think it's really funny. And I love Das Boot.
Yeah, Das Boot.
Das Boot. And that was that kind of came like halfway through college. That was not good for my physical health.
You called it Beer League. Wasn't it Beer Fest?
Beer Fest.
Yeah,
Thank
there we
you.
go. Yeah. And,
Beer League's the Artie Lang movie, which is terrible.
And Gum Gum. Yeah, all that stuff.
Okay, Gum.
Yeah.
Und Becks.
It's just a funny one. I hate that, I did not watch the Will Ferrell, the new show, the golf show.
Yeah,
I love golf. I didn't
panned.
watch it. It's getting killed.
Just panned.
Absolutely killed. And everyone's like, oh, yeah, they don't know how to do comedies anymore. And I agree. They don't really know how to do comedies anymore. But that's like, you talk about like a Beer Fest. Beer Fest, if it came out today, and it was more, I don't know, college kids liked it. I liked it, that type of group, because I was in college at the time, or around college. But like, if they put a Beer Fest out today, it would absolutely destroy.
Oh, yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
absolutely just clean house with how beloved it would be.
I mean,
They just don't put that much care in that stuff anymore.
I'm pretty certain that Super Troopers 3 is going to destroy because it actually is a new story, and it actually looks like a funny story. Farva's marrying Thorny's sister.
Okay, that's funny.
Yeah. And so you already got me hooked with the idea. Now we can move forward.
Yeah, there's enough love for that whole franchise. That's going to make a bunch of money, whether or not it actually is any good, because there's enough people that are our age that are going to want to see that.
We call that the Hangover playing there.
Yeah, and Hangover 3 really did suck.
It was awful.
Really bad.
Yeah.
Just a really bad
and
movie.
can we just admit Hangover 2 wasn't any good either?
No, it kept getting worse.
Yeah.
And they've all acknowledged that too, by the way.
And I fell for it.
Like Bradley Cooper has been on the record of like, yeah, we were always making 3. Nobody makes money after the first one. You have to make 3 in order to make any money in Hollywood. Everyone knows that. It was always going to be this way. And we're sorry that it happened.
Also, buddy Mike saying, I'd like an odd number of eyeballs, perhaps a wink. Wow, I'm a married man. I mean, I'm not trying to lead people on here. If I throw a wink at somebody at the end of a bunch of eyeballs,
Maybe you do 23 eyeballs.
Oh,
games within the game, ladies and gentlemen.
Look at that.
Because LeBron has all these context clues in all of his Instagram posts, and they're always attaching something, and it's always right in front of you the entire time. You just had to pay attention to see it. Maybe this is where you shine.
I am going to have to then count on the screen, which is the only potential downside to
we
this.
got no chance of actually hitting 23.
216-474-0092. If I send out the mass eyeball tweet, are people going to get it, or is social media going to do what social media does and have a cleft anus about it?
My money's on cleft anus.
Yeah. That's a drop. Yeah. If that isn't. By the way, you understand how much work it takes to get Mac to move on any given show with love, Mac. And Mac,
now who's going after Mac? I don't know.
That's a fair point. Mac half the time is comatose behind the board. It's called zoning out. It's a protective thing us ADHers do. It's okay, buddy. I got your back. But the idea that cleft anus was the one that was like, well, I got to write this one
Well, he didn't have his pen handy, which is funny because when Mac is keeping score and Mac is trying to, he just instantly, you see him like he's like a scorekeeper in the corner. He just instantly, like he's jotting a baseball game down. Yeah, let me grab my pen here. Let me just take note of that. He's just writing down the time. Okay.
Also, we don't have, we have the audio, but we don't have time to play the audio. Mike Tirico was on the Pat McAfee show, and I'm already not a Mike Tirico guy.
I love Tirico.
I think he is boring as sin.
I
used to loathe him on SportsCenter.
I didn't think anybody would replace Al Michaels and be able to keep the gold standard that is Sunday Night Football, and Tirico's been able to do it, and I want you to know that.
I'm glad you said that, but he said he wants LeBron to go to Golden State, so I've gone from I'm not really crazy about Mike Tirico to bleep that guy.
Why does he want Golden State? Is the Steph and LeBron appeal too much for him?
Yes. We can play the audio. I don't want to give him air. He's got a lot. We're just joking there. Mike's doing very well for himself.
I hate it. So I went through and grabbed the audio for it. I hate it even more because it's basically like fence sitting because he literally he says, as a fan, I want Golden State.
Yeah.
But LeBron to Cleveland, I want to see LeBron to Cleveland because, it's the best story. So I'm like,
did he then be like, but like as a human being, I want Miami.
Whoa,
and
wait,
as somebody's son, I want
Miami
Philadelphia.
was the only one that he said, I don't see it.
You're telling me a play-by-play guy didn't have a real opinion? I'm shocked.
Very fair. 216-474-0092. Will anything speed up LeBron's decision? My working theory continues to be Savannah James gets annoyed by that, and and decides to be like, hey, buddy, I'd like to start telling people. I'd like to move my life now. Nick on Twitter saying, breaking, LeBron nearing a decision per Nick Wilson says, at Nick Wilson says, and then eyeballs. Streets are taking off with this
Was it
one.
6 eyeballs or 23 eyeballs? It all matters for the destination.
Oh, he only did 2. The standard set there. Oh, now that's an interesting thing. 23 of the set of eyeballs, right? Because I can't do like a 20. I can't do 11 sets of the 2 and then one single eyeball.
No,
I can't
it's 23 sets.
Okay,
Yeah.
just making sure.
Yeah.
Also,
we're not going to give one set like half of a.
I'm just making sure.
Make it my family friend Colin growing up who lost his one eye in the firework accident.
Did I get a picture of Colin?
That one's for you, Colin. Oddly enough, come back full circle. It's Mama Pat's grandkid.
Oh.
How about that?
Wow.
How about that?
Are we sure about that? Or was that like sometimes they'll use a kid to fish so then they can groom the second kid, something like that?
All right, stop.
Have you seen the genetics? That's all I'm saying.
All right, stop it.
Lurchy 330, he's a member of the hashtag DDG, saying, Beer Fest is my favorite comedy. We like to hear that. And then, I don't know where this, D. Zemer saying, Home Alone 1 through 3 and the 3 Friday movies were pretty solid.
Yeah, every now and again you do get one that they make 3 good movies. It's just not the norm.
216-474-0092.
That's like every time I'm like, oh, the sequel's never as good as the original.
Like
and then you
too.
get like a bunch of people with like the same 6 sequels that are better than the first. Yeah, there's some that exist.
Will this speed up LeBron's decision? Quick hits in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
extra $5 cash back on your first purchase at one of over 100,000 available locations. That's promo code TuneIn5 for an extra $5 cash back. Remember, use promo code TuneIn5.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
In your weeknight with the best segments of the day. The Fan Rewind. Weeknights at 11.
All right, if anybody else has coined this, I will immediately say I just didn't see it, so I'm not trying to copy anyone. Remember how the Daily Show always used to have like a specific name for any time they talk about an upcoming presidential election?
Sure.
Like Indecision 2000?
Yeah.
So mine was, can we just call LeBron's, because this isn't the decision, this is the indecision. Can we go there, or has anybody said that already?
I haven't heard anyone say that yet.
All right. It is now officially the indecision.
Until he makes a decision?
Yeah.
And then we have a decision made, so it's not an indecision anymore.
Well, no, it'd still be the indecision because it took a month.
No, because the problem with the branding is that once we have a decision, then indecision then becomes null and void because clearly there was the decision.
Well, but Indecision 2000, they did eventually elect a president, even though it took a little extra while.
I know, but nobody refers to it.
And whatnot.
And that's how we got Hanging Chads, and that's how we got all sorts of other things that have come out of that. Indecision 2000 is not the part that stayed. Do you want this to stay and be memorable, or do you want it just to be a thing for a week?
Well, either will do right now.
All right, then go for it.
We are in the middle of July.
I just know when he makes a decision, then your branding on this is just going to completely get taken away.
Well, listen, I don't think my branding's going to stick much at all, so I'll even take a week here.
Then there you go. You got it. You can own the week. And that's being very generous, by the way.
Yeah. I'll
right.
own the rest of the day, right?
On these airwaves, you will. I don't know about anywhere else, but on these airwaves, you'll own it.
Travis Scott, I don't think it's the real Travis Scott, on Twitter saying, "Summer hack Twitter. You been hacked. You just been hacked." Talking about the eyeballs. Roberto Shenanigans saying, "Don't you dare," but I just dared.
You dared, yeah. And Roberto usually listens, too, so he should know. He should be in on the bit.
Yeah. Ben Axelrod that, Ooh. Also, Jeff D. Lowe saying, "Not a fan of this 90 minutes before I'm on the show." We'll get you on the bit there.
You see what happened, though? Now we got some promotion from Jeff D. Lowe that he's coming on the show. So that's good. That's a good job by you.
Yeah. And by the way, I counted twice. It's 23 eyeballs. So now people are hooked.
Matt, can you make sure can you count those eyeballs and make sure that it's actually 23? Because there'd be nothing funnier to me than if you put out 22.
I'll go ahead and double check.
Thank you.
Why are we putting Mac?
No,
a
it's
guy
a great
with
call.
ADHD.
I know. He's not going to get it right.
Well,
no, he's not
going
to get it right.
Another person with ADHD. My inability to count to 23 eyeballs when there's two of them each, I think that's my problem is my ADHD. We need like the hawk that is Keith. That guy can really.
That guy could count to 23?
Oh, I think so.
Yeah, I think so too.
Yeah, unlike ADHD brains. Let's go in to get quick hits.
From the latest news and rumors around the sports world to the sound bites you need to hear. Hurry. It's Quick Hits.
We're actually going to start off, oddly enough, at ACC Media Days. They were this week, and Clemson head coach Dabo Swinney. I got to say, Dabo just continues to grow on me because he's such a bro. And I do like this. I'm not a big fan of bros in general, but Dabo is a Southern old bro.
You like Dabo. I didn't know you liked Dabo.
I like him personally a lot. Like he was always, anyone
that's ever met him has always said really nice things about him.
I mean, Dustin told me great stories about going down there and covering.
I remember when he went there,
And honestly, when we were in Charlotte, that is a big market for Clemson, but they didn't need us at that point. And Dabo was always good for like multiple appearances a year and being like,
that's good to hear.
Do you need like another 15 minutes? Like he'd stop if we had to tape him. He'd be like, you can go as long as you want.
No, that's always nice to hear because he does kind of seem a little bit like a goober.
He is a bit of a goober, but he talked about where his team is coming off a disappointing 7-win season.
You know, the one thing about haters, when you win, it don't matter what they say. And when you lose, it don't matter what you say. We've got a lot to stand on. We've won this league 3 times this decade. And we talk about all
the latest news and rumors around the sports world.
Last year, we're still one of the top 10 winningest programs in college football this decade. We're 7th in wins. And I think we're 2nd in championships this decade. Georgia's 1st, we're 2nd. We're number 1 in draft picks. We're number 1 in graduation. We're number 1 in retention. Now, these aren't make-believe things. But you know what else is true? We stunk last year. That's true, too. We've lost some games that, man, we should have won. But how about we give the opponent some credit? How about we give some other coaches some credit? Football is not easy. It's hard. We've had 15 winning seasons in a row, and I think there's only 4 teams out of 138 that can say that.
Yeah, he covered a lot of ground there. He's getting a lot of crap for individual parts of what we played there. Does he deserve it?
No, I don't think. I mean, parts of it for sure. Like you can't. It almost became an Atkinson like analytically we won type speech where it was like you can't point out all the areas you think you won when on the football field you didn't win. But then he went back as he acknowledged like they stunk last year, absolute trash out of Clemson last year, and the fact that he was willing to acknowledge that I think is a step in the right direction. I saw people earlier today being like, "Is this the last year for Dabo at Clemson?" I think he's got the job as long as he wants it still.
I don't know. Coming off last year, the expectation was to win the ACC, and they won 7 games. They also, I don't love their quarterback situation this year. Dabo and I don't agree a lot on the state of college football and how college football is built and the new era of college football. He refuses to use the transfer portal.
It's been his downfall.
He thinks NIL is a crime against the good Lord. But I actually think there's no one better at centering the focus back onto himself and stealing that focus away from a disappointing team. And that's exactly what he did with this. He reset the typewriter, and everyone's like, oh, Dabo.
All right, Dabo's next job, where would it be? Because it used to always be that he was going to end up, Alabama, because that was, obviously he was an assistant for so long and the connection there. That doesn't seem likely at this point. Like, does he fail up, all things considered? Is the next program an elite program, or if Dabo does get fired, does he have to go to, I don't know, like a middling Big Ten SEC program?
I think if Kalen DeBoer falls apart, I think it's Alabama for him. But he just needs a good year. If he doesn't, I could see Dabo just never coaching again. He doesn't need the money. He's actually a really intelligent guy with his money. Like he worked on Wall Street in between college and
TV networks would pay him a lot of money. I know that.
That actually is probably the best spot because he is a walking, and he could do the Lou Holtz. He could just talk about college football until he's 90.
I used to love when he gave our buddy Willie P crap for his big word of the day. I don't know why. I just remember that. It's the funniest thing in the world to me. That's who he is.
And nobody enjoyed it as much as Willie.
Yeah, Willie. He ate that up. Absolutely ate it up. All right, we're going to get to this ESPN article coming up in about a half hour or so. But they did this big article and it was trying to figure out how many first-round picks each team has. And they asked executives, GMs, everyone. Bill Barnwell headed it, but it was all done by NFL front office people. What do they think the price would be? ESPN, in this article, put Patrick Mahomes, his trade value, at 7 first-round picks. Okay. 7. Now, when you think about it,
Second time I've snorted in this segment.
Deshaun Watson was worth 3 first-round picks and 6 total picks in compensation. Is Patrick Mahomes worth 7 first-round picks? You snorted, which either means you think that's too much or too little, and I'm honestly not sure which one you think.
I think the thing we get wrong about quarterback value is it does ebb and flow, even if it's not dramatic swings. If you had said this same thing to me a summer ago, I would have been like, yeah, sounds about right. He's 29 years old. Look at what he's done. Look at all the championships. Mm-hmm. After last year, he's coming off a knee injury. He has not been good statistically the last 2 years.
No, it's now been 3 years where he hasn't thrown for 30 touchdowns.
So,
last 2 years he hasn't thrown for 4,000 yards.
Maybe on brand value, maybe in terms of getting people excited. But if we just talk about the player, no, he's not worth 7 right now.
I'd give him 10.
Oh, yeah, because we're about to watch Deshaun versus Shador. Of course we give him 10.
If there was a clause in the NFL that would allow me, this doesn't exist, it has to be a new thing that we put in there. There's a clause that would allow me to give up my first-round pick every single year until Mahomes is no longer in the league, and that was kind of the trade-off. Like, every year you get the first-round pick as long as Mahomes is still on my team. I would do that in a second.
So maybe this is the other way to say it. I don't think he'd garner the most first-round picks out of any quarterback in the NFL.
So how many do you think Josh Allen would get?
If again, unlimited picks, you can do whatever you want. Yeah. I would say upwards of 5 or 6 for Josh Allen. And I think he and
I just gave him 10 for Mahomes.
Yeah, but I disagress.
I think Allen's going to age poorly.
Yeah.
That's the problem I have with Allen. He takes a lot of hits. Yeah, he's got a very you Cam Newton, right? They're the same size, very physical. Like I don't know that Josh is going to age very well.
I also think they just have the wrong proximity to 30. where at best you're still talking about 8 years maybe of that quarterback. I think if we really get to the most expensive guys, it'd be a Caleb. It would be a Drake May. It would be the young guys who you're still not entirely sold on being the next face of the NFL. I think teams would more likely trade for those guys.
But those guys are still it's still so unproven in a way that Mahomes is just proven. And so, like, and also the other part of that, because you bring up length, he's talked openly about the idea that he's not going to be Brady playing in his 40s and 45 years old. At least his mom has talked openly about it. And so maybe you do only get 7 or 8 years. And within that, I'd give 10 first-round picks if given the opportunity.
And his dad has openly talked about Budweiser. I will tell you, I think Mahomes is full of it. You can say I'm not going to play till I'm 40 until they're offering you $100 million a year, which is essentially where we should be getting with quarterbacks in 5 years' time.
Yeah, we'll see. I don't know. I have no idea. I don't know Mahomes well enough to be like, he definitely needs the money at that point, the $100 million. I know your response is always everyone needs $100 million, but he's signed 2 $500 million deal. Like, he's going to be worth $1 billion by the time we get to that equation.
Well, and the difference for quarterbacks now is I think everyone is feeling entitled to a $30 million a year TV job too. Like that would be the thing. Like with if Brady got $500 million to do the Fox thing, whether those numbers were real or not.
Yeah.
If Mahomes retired tomorrow, I would imagine he would get something within that range as well.
I would think that's accurate. Yeah, he's going to pull off a lot of what Brady's currently trying to pull off. He's going to try to do ownership within teams because he's already doing that with the Royals. He's got the Whataburger franchises. He's going to own a bunch of things, be on TV, and he'll be around.
But another $100 million always goes a long way. That is Quick Hits. When we come back, Tony Jones, Sixers and NBA reporter for The Athletic, walks us through the Philly side of things on 92.3 The Fan.
It's the 3 o'clock hour
I'm not wavering. I might be wavering.
on Afternoon Drive.
You can listen to The Fan anytime, anywhere on the free Odyssey app or by telling your smart speaker to play 92.3 The Fan. And now you can find The Fan on YouTube, including The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima, 6 to 10 a.m. Baskin and Phelps, 10 a.m. to 2, Afternoon Drive. Nick Wilson, myself, Jonathan Peterlin. We go from 2 to 7 each and every weekday on The Fan's YouTube channel. Subscribe to our channel for free. Watch all the best content from your favorite shows in The Fan live and on demand now.
Jeff D. Lowe of Barstool coming up in 1 hour's time. We'll talk the Odyssey. We'll talk the Guardians' second half of the season, LeBron's indecision, and maybe a little Shador versus Deshaun. Jeff, not just a big movie critic there, also a big Cleveland sports fan as well. We do have our own conversation to get into coming up at 3:40. But as we talk about the indecision, when will LeBron announce his decision? I guess the Sixers might be into LeBron, too. And to talk about that, we head out to the Why Shot Right. We make it right. Call Kyle Ryan hotline and welcome on Sixers and NBA reporter for The Athletic, Tony Jones, joining us now. Tony, welcome to the show.
Hey, guys. Thanks for having me on. Appreciate you.
Well, we appreciate you as well. Are you getting stir crazy with the indecision, or are you along for the ride like myself?
I have pre-written my story just in case LeBron chooses Philadelphia, and I am back from Summer League after 2 consecutive weeks of being on the road, and I am going to drive to Baltimore tomorrow and help my daughter move into her new apartment, and then I'm going to play some Xbox. Get back to me when you get back to me.
Not to give away what you hope to be able to sell, because you obviously hope that one day gets printed. But what is the focus of your article, assuming that it never sees the light of day and no one will ever know what's actually in there? And I'm sure it's great.
Well, this is pretty much, just the nuts and bolts. It's like an AP style LeBron chooses Philadelphia type thing. We'll get it online. If he chooses Philadelphia, we'll get it online within a minute, and then. And then I'll go into a deeper analysis of what it means for the 76ers as a whole.
All right, Tony. So everybody's hearing something or nothing or everything or something in between there. What's the latest you're hearing on LeBron's decision?
I've got a funny story for you guys. So I was actually born in Akron, and my entire father's side of the family is still lives in Akron. And about a week and a half ago, my brother, who is currently incarcerated, calls me and says, "Listen, Aunt Doreen was at the club the other day, or it turned out to be the same club that LeBron had gone back, and she said that somebody said that LeBron is coming back to Cleveland, and she wants you to call her immediately because she has a lead for you." And that is a true story. That true story happened to me about a week and a half ago. My incarcerated brother calls me and says our aunt, who is about 75 years old at this time, basically says that she has a lead for me. So if this could happen to me, and I'm the actual journalist, I can only imagine what's happening, towards with actual civilians and people. It's funny, and it's one of those things where I think that we just all have to sit back and just wait until he's ready to announce to where he wants to go.
From a basketball perspective, if the goal for LeBron was to win a title, does the 76ers, do they make the most sense?
So I would, if this were 100% basketball, I think the number one place that I would go if I were LeBron James would be the Minnesota Timberwolves. Then the number 2 place I would go would be the Philadelphia 76ers. The number 3 place I would go would be the Miami Heat. I am of the opinion that this year coming up is not going to be the last year of LeBron James's career. I think that he's going to, at the very least, sign a 1-and-1. And I wouldn't be shocked at all if he flat out signs a 2-year deal. I think the Sixers, obviously, they need Joel Embiid to win a title, and his health is a volatile issue. But the way that he has Tyrese Maxey and Jaylen Brown around him and VJ Etchcom, you know, it's a pretty seamless fit for him to fit into that power forward role. Ironically, you know, for as much as Cleveland has advantages of being home and being a situation that he's known and loved multiple times in the past, I think it might be the worst basketball fit for him just because James Harden is on the roster.
So with that, Tony, when you look at LeBron and adding him to Cleveland, you say it's the worst fit. They were in the Eastern Conference Finals last year, briefly. How does it change maybe their ceiling if LeBron comes home, knowing what you just said?
I still think so. I would say this. I still would not take in a playoff scenario. I still wouldn't take 10 players on earth over LeBron James. I still think that he's one of the 10 best playoff players in the league. I still think he's that good. You know, so it changes. In, you know, if he were to choose Cleveland, I still think that Cleveland could get out of the Eastern Conference and compete for a championship. It's just the fact that, you know, James Harden is such a negative defensively that, you know, it really hurts. It really hurts. Watching that New York series where I thought Harden, you know, showed very little pride when Jalen Brunson was cooking him in that game one down the stretch. You know, when you get cooked like that, possession after possession, possession after possession, you know, eventually basketball competitiveness should kick in, and you should be able to lock down and, you know, sit down, move your feet, and get a few stops. And, you know, seeing Harden not even capable of doing that, you know, it just permanently just kind of, you know, not turn me off to him as a player. I still think that he's a really good player, but I do think it'll be difficult to win a championship with him.
How good are the 76ers if you add LeBron, but then assume that Embiid's going to be as unreliable as Embiid has been?
I think if they are without LeBron and Joel Embiid plays 0 games, I think that Jaylen Brown raises the ceiling raises the floor to the point where they can still compete for a top 4 spot in the Eastern Conference. So if they add LeBron, I think that they have a chance to be a top 3 team in the Eastern Conference. I do think that they need Joel Embiid to reach their ceiling. But, you know, it's, you know, they would maybe have the best starting 5 in the league if LeBron went to Philadelphia. And I think that there's, you know, something to be said for that. You know, there's a lot of talent there. You know, Tyrese Maxey and Jaylen Brown are bona fide all NBA level players. And VJ Etchcom might have the highest ceiling of anybody on the roster. So, you know, there's already, you know, without a LeBron additive, there's already a lot of talent there. And if you add LeBron there, it's just a very, very, very dynamic team, whichever way you look at it.
Tony, Joel Embiid continues to be one of the more interesting players to me personally because I grew up idolizing Shaq and Hakeem. Like, those to me are 2 of my favorite players. Even I don't want to say even David Robinson, Patrick Ewing. Like, those were the bigs that I even Karl Malone is a power forward. I have such a soft spot for just gigantic centers, power forwards who can just command respect in the NBA with their presence. And so I watch him, and when he plays, I think he's a breathtaking player. Nationally, this guy gets accused of everything under the sun. And so I'm not sure what's fair, because I know he's a great player. I watch it. But, like, is the feeling in Philadelphia, the frustration about maybe his want to play through injuries, that kind of thing, is that the same in Philly as it is around the NBA?
Yeah, there's palpable frustration in Philadelphia, you know, about his availability or his lack of. And I agree with you. You know, this is my first year on the Philadelphia beat. And, you know, obviously I've watched Joel Embiid, you know, a ton, you know, before before coming to Philadelphia. But watching him in person, it's different. He's an incredibly skilled player, in an incredibly big frame. He's all of 7'2". He's obviously got an NBA body, and he could just do things. He can do things that guards can't do with the basketball. And but that being said, he played 38 games this year. He played less than 40 the year before. He just hasn't been available, and your availability is your best ability in many cases. So, the one thing that I think the leg injuries and the lower body injuries have sapped his ability defensively to move laterally. I used to think that he was one of the best 3 defensive centers in the league, which not many people talked about because of how good he is offensively. But he's still an incredible offensive player. If we're talking offense, I still think he's one of the best 5 to 7 offensive players in basketball. He truly took over that Boston series in the first round this spring. And but then you saw the other side of it. He expended so much energy, and he expended so much from a body perspective. He had nothing left against the New York Knicks, and the Knicks swept them out of the playoffs. So I think the best thing about the Jaylen Brown trade for the Sixers is it gives them a chance to really slow play Embiid in the regular season and just have him healthy as possible for the playoffs, and still be able to win a lot of games instead of, potentially going into the playoffs as a 7 seed or an 8 seed and having an impossible road through the playoffs. So, it'll be interesting to see, what happens there. But, Embiid is certainly still an incredible talent.
What is the best argument you've either heard or have come up with yourself for why the 76ers would be the spot for LeBron if he ends up going there?
Well, I think the best argument, is pretty obviously they would have a chance to win a championship. They would be from day one a championship contender and maybe even one of the favorites if LeBron James goes there. And I don't think you can say that about the Cleveland Cavaliers, and I don't think you can say that about the Miami Heat. I think you can say that about the Minnesota Timberwolves. And I think that if he does that, then that's a team that can win it all. But not all of these things are linear. Not all of these things are created equal. LeBron has a wife and he has a family. He has a 12-year-old daughter. I mean, they have to be happy as well. So I can see why his decision could be a difficult one, and I can see in some respects why it's taking so long for him to make that decision.
Tony, always great to have someone from here on as a guest who's gone on and done great things in their career outside of Cleveland. And don't forget to give your beloved auntie credit if LeBron does come home. You heard it here first, right?
I'm pretty sure that was just a shot in the dark. Let's say I did not call and check.
Yeah, but if it happens,
call and follow up on that lead.
If it happens, then they had it the whole time.
Yeah, and you got to make sure Shams gives him credit, McMenamin, all of those guys. You got to make them earn it, okay?
Absolutely. I appreciate you.
All right, Tony Jones there of The Athletic on the Weishart Right, We Make It Right, Call Kyle Wright hotline. We'll react to what he had to say. Also have a little Browns value discussion coming up in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Headline sports news every 20 minutes. Right here on 92.3 The Fan from the University Hospital Sports Desk. I'm Matt Corrali.
LeBron watches on.
And this fall, I'm going to take my talents to.
Could he make another return to Cleveland? We are the place for all the latest NBA news and rumors. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Jeff D. Lowe of Barstool coming up in just about 40 minutes' time. We just had Tony Jones on. Although, quick editorial note, because I felt like a really smart person when I said this. We have this baseball here that was definitely not signed by who it says it was signed by. Former member of the station. We hope he's doing well. But the Phelps puts it under the computer to so it'll level out. For what reason, I don't know. But just started fidgeting with it in the it really baseballs really are the original fidget spinners.
Yeah. It just keeps you busy, keeps you a little occupied.
It really does. I noticed that I was actually keeping my head up, and because I fidget a lot during interviews, and I have no idea why I do it. I'm a fidgety person while on air because I'm focusing really hard on thinking, believe it or not. And as I was doing that, I was noticing my head's up. It actually looks like in some of these videos that I might be. I promise you, I am paying attention, by the way.
That baseball has been here, obviously, since the station started, I would imagine, right? Somewhere around there?
Yeah.
If it's signed by who it says it's signed by? What kind of egotistical move is it to sign a baseball?
That's why I know it's not, because although we all have
you
egos,
think someone wrote that name on there? You don't think that's not that person's signature?
Correct. Even the flourish at the bottom.
Do you think that person's above signing their name on a baseball?
No, if asked, I'm sure they would. But I just feel like the idea that they just signed one and have it in the studio is a little on the nose. I think it's somebody having fun.
What? Now I want to cross-check this, but I have no way of cross-checking this. I would bet a lot of money that person's actual signature instead of somebody impersonating his signature on there?
I would bet a lot of money that it's somebody that works. No.
What's the gag there? What's the bit?
It's not funny, but I think
maybe that's where it's losing me.
That's why I don't want to say who I think it is.
Okay.
Is that I think it's just a schlocky bit.
What, do you want to sign the baseball yourself now? You want to sign the other side?
No, not really. No.
You take the baseball home? We're just going to keep this baseball here? What are we going to do with this?
I'm just fidgeting with it. I think this is exactly. No, Mac's got a Sharpie. I'm not doing
Why not? Mac, you should sign the other side. Let's one up this other person.
Like there are people we know in the business that because they've been in the business for so long and they've had a lot of success.
Yeah.
Everything they do, they think is the funniest thing in the world.
Yeah.
Because life hasn't humbled them enough.
Okay.
Apparently,
or they just volume shoot. I guess. I don't know.
That's who this is from. I'm gonna bet good money, and we'll say it off air because I'm not starting a fight on a Friday. I already have to have some sort of talk with Andy Baskin or something like that. There's
You actually have to have a talk with him?
I guess so. There's some tension going on right now, so I'd have to deal with that.
When are you going to have a talk with him?
I can't do it on air. Cannot do it on air, but it's a big to-do now, and Keith's involved, and it's a whole thing.
Oh, now you're just messing with me. All right.
Yeah. No, it really is. We'll talk about it off air. But yeah. So I'm not going to start a second fight, I guess I should say, on air for things I have or haven't said.
Yeah, that person doesn't work here anymore.
That's true. Well, yeah, but that would be that person was always very nice to me. Very nice to me. And not for the reasons he might have been nice to other people.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah.
Is that right now?
Yeah. That was pure niceness. Thank you very much.
All right. What happened to fidget spinners?
Still in. Still very much in. Yeah, my kids always, and I even actually have a couple on my desk, and they do help. They're ridiculous, stupid little things.
Those were wildly popular. And then I don't see them out in the wild anymore, but I'm not around people that would probably use them, I guess.
So here's the thing.
Because I'm just around you and Mac all day. And actually, you two both seem like you would use them.
Guilty as charged. What constitutes as a fidget spinner now is pretty there's like a widespread market. Like I have these two pyramid shaped things that fit together, and you can just drop them together and drop them in and out, and it's awesome. And it looks like flames, so it's really cool. I'm doing a bad job of explaining it.
I'm having a hard time visualizing it, yeah.
But the point is, it's no longer just like the simple fidget spinners that you spin on your fingers.
Okay, yeah. All right.
Mac?
Yeah, I've gotten another one before where it's like it's all different kinds of stuff. Where one looks like a joystick. There's another one that looks like it's
that's not a fidget spinner.
There's also like a light switch on there too. But the problem is that like in a work environment, like some of them are noisy, like some of them are like very clicky, and so like it's why I've used them before, and they do help a lot. But because of what we do, and like when they're noisy like that, I can't like use that in a setting like this though.
You're behind the board. I don't think anyone would notice.
Yeah, close the door. You're
Actually,
fine.
the only thing that I would notice is that I would be distracted by whatever you were doing with your hands because I also have ADHD.
Well, no, I tried to use it before when the board was in that studio, and so I had tried to use it before, but when I realized that it was too noisy, I'm like, nah, I can't be using that during the show.
216-474-0092 is a baseball. I guess football or basketball could also be a part of this. Are they the original fidget spinner?
I mean, how badass would you seem if you just did interviews and then you just spun the basketball on your one finger and just made that your new playing with the baseball is what it is, but like if you did like tricks, if you turned into Dude Perfect while also doing interviews, I'm basically describing Pat McAfee now. You're basically morphing into Pat McAfee right in front of our eyes.
Well, I'd like to morph into his paycheck, but the rest of it, I don't know.
I saw this video yesterday with him from the All-Star game, and wild move on my back. Here's how I like Pat McAfee, all things considered.
We both do.
Here's how I know me and Pat McAfee are just different people at the heart of it. Okay,
this is the one specific thing.
This is the one, and you'll fall in the same bucket of line as well.
Okay.
So he's at the All-Star game, right? And he sees Big Dom. It's Philadelphia, and then Big Dom's there, right? And Big Dom's a celebrity in Philadelphia, and he's a big what do you do, right? In going towards Big Dom, he doesn't shove Ken Griffey Jr. out of the way, but he moves Ken Griffey Jr. and goes, sorry, Kenny, let me buy you to get to Big Dom.
Yeah, it's a
There
big
is not
timer.
a baseball person in the world that would ever think Big Dom is offering up anything more interesting than Ken Griffey Jr. There shouldn't be a person on planet Earth that thinks that, but like I would melt in front of Ken Griffey Jr. Big Dom?
I don't have any interest in. I don't have anything.
Big Dom?
By the way,
nonetheless, shoving Ken Griffey Jr. to the side to get to Big Dom.
I want to be very clear. I'm not anti-Big Dom. I'm also not pro-Big Dom.
I just am not. I'm not
Switzerland.
I'm not moving Ken Griffey Jr. to try to get to Big Dom.
Yeah, I don't.
He acted like Ken Griffey Jr. was just another person.
Well, he's a photographer now.
And then no, but this wasn't
like,
even
get this photog nerd out of here.
This wasn't even Griffey trying to be the photog guy. This was him just on the field, just being present
Ken
and
Griffey
everything.
Jr.?
Being awesome Ken Griffey Jr.
Did he have the hat on backwards?
I don't know that he had a hat on.
Because maybe that cost. I don't know. It's still
he
still
said
dumb.
Kenny. He called him Kenny, by the way, too, as if like, whoa, you're gonna call Ken Griffey Jr.
There's one
Kenny?
Kenny around here. His name is Lofton. Thank you very
And
much.
he goes, sorry, Kenny, and kind of like moves Kenny out of the way. Moves Ken Griffey Jr. out of the way to get to Big Dom.
That is just. Yeah, that's a real stock drop for Pat McAfee there.
How Big Dom has become like one of the top people in Philadelphia is astounding to me.
Like, I'm happy for Big Dom. I want to be very clear. That is a guy that's like a security guard, maybe connected to the mafia, and now he's like a huge part. Like, Eagles fans love him. But unless you're an Eagles fan, why you should give a rat's patoot, I do not understand.
Maybe McAfee got caught up in the moment because it's Philadelphia and he's
Could
on
be
the field
clout
in
chasing
Philadelphia a little bit. Yeah, but like, in what world is hanging out with Ken Griffey Jr. anything short of awesome? I'm gonna be that person. I used to always make fun of people, not make fun of people, but be like, when I was younger, they'd see like I don't know, some Carlton Fisk and be like, oh my gosh, there's Carlton Fisk. And I'd be like, that's cool. It's Carlton Fisk. That's great. But it wouldn't hit me the same way as people that watch Carlton Fisk play night in, night out. Am I going to be that person like 20 years from now?
No, because Carlton Fisk, as a Hall of Famer, right?
Yeah,
Great player.
Yeah.
He's still not Ken Griffey Jr. of his era.
I mean, you just got to think about it, right?
Like that'd be like Willie Mays to another person. Like Willie. And by the way, at 10, I would have gotten starstruck by Willie Mays too.
I'm just trying to make sure that in 25 years from now, if I'm passing Ken Griffey Jr., I'm not just thinking like, oh, all right, just Ken Griffey Jr. There's
What's
still a
up,
cool
Kenneth?
element. Yeah, like, there's still an awesome element that will always exist to Ken Griffey Jr. But will my kids look at me and be like, that guy's not that great?
Probably.
That's what I'm describing.
That's time, though.
I know, but that part kind of. That part's kind of nice, actually, because as we keep moving forward, Ken Griffey Jr. becomes less and less cool. So by the time we're both like 65 and 70 years old, Griffey might even want to hang out. Who knows?
I don't know.
He might want to be like, yeah,
maybe hang out with some people. I don't know if he's going to want to hang out with us.
Let's talk golf. Let's have a convo about that. Let's do that.
We got a conversation coming up in about 10 minutes here, but we just had Tony Jones of The Athletic on, and I probably my favorite thing is nobody can agree on basketball fit. Rick Bucher said yesterday James Harden and LeBron will not be a fit issue. Tony Jones, number one reason why James Harden and LeBron shouldn't come home to Cleveland is James Harden. So I'm glad nobody can agree on anything with LeBron. And on top of no one can agree where he's going or
the read
when he's going to make his decision.
On that was pretty simple. I think any Philadelphia person we bring on is going to think James Harden isn't the greatest. It's his 2 years in Philadelphia is enough to make any Sixers fan just think that James Harden just cannot play the game for some reason.
But I feel like it's almost everybody in the NBA.
They're worried defensively. That, I think, is the overarching worry that I think a lot of people have in the construct of LeBron James coming to the Cavs. Because between Harden, and Donovan Mitchell, obviously we know that if Jared Allen's on the team, he'll play defense. We know Mobley plays defense. But I do think that is one of the concerns. It's also, I think, one of the highlighted reasons for why people are skeptical as to whether or not LeBron actually would come to the Cavs to begin with. Because he's going to have to do work on that end that he just hasn't had to in years.
Yeah, I think there's going to be things about James that annoy LeBron. And specifically the things that annoy me when I'm watching where James has the right foot position, where he has the position to play good defense, and he just lets the guy by him. He just olays him. I think that is going to piss LeBron off, especially in the playoffs. But if James is able to be the third guy or fourth guy for you offensively, and he's 6 of 8 on a night, I think that's also going to make LeBron pretty happy.
Well, most nights he's going to be the second leading scorer on the team, as we saw last year play out, because he's averaging more than Mobley was. And so I would imagine him and LeBron will trade off, probably being the second scorer on any given night.
But this isn't like Dion Waiters. And this isn't, again, like I hate that. You know me. I'm not the biggest James Harden fan when it comes to him getting the Cavs over the hump. And I do think that there's going to be a time early in this, if LeBron comes home, where if there's a guy you're going to try and move off of to get a similarly salaried person in that fits better with LeBron, it's James Harden. It's not going to be Donovan. It's not going to be Evan because of his long-term ceiling. It'll be James Harden. That being said, I think LeBron knows everything beyond Donovan and Evan are temporary, and he's not going to let James Harden stand in the way.
Well, James Harden, again, offensively does so much, but also his basketball IQ is so high. Like LeBron gets frustrated at people that just don't have anywhere the talent that he does and don't have the basketball IQ that's anywhere close. Harden's at least in the conversation.
Yeah, he's got the IQ. He just occasionally decides he doesn't want to play defense.
Well, and LeBron's at that point too, though. That's kind of the funny thing about this is that it's like, I know LeBron will look at certain players and be like, no, you need to do this instead. It's a real glass house stone situation if LeBron looks at James Harden at this point and says, oh, I get it. You don't want to do defense.
So what else stood out to you from what Tony had to say about LeBron and the Philly situation?
I thought he'd have more optimism about Philly actually landing him.
Yeah?
I get the impression from 76ers fans, and I maybe we should have asked him about the trust the process comments from LeBron today. Maybe that's a miss by us. I get the impression from Philly fans that they really do believe they got the best team. And he brought Minnesota in the mix. That's fair. But like the best team if he wants to win a title, and that should be enough. I don't see it that way. Not necessarily the best team side of it, but that being enough to get LeBron interested. Yeah, I was surprised. He seemed a little bit more apprehensive than I thought he was going to be.
I'm torn on that regard because on one hand, I think there's a healthy amount of people who think Philly is the front runner and that the Cleveland thing has been leverage or whatever, or media conjecture. I also think if we ripped Dan Day of WQAM for being like 60% sure that LeBron's coming home because I've heard people and being Mr. Positive, I kind of can't rip Tony Jones if he's not just an eternal optimist.
Well, no, I thought he was an eternal pessimist there. I expected more optimism from him.
Oh, no. What I'm saying is if we teased Dan Day about being overly optimistic.
Don't you assume most times when you bring on the local guy is then going to be like, oh, I got this strong of a feel about it. Like I tend to think that's usually what we get.
I don't think that happened with Dan Dibley when we had him on of the Bay Area.
No,
right?
That's what's been surprising though, is that we did only get that from Dan Day. We didn't get that. We haven't gotten that from the Warriors people, and we haven't gotten that. I thought we were going to get that from the 76ers today, and us not getting that from Tony Jones was a little bit of a surprise.
216-474-0092. We just had Tony Jones on. Where is your confidence with LeBron coming home? At this moment, when we come back, we got to have the conversation because the moment demands it on 92.3 The Fan.
And Doug. Limu and I created a trick to help you remember that you can customize your car insurance and save with Liberty Mutual. You see, the shirts Limu and I wear are yellow, and yellow is the color of lemons, and lemons grow on trees, and trees provide oxygen, and oxygen helps us breathe, and breathing is how you live, and you can live more life when you save money by customizing your car insurance. I agree, Limu. It's really quite simple. Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty. As America celebrates its 250th birthday, Extend Technologies is proud to celebrate 25 years of serving businesses throughout Northeast Ohio.
Visit the newly redesigned website to explore commercial technology solutions, including video conferencing, digital signage, distributed audio and video, surveillance, and more.
Then visit the Extend Experience and Design Center to experience the latest innovations firsthand. Celebrating 25 years of helping businesses connect, communicate, and grow. Learn more at xtendav.com.
Celebrate 0, 0, 0 during the Ken Gainley Kia Freedom Sale. You've got the freedom to buy a 2026 Kia with 0 down, 0% or 0 payments for 90 days. 26 Kia Seltos LX, $119 lease per month. 26 Sportage LX, $139 lease per month. $139 or 0%, 0 down. 24 months, due at signing, Seltos $37.93, Sportage $45.43, 10K miles per year, no security deposit required. You've got the freedom to buy with 0 down, 0% or 0 payments for 90 days during the Ken Gainley Kia Freedom Sale in Medina, Mentor, Alliance, and Boardman. Online at KenGainleyKia.com. Tell them McKinsey sent ya, because I want to see ya in a Ken Gainley Kia.
KMA rebates assigned to dealer 26 Sportage APR 1667 for 1,000 financed. Advertised offers include $398 documentary fee and $50 title service fee plus tax, title, and registration with approved credit through KMF. Expires 8/3/26.
I'm here with Ari, owner of Pucher's Design Center.
Pucher's has been in business for 98 years. Family owned and operated in Cleveland, Ohio.
How many customers do you think you've had? How many homes do you think? Do you know? Do you guys keep track of all that?
I think it's unquantifiable.
Before computers?
Yes.
Hundreds of thousands?
Yes.
Generations, probably?
Right, 1928.
There's places that have been around a long time, but like to have people come in and remember.
I would say at least once a week, a customer comes in and says, my parents came here, my grandparents came here. I've known about Pucher's. I came in as a kid. When somebody comes in as a third generation shopping here, you know that you're servicing the customers and you're taking care of them and you have a place to come.
Yeah.
Let's say in 10 years you have an issue with your blind or your flooring, you have a place to come. That means we're doing something right. We're a staple in Cleveland, and that's how we want to keep it. Stop into Berea, Broadview Heights, or Puchers.com. Puchers.com. Beautiful homes begin here at Pucher's Design Center.
This summer, only at Cedar Point, we dare you to double your adrenaline on Top Thrill 2 and the all-new Siren's Curse. Then keep the fun going after dark at Boardwalk Nights, happening now through August 16th. Enjoy spectacular stunts, acrobatics, live music, and non-stop beachside energy along Lake Erie. Because every day and every night is a good time to get to the point. Save up to 50% off gate price only at cedarpoint.com. Cedar Point, a place like no other.
92.3 The Fan, 2020 Sports.
The Guardians will look to kick off their first game after the All-Star break tonight as they take on the Pirates at 7:10 over at Progressive Field. However, we'll see if they get this one in, as that smoke that's been going around downtown Cleveland, well, still in the air from those wildfires in Canada. Gavin Williams will start for the Guards, while Jared Jones is scheduled to counter for Pittsburgh. For the second straight day, LeBron James announcing on a podcast that he won't announce where he's playing next season just yet. James telling the Lakers that he won't return to the purple and gold back on July 30th. And the second round of the British Open taking place this afternoon. Lucas Herbert of Australia is ahead with a 2-stroke lead. He is 8 under at Royal Birkdale. Want to catch highlights from the Fan from earlier today? Get over to 923thefan.com or favorite the Fan on the Odyssey app for all of today's headline segments. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Matt Corrali.
From the 1-800-HURT-NOW Traffic Center. Hurt in a car? Call KNR.
This traffic report is brought to you by Pella Windows and Doors of Cleveland.
This month, take 15% off Pella products or no money down, no interest, and no payments for 12 months, plus an additional $500 off your project. Call 877-98-PELLA or visit PellaCleveland.com.
A disabled vehicle on the right shoulder on 90 East after Detroit Road is causing some moderate slowdowns. With your Odyssey Cleveland traffic, I'm Matt Carali.
This report is brought to you by Consumer Tire Pros, your local tire and auto service experts. Keep your vehicle running at its best with Consumer Tire Pros. Whether you need new tires, brakes, alignments, or routine maintenance, their team has you covered. Great brands, trusted service, and convenient locations. Book your appointment today at ConsumerTire.com, your local tire and auto service experts.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Too many tools, too much stress, and way too many bills.
Odoo replaces it all. One connected platform for every part of your business, so you can work faster, smarter, and for less. Odoo, the only software you'll ever need. Try it free today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Listen to 92.3 The Fan on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn app.
Jeff D. Lowe of Barstool Sports coming up in just about 20 minutes. I mean, LeBron is holding everyone up. I don't know if you saw Ken's tweet.
I saw.
He just wants to enjoy Tallboy Friday, but he's on call.
I just don't understand. He's done for the week with us, right?
I believe so. Yeah, I don't think we're going to sub him in like a maybe eighth inning situation here. He's not coming in as a high leverage situation.
So is he on call for the TV station? Is that the idea? What's he on call for?
A tweet? Do you think? I would imagine there are people, and Ken's got a lot of Twitter followers.
Ken's good at Twitter, so maybe he does take it that serious.
There's a reason why the man's got.
There's a reason why he's good at it, and we're not necessarily.
Effort.
That's it.
And except when we send out those eyes, and everybody's noticing those eyes, by the way.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, 23 eyes sent out there. What does it mean?
Has anyone connected the 23 part of the 23 eyes or no?
I have no idea. No, well, nobody said anything. That's the best way to find out. But nobody said anything. But
that's tough.
But yeah, at least a couple people have called me out for clout chasing.
Easter egg, guys.
Clout chasing, and it's like that's what I'm doing. I'm chasing that clout.
Stuff. Woo!
I just want to get aggregated. If maybe what is it? Ari Myrov could pick me up there. Who's the big basketball aggregator? Well, that guy,
like NBA Hoops,
Centel.
Yes, give me a little Centel action. That's all I want.
Yeah.
Now, get a couple extra followers in there. We'll see. However, while Ken stands on guard for any potential breaking news.
I actually love the idea of LeBron breaking news, and then Ken going to his closet and getting a cape and being like, "It's time."
The second he sees Cleveland, I'm coming home again. Ken just all of a sudden gets sober. he just the broadcaster brings it out of him.
And then he calls our hotline and nobody answers.
Well, it's a Friday.
Well, we're understaffed today. It's not nothing personal. We're just understaffed.
Yeah. Well, you know what? I'm not going to do that. It's a beautiful Friday, and we're very happy to be here. That being said, Ken, this morning with a red-hot Stephen Kwan and the Guardians getting back underway the second half of the season tonight, hopefully.
Grocery stores near you.
The Guardians.
Box of Guardians.
I did have some Cheerios last night. They were delicious. Like some granola Cheerios. Oh, boy.
Granola Cheerios?
Oh, yeah. It's like a new product out there. It's very good.
Really?
Yeah.
I haven't had Cheerios since it was just Cheerios and Honey Nut Cheerios.
Yep. Oh, yeah. Honey Nut. Let me tell you. But Ken, this morning, talked about a red-hot Stephen Kwan and what that could mean for his future in Cleveland.
I think he's been up there guessing. You know, from the nub of the bat, the big thing that he keeps his hand on. He's changed
knob.
that out several times. He's changed his approach. There's been times it looks like he's flat out guessing. I think the conversations over the last couple of years about the contract, I think he started to press. Now I think that he's reached a point where I wonder, did he just decide to say over the last month, what the hell, I already lost that contract anyway, so I might as well go up there and see what we can do? Or what actually happened? If he's just saying, you know what, I just got to do my best and whatever happens, happens now, because the whole possibility of being traded and getting $30 million ain't going to happen anymore, because it ain't. No one's offering him that now. This is why I'd say $20 million a year. What about the peace of mind? I know it sounds like you'd want 30, young man. But if you get 20, it's like, hey, 20's better than nothing. There's other cautionary tales in professional baseball here. He's still great defensively. If I can get him peace of mind going, here's your contract. It's $20 million a year over the next 7 years. Here it is. You know what you're getting. Could that peace of mind and not pressing anymore, this is what it is, maybe get him back in that leadoff spot every day now?
Ooh. All right, so there's a lot to react to there.
Yeah.
First, I like that we just don't have the frame of reference that Kwan has always had moments in seasons that he struggled. This is just the first time that he started the season with a struggle.
Usually it's the end of the season. It's the last couple months of the season.
And so it's not like this is a guy that has been immune to struggles before. Usually they've been linked to injury.
Although I do agree with his assessment, because it's been my assessment the entire time, that mentally this was a lot for him in a year where he thought he was going to make $100 million.
I actually, if we're talking about things that I think might have taxed him, let's all be honest here. If Emmanuel Clase doesn't get suspended by baseball last July, Kwan is a Dodger right now, and so is Clase.
Yeah, it would have been traded.
So I think I don't think that is lost on Stephen Kwan. I also think, guys, he's like his average bat speed is like 87 miles an hour.
Yeah, he was like second slowest in all baseball.
And this year it's 83. That's not just pressing. That's decline. Like, I think that we have to leave room for the idea of he might have some physical decline going on.
Sure.
And that's why this is like the injuries have always been a good excuse onto why he hasn't been able to produce consistently across 162 games. But if we're looking at the bat speed, drop in half a decade off that, I don't know that now's the time I'm getting in and all of a sudden I'm paying him because of 35 games.
In no world are you giving him a $20 million a year contract. That's the laughable part to myself. Like, Kwan is just not worth $20 million a year. Guardians have only given out a handful of contracts, and they were close to that. J-Rams won. Obviously, Andres Jimenez was 20 a year for over 5 years for $100 million. Like this is. It'd be rarefied air to give Kwan even $20 million, but he's not worth $20 million.
Yeah, and he wasn't. And here's the thing: like you and I talked about this.
Even at his height, he was around maybe max $20 million.
Yes, because he is a contact only, and again, he is an on-base machine. I shouldn't just say contact only, but no power. Not going to drive in a lot of runs. He'll never be anything but a 1 or a 9 hitter in a good lineup. And his best defense is played in left field. Very good in center, by the way, but his best defense is in left field.
I've liked his arm a lot more than I have. I mean, he's always been great defensively, but I like his arm now.
Like, I don't know if this, Ken and Anthony were trying to pay him $30 million a year this offseason.
Yeah, it's just insane.
So I don't know if this is like this is a great moment to kind of move it closer to where the value should be. I don't know.
So that like years from now it could be like, no, it was $20 million, not $30 million.
$20 million is what they should have paid him.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know.
I don't know if that's where they're trying to get the conversation, but overall, I think Stephen Kwan is a hell of a lot closer to being non-tendered this offseason than he is getting any sort. I'm talking about like
I don't know that I would pay him the $7 to $9 million would be an arbitration.
Yeah, and I don't know that I would extend him at that. Like if he got really scared and he said, "I'll take a 3-year, $27 million deal." I don't know you can do it if you're the Guardians.
Oh, I'd balk at that for sure. I don't know that I would sign up for that. I mean, it's insane.
Because Steven at his best is worth that and more. Steven at his best, probably worth 18 to 22 million a year, right? Probably closer to 18. You can't guarantee you're going to get Steven at the best.
No, not at all. In fact, I've already resigned myself to that idea. At the very best of Stephen Kwan is already that's in the rearview mirror.
Yeah,
we're not getting that. And so now you have to figure out to yourself: do you want to have somebody that is never really going to be much as far as slugging is concerned, and at stretches is going to have a decent on base percentage, and he's going to give you a really, really, really good outfield play, especially if you keep him as a left fielder. And I've liked what he's done in center field. Past couple years in left field, he's been not only the best defensive left fielder, it's been by a wide margin. And what do you pay for that in baseball? Because typically right now in baseball, you're not paying for defense in left field.
Actually, I was going to say, if we're going to pay him the $7 to $9 to $10 million this offseason, he better be your center fielder starting next year.
He's got to be. Just the way we look at corner outfielders right now is you have to hit.
Well, and I think Martinez can play left. I think Bazzana might end up being your longtime lefty. Like, the outfield is starting. You've got guys who can play left. You don't have a lot of guys who can play center unless Khalil Mack is more than just a fringe prospect.
And even in that conversation, though, no one's confusing him for Torrey Hunter out there.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, it's like there's a lot of really good defensive center fielders throughout baseball history, and they're not thinking he's not Andrew Jones all of a sudden. Like, this is as a left fielder, he was one of the game's greats left field defensive players. It's just an odd spot to be like, this is where you shine in this part of the game.
216-474-0092 is a Stephen Kwan extension in the offing now that we've seen the last since June 1, I think, was the time period where he's really lit it up? Or am I thinking
July
35?
1. No, July
so
1.
35 at-bats,
he's
not 35
hitting 345 since July 1st. And the numbers are, for the past, 2 weeks leading up to the All-Star break, he was hitting the ball a lot better. There's no denying that.
And I think the other part of this is, and again, I'm sure there's a way in which the Guardians and Kwan decide to do business in the future together. I also think if he keeps hitting the cover off the ball, if the Guardians slip at all, it wouldn't surprise me if he was one of the subtractions at the deadline. Not as a selling move, but if somebody gives them something of significant value. They already missed his window two straight off seasons and 2 straight Julys. By keeping him, it wouldn't surprise me if all of a sudden somebody offers him something that they, again, like Bieber last year with Cal Steven.
Mm-hmm, yeah.
Like, where you're just like, we have to do this no matter what it means for the regular season club.
I think there's a reason outside of even just value why they were trying to shop him last year.
Yeah.
It's not, we don't have to go through like the Instagram stories and everything associated with that, but it's not as if the two sides have been shy. And so when it comes to Stephen Kwan, I'm not in the business of extending him.
If you said...
I'm way closer to him not playing next year on the team than I am giving him any sort of contract that keeps him here.
If I was a Dodgers fan, I probably wouldn't blink at offering him a below-market value, $15 million a year for, 3-year contract. If I was a Yankees fan or a Red Sox fan or a Cubs fan, I'd have just no problems about this. I'm not. I'm a Guardians fan, and quite frankly... $10 million in the wrong player or $20 million in the wrong player, you've already seen it. We've already seen it with the Guardians and Jimenez. They loved Jimenez. And the second they could get real value for him, they got off that contract because he wasn't playing up to the offense.
I know, but that contract has always kind of led to the belief that the Guardians can take more swings than people believe, because you do have teams that are waiting to the contract to look bad, but a team like the Blue Jays, for instance, can take that on as long as you then do give up pieces in the prospect. And so it's easier to swallow than maybe what it once was considered.
Oh, this is pretty interesting. This just coming out about Aaron Judge. Aaron Judge saying he's made some progress, but he's not fully healed, waiting on more doctors, and he hasn't healed well enough to resume baseball activities. So he's going to need to be re-imaged. Mm-hmm. So there's a chance that this could kick out another month or so, couple months. So that's good news if you're a Guardians fan. Stinky news if you're a baseball fan. But, for the rest of the AL, that's probably music to your ears about the injury situation with Aaron Judge. When we come back, Jeff D. Lowe, he's going to be joining us. We'll talk about the Odyssey. We'll talk about the conversation we were just having, Deshaun versus Shedeur, and a LeBron homecoming again in about 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
reporting The Fan from the University Hospital Sports Desk. I'm Matt Corrali.
Follow the Cavs every morning. The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima. Weekday mornings starting at 6 a.m. It's the 4 o'clock hour on Afternoon Drive.
Oh, boy. Nick and JP back on Afternoon Drive. If you missed a moment in our show, use the rewind feature on the Odyssey app, powered by Integrated Restoration, your local experts in water, fire, and storm disaster restoration. It is a feel-good Friday, an F-off Friday, a football is in the future Friday, which is definitely not a thing, but I'm going to try and make it a thing. It's eyeball season. I got 23 eyeballs out there on Twitter, so get ready for it. The truth is coming. Hey, LeBron is nearing a decision, and I know that because we're 15 days into this, which means chronologically we're almost there.
Well,
has to be.
Unless he takes this thing into
15 more days?
Well, yeah, make this thing into August, and all of a sudden we have a different story.
I think I'm betting on.
We had somebody come on like a week and a half ago and said that this thing could go to the end of July.
And we rolled our eyes when they did
like,
it.
impossible.
Yeah.
Impossible that's going to be the case.
And now we're like, we like the content. And speaking of liking the content here, on the Wise Heart Right, we make it right. Call Kyle Wright hotline. This man is a Cleveland sports fan. This man is awesome at Barstool. Give him his flowers. The Dozen Trivia Project Big Screen, Jeff D. Lowe, joining us now. What's up, buddy?
How are we doing?
Well, it is eyeball season. So when you saw my tweet with the 23 eyeballs, you said not 90 minutes before my hit. What was going through your head when you saw eyeball season?
Well, I mean, look, I am currently on the road a little bit, so, I'm not as dialed in if I was in my home office with all, my windows open and knowing what's going on. I was like, oh, God, I gotta go do my usual scanning of the web. What did I miss? I don't know. If I missed it, it's exclusive. I'm a long-time poster in the greatest place in the world for Cavs fans, realcavsfans.com, a forum that still is kicking. Been posting there for like 17 years. I ran there quickly, didn't see anything. And then I tweeted to you. You threw me off.
Yeah,
I get it.
My access a bit.
This is why people get mad at you, Nick.
Yeah,
I didn't understand it. I understand it now because Jeff, he was like, you were like, there's something happening, and then it took you 3 minutes to realize that no, nothing was really happening.
Yeah, I was like, so someone over there might have an inkling what's going on. So I didn't see any tea leaves there. I saw nothing on Twitter. But you know what? That's the game. That's what's fun. That's why I'm not really mad at him. Right? First of all, he won us a title, so I'm never really mad at him. But man, the game is it's kind of fun.
In fairness, we don't know it's not happening, right?
True.
We don't know it's happening. We don't know when it's happening, but we don't know when it's not happening either.
He was never, by the way, doing it on stage at that event. I don't really know why.
That seems to be the thought. Well, you know why people felt that. I told this to Nick yesterday. I'm getting a little irritated with the people that are like, it was never going to happen that day. And you might have believed this, Jeff. You're an honest guy. But, the amount of people that are like, it was never going to happen. It was, well, I don't know. What if Fanatics paid him $25 million? Then it probably would have happened.
Okay, I can count. I can take that counter and be like, okay, that makes sense. Though with him though, it's the way he's done it has always been on his terms. And to me, that just doesn't feel like him doing it with Tyrese Halliburton. No disrespect to him. They won a gold medal together a year ago or 2 years ago. But that doesn't feel like a his terms thing. I don't even know what his terms is right now. I don't know. Instagram, maybe? I don't know.
I think the beauty of this is he's turning the most sensible people in the world into Pepe Sylvia, and I love every second of it.
I feel oddly positive about where it stands right now. And that is someone who, the longer this goes on, recognizes as a fan of this team, they're in a position where now they kind of need him to commit. But there seems to be a desperation, amount of desperation and pitching coming from everybody but, I'll say the word us as Cavs fans, which to me is always a good thing, I think. That's my read on it. And that's based on no knowledge, no tea, no inside info. I wish I was connected. No, but that the less we hear from the Cavs end is the better. If we start to hear pitching and stuff like that, that's not a good thing, I don't think.
I agree with that, but my problem with it is that we also never in life in Cleveland lead wire to wire in something, and then actually the obvious comes true, and this is what that is also giving me, and so that's where I have some apprehension here.
True, and I think I say the same thing over and over again. Is no matter who you see say, especially national media, they don't know. And that's not a disrespect to them. I'm sure Shams has great sources. Shams breaks 99% of things. If Woj's around, I'd say the same thing. Maybe a little less, because I know Woj and LeBron, there's some like camp history there. But those it ain't going to come from a tweet like that. Like, it's going to come from LeBron on his terms. It's all speculation at this point. So don't ebb and flow in the wrong direction because one guy who's on a talking head show like Nick. I think Nick Wright. Someone said so. I think he just tweeted something recently that was maybe pro-Cavs. Like, I'm not going to read into that. Like, they don't know. They don't know.
I'm out on Shams. There's a lot of I'm just basically reading an agent's composition instead of original thought. He's lost his fastball and his slider and his curve and his eephus pitch since Woj retired.
Yeah, you need a competitor. You need it. Just doesn't. It's like well. The first thing came to my mind, the Madden football game. Everyone complains about Madden every year because Madden has no competitor. That Shams needs a Woj. Whether it's Woj or whether it's someone else. I don't know if Woj is going to flame out at St. Bonaventure, but he needs a foil for sure.
All right. What is so you're convinced he's still going to come to the Cavs. When do you think, as a media part of the media and somebody that takes in everyone's different routes and how they take in doing this, what do you think is going to be the actual announcement, and when do you think it's going to actually happen?
So, didn't he have like a website he was debuting back in 2014? Do you remember that? Am I like just making that up in my head? I feel like there's always a thing that we gravitate to. Like, I was like, oh, it's going to be on LeBronJames.com. So there is no like thing. He's posting a lot on Instagram. He's golfing. Be kind of funny if he like hit a golf ball and like wine and gold smoke came out.
Like
but I don't know. Yeah. I don't know. What the thing that's made me laugh the most out of all of this is we have become such fake like media experts, people, and by we I mean people on Twitter, and that includes anyone who even works in media and has an idea of it. It's like, oh well, he's not going to do it today because it's the World Cup semifinals, and it's like, oh well, the Odyssey just came out, he's not going to do that. It's like if you were like just finding excuses, like, well, he wasn't going to do it today because. Yeah, I don't know. It's like some show is airing tonight. So it's like no one has any idea. Though it does feel like the sports world domination would be next week post-World Cup if you want to be like media hat guy. It does feel like next week would be the move. And I think he very famously went to the World Cup in 2014 with Dwayne Wade and then came back and announced it. I might have my timing wrong on that. But it does feel like if you are of the belief LeBron wants the spotlight, even though he can kind of just grab it himself, it would make sense to do it post-World Cup. So like Monday.
Jeff, Francisco Lindor could be on the block from the Mets. Are you interested in a Francisco Lindor reunion with the Cleveland Guardians?
I'm interested in any trade. And I am not of the belief that getting a guy back from it. I don't think we're trading for Jose Ramirez when he comes back, by the way. I want to be very clear about that. So, like, I would like to move. All I wanted from this team this year was to see DeLauder look good, which his injury stuff still very much concerns me. And then I wanted to see Bazzana look good. And I think he's going to be awesome. So, but the more they battle it out and they hang around and they're really injured against a surging good White Sox, I'm like, well, man, make a move or two. Like, make a move. So I just want to see something. I'd take Lindor. I'd take anybody at this point. I think they need another bat. It's what we always want. It's the same thing we say over and over in October when guards ball, bunting it, rolling off an ankle, fair ball, 1 run. We're like, okay, maybe we need a guy who can like hit something with some power. I would like a bat. I'm not gonna hold my breath anymore on it. That's the thing. It's like when you hear the ownership, you hear the front office mention like injuries being trades, you kind of feel like, oh, it ain't gonna happen. But I would like something. I'd like a move or two. Why not? You got young guys.
Is winning the AL Central enough for this team?
No. No. It's just like, at what point At what point do you see teams, and look, that Braves team that won a couple years ago, really good team, right?
Mm-hmm.
Or go look at the Royals team that made it in 2014 and then won it in
14 and 15,
Make the run. You just don't know. You really, look at the Knicks. I know it's a different sport, but the Knicks didn't work the year before. They lost in the Eastern Conference Finals to a good Pacers team, but it's someone could have said, go for it. You don't know. So that's my thing. It's we just rest on, and I don't even like saying we, because I think fans are very over it, but there's just this acceptance of and I get roasted on Twitter whenever I talk about the Guardians thing. They're well, you're a Browns fan, you support the Browns. Yeah, but you know what? The thing I always say about the Browns, and I've said it on your guys' show a billion times, the Browns are always trying to win. They are horrible at it, but they try. And that's what I always want from the Guardians. Just take that. You know what? If you go out there and you make a move that maybe sets you back, guess what? You did it. You went for it, right? Look at you can make bad trades in even what they do. Junior Kiminara is hitting 1 billion home runs. They could have him right now. So go out and make the move. If the move fails, the move fails. But maybe you have a sparked run like the Braves or something like that. That's all I want to see. I'd rather see you fail trying to win than this weird acceptance of well, we won X amount of games and we did this. So that means nothing to me.
Jeff, the Odyssey comes out this weekend. I'm going to see it. I'm sure you're going to see it. Are you expecting this to be your favorite Christopher Nolan movie? Many are saying that have said it, that it is. No, I think yours is almost a 0%. I am a ride or die, walked out of the theater, 100 out of 100 Oppenheimer guy. And I've never wavered from that. And I don't think it's beatable. Maybe this is another 100. But Oppenheimer is... I don't love, I'm not a big, I'm not the Homer, all the Odyssey, all that stuff. I'm sure I'm going to love the movie. It's right up my alley. I love his editing style. I love his filmmaking, all that. But Oppenheimer is so perfectly everything I love that I just don't think it's going to get beat. But, man, it could be an Inception. It could be right up there. I can't see it till Sunday. I'm seeing it Sunday in Boston. And I am just my coworkers like it so much. And it's all genuine. We're getting tweets from people saying we're being paid by Universal and Christopher Nolan to put positive reviews. That's how much my coworkers like it, which I'll tell you what, Christopher Nolan, the wallet is open, my friend. Let's fire away if you want to pay for positive reviews, but we are not we're not being paid for reviews, but that's how much all my friends like it. So I'm through the roof. I'm so pumped. Well, if we're on the record, then I am open to be bought, and just not just by Christopher Nolan, anyone, and with the right price.
People say we got people you're Disney shills. I'm I wish.
Yeah,
I wish.
I think I'd be. Yeah. Okay, one more thing. I took my kids and my wife to see Supergirl. I didn't have high expectations, given that it's a box office bomb. I actually thought that was a quality movie. I don't think it's one of the 10 best superhero movies I've ever seen. I don't get why the damn thing failed. Your take on that?
Yeah, I think so. I didn't love it, but I also understand being fine with it. It's just one of those superhero movies in a very weird spot right now. Because Superman last year I thought was excellent, and it didn't do great. It did okay, and I just think they're in a spot where they're trying to kick off this universe, and there's this almost weird no offense, Supergirl, and I thought Millie Alcock did a great job, but they need to, if they want to commit and make a new universe for DC, you got to see Batman.
We didn't do that. That was the phone.
Yeah.
It's either that or Keith was getting bored with the movie talk and just used his mentalist tricks to turn off the phone.
That'd be a really fun feature. How long would it take us just to really figure out, wait, every time we bring up something that isn't sports, the call just drops.
So Keith actually has gotten into remote viewing, and so Keith is able to manipulate the mic or the mouse by my side, and so he actually did that from his truck. That's Keith for you. On the Wise Heart Right, we make it right. Call Kyle Wright hotline. Jeff D. Lowe of Barstool. Great stuff with him. When we come back, we'll react to what he had to say and talk about Monk in the Maximizer on 92.3 The Fan.
stands right now. And that is someone who, the longer this goes on, recognizes as a fan of this team, they're in a position where now they kind of need him to commit. There seems to be a desperation, amount of desperation and pitching coming from everybody but, I'll say the word us, as Cavs fans, which to me is always a good thing, I think.
Jeff D. Lowe there giving us his thoughts rather of Barstool on LeBron. And so it's interesting. The silence has caused you to get more anxious and unsure of where LeBron's going with everybody else pitching him. The opposite's happening for Jeff.
No, it's not the silence. The silence, I told Jeff, I think is actually a good thing for the Cavs. The Cavs aren't as... But I need to rephrase that. That might get confusing for people. I don't love that they're not as publicly going for it in many ways, but that's not where my anxiety is coming from. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay. My anxiety and everything else is coming from a lot of other reasons outside of feeling confident one way or another. But I will say it feels better today than it did on Tuesday and Wednesday.
Really?
Yeah, it does. Oddly enough, it does. And LeBron hasn't done anything. Nothing has changed, really. It's just for some reason this is all from my gut because you can't tell anything else. It's all from my gut. It didn't feel great Tuesday and Wednesday. I'm still not saying it feels great, all things considered. But it feels better than it did Tuesday, Wednesday.
We used to do the Cleveland Sports Confidence Meter on the night show.
Yeah.
And I kind of feel like we needed a LeBron confidence meter. We should have started this earlier this week, and we could have called it LeBronfidence.
There we go.
Come on now. Come on now.
Yeah.
Between the indecision and LeBronfidence, I think I'm winning today.
You've definitely been throwing things out there. I'll tell you that.
That's all you can do.
Yeah.
Right? I'm like Tom Candiotti. I'm a junk baller.
Shots have been going up.
Shots have been going up.
That's all you got to do.
They don't fall unless you put them up.
That is true. All right? And maybe once you put it back, maybe you put it up, then you got to do a put back. However you score.
A lot of people not even taking shots out here.
That is true.
You know what I mean? You're never going to make the shot unless you...
Too many serious Stevens out there that are a little worried about getting aggregated.
Great name for an XM radio show.
Serious Steven?
Yeah.
I'm serious!
And I'm Steven. Now we've made him two people.
Honestly, with how humorless sports media tends to be, that sounds 100% right up the alley. I almost don't even want to put that on Sirius XM. That's an ESPN show right there. Blasphemous. Now, while we're talking about shooting shots, O's the mentalist at the ESPYs, that crazy bastard.
Yeah, he is. He is a something, isn't he?
Oh, he's a something. I
called him Oz for the first 2 years he was in the stratosphere of everyone.
I did until about 3 weeks ago.
Okay,
when somebody informed me it's O's and not Oz. How about this? Why don't you maybe spell your name the way it sounds instead of, spelling it like Oz, which is how everybody says Oz when it's O-Z.
Part of the trick.
Don't you love that great HBO show about prison, O's?
Yeah, really popular one back in the day.
I got to tell you, Dorothy was great, but the Wizard of Oz, that was the real star of the show.
Sounds like the Temu version. So I couldn't afford the Wizard of Oz for you kids.
Also,
I bought you the Wizard of Oz.
Also, is it not Temu? Is it Temu? I've heard people start saying Temu, and I don't know if it's just Lima and they're just making stuff up, like that kind of thing, like the Slippery Wizard.
Yeah, it might be.
I even saw it on a Temu commercial the other day.
Temu is calling itself something other than Temu?
Or Temu or something like that. And I was like, we can't do this. All right, this is Turkey saying we're actually all over again.
I had a friend of mine that he worked at Temu for he just left there a couple months ago. He would always call it Temu.
Yeah.
So the
directive
directive from the top. No, he really didn't.
Yeah,
he really did. Not a great place to work. I mean, he came from Amazon, and Travis was like, "All right, I'll take more money. Let's go to Temu." Did not work out for him very well, all things considered.
Even his paycheck was about 80%.
No, the paycheck went up. The paycheck went up big time. Yeah. He just didn't understand half the people he worked with.
Yeah.
Because they would get on these conference calls, and he would be conferencing with people in China, and they would not do like, hey, let's translate this to English for you. They talk what they talked, and then they just assumed he'd figured it out. I also wondered if he got the job on the premise that he could speak multiple languages.
Yeah.
He can't. This is not my friend that speaks Korean and also English. This is not him. It's a different guy.
Kind of like it if he did, if he would just grifting the whole time, get a little Costanza grift going. So my mom, a lovely soul, if she's listening, hi, Mom. We just had her over for dinner. I'm explaining to you how much I love my mom so I can say the story on air. She buys stuff off Temu. Every once in a while, she'll be like, it's like the mini Stonehenge for for Spinal Tap, and she'll be like, "Oh, I bought this, and it ended up being 3 feet tall instead of 8 feet tall." And I was like, "You bought something on Temu." Now, again, if they wanted to buy me, that I can be bought. I will tell you all about the things that I love about Temu, just while we're clear here. However, until they do that, I get to do the thing of, well, Mom, you did buy it on Temu. Or Temu.
So we have no idea. Yeah, we have no idea how to pronounce that. We do have a better idea with O's.
Do we? However, at the ESPYs, he was asked to read the mind of LeBron James and pick where LeBron is going.
I need you to read LeBron's mind. Where is he going to play next season?
This is every sports agent in the world would be right here at my ears. I think my money says he goes back home to Cleveland. I think it's full circle. That's what my gut says.
Even he used gut. He didn't even try to do this as like a bit.
Yeah, so that's the thing. When that fraud gets in on things and starts trying, this might actually make me worry. Because this guy trying to pawn off like he knows, that guy's never going to be right about this answer.
I mean, I've always doubted the mentalist of the world. What's your guy, your wrestling guy? What's his name?
Danhausen.
Oh, yeah.
Danhausen.
That's not a mentalist. That's such an...
Well, no, I'm saying I doubted him too. I doubted him, and he ended up being right immediately. Like I could have doubted him more to have him turn around and be right. I maintain doubt with O's though.
Yeah,
this doesn't do the Zuri stuff we talked about earlier. Does more for me than O's.
Yeah, and that concerns me because of sickos on the internet and psychopaths.
Well, but now we're building up a couple things here, though, because you were concerned about Zuri, and you said, all right, you might have a point there, and now O's is coming to the mix, and anything he says, you feel like the opposite is true. So are we building a case against the Cavs here?
Probably not. Okay. I'm still probably pretty convinced he's going to sign with the Cavaliers. And again, for two reasons. One, it's the perfect storybook ending, and if he wants to feel loved, this is the place that's going to show him unadulterated love, just pure love, no matter what happens, okay? And two, I really want it to happen.
Yeah,
I would like it to happen.
He knows that. He can sense how much you want it to happen, and he knows that, so he's going to try to feed into that.
Like LeBron the mentalist. He can sense that Nick Wilson, another kid from Akron, is also very invested.
I do find it interesting, though, that a lot of Cavs fans in the past, 48 hours or so, have started to come over to my side of the idea of, like, something just feels off in all this. The idea that we can't be favorites the entire time, and it'd be so obvious that it should be it. I mean, think about all the reasons why it makes so much sense. Not only is it home, but also we're competitive. Just in the Eastern Conference Finals last year, all these things add up and make it so easy to be the Cavs. Yet that also gives me pause.
I just think silence plus time equals uncertainty, a.k.a. flip-flopping. I think if you have enough silence and enough reports that are all over the place, I just think
this isn't flip-flopping necessarily, though. I've always had doubt within this decision.
I don't mean you, but I think to a Cavs fan who's like, all of a sudden I feel worse. It's like, well, I think that's just time. I think that's time and silence creates doubt, and then all of a sudden you go.
But I also think part of it is that you can make a case for any one of these places. We can't get inside LeBron's brain and know what actually makes him happiness. That's what Fedor's been saying for 2 weeks, right? And he's right about that. And I think that there's not a place that you can name where you think, oh, I can't come up with 3 good reasons why that wouldn't be a good option for LeBron. Every one of the spots, the actual spots, the 76ers, the Warriors, the Heat, and the Cavs, you can look at it and say, well, if he prioritizes this, this, and this, I see how it makes sense. And so then you can talk yourself into these type of things.
216-474-0092. Where is your LeBron-fidence here on a Friday?
I do like LeBron-fidence.
It's better than the LeBron-chular.
And better than a conversation.
Yeah, whoa. Conversation just feels right. You don't have a conversation?
Yeah,
what don't you like about conversation? It's his name and then versation.
It sounds like you have a lisp when you're talking.
No, I don't. I'm trying to do the lisp thing. I can't do it. BP and Pepper Pike. What is better, LeBron-fidence or conversation?
I got a conversation. I have a transformer. That's what it sounds like to me.
I like the late decision from last week.
Oh, okay. That was off the board.
Decision.
Had to happen. What you got for us, buddy?
I mean, this LeBron thing is going on forever. I mean, this is crazy. But, to me, the longer it goes on, the more doubt I have. I'm hoping he picks Cleveland. But, like you guys just said, I mean, you can make a case for all of these cities. You really could. Miami with the golf, with Pat Riley, with unfinished business, and then, Philly. That's like the easiest one where he can win.
There's nothing, by the way, you're right about the golf thing, so I'm not I just love that LeBron would base his decision off golf, something he is terrible at, as if that's going to be like, I just want to get out there and golf. It's like, LeBron,
he's out there talking about his country clubs again today.
Yeah.
He brought up both of them here.
If you listen to Rich Paul's podcast, which unfortunately I spent some time listening to it, now he's a big golfer. It's just hilarious. These guys are like, the next Charles Barkley when it comes to golf. But
I think what it is they're both close to retirement.
Yeah. We'll see what happens. I'm just going to be optimistic, but there's no guarantees. I mean, LeBron, I could even see him going back to Los Angeles. I mean, that's even possible. I mean, if he signs for a minimum, $3 million a year. So I don't know what this guy is thinking, but I just hope, he has a little bit of empathy for Northeast Ohio.
BP, we appreciate you, buddy. And if you guys don't remember, BP was incredibly confident within the last 5 days.
I know. People are getting a little shook here, Nick.
I think this goes back to silence plus time equals lack of confidence.
I just think you can. I think the idea that you don't know what he wants and that you can make a pitch for every one of these teams is kind of what's getting people a little on edge here.
I think it's just human nature. I think, and honestly, I think it's also Cleveland insecurity. We do have it. And by the way, we're not alone in that. Some sports talk guys like to act like we're the only place that has ever been bitten by a lack of luck or that or feel. No, every single place that isn't New York, and even they think they got it bad because they won their first title in 15 years this year. So everybody thinks they have it bad. But I do think, again, every time I've gone on radio and somebody's
not the
asked
Dodgers,
me,
they always win.
Yeah, L.A., that's just – they've got the best part here of blind hubris. And when they're bad, they just don't pay attention to their teams. They're just – we're like who do we have on from – it's Bill Ryder. It was like, this is more of a Dodger town than a Lakers town. I'm like, it wasn't 15 years ago, Noss.
Yeah, it wasn't for a very, very long time.
Maybe it is now, but maybe it is the last 5 years. However, I think this is just kind of what happens when you don't have the decision yet, or I don't know. Let's go. I don't know why I said it that way.
Well, let's go makes it sound like you want the decision. Like, all right, let's do this, or let's go. Cavs got this.
Let's continue to remember we can enjoy this.
No, I think everyone's enjoying it. I just think we've just come around to the idea that there's so many spots that actually do make sense for LeBron, depending on what exactly it is that he wants, and so even like Golden State initially, everyone was thinking that's got to be the spot for 75 reasons we've already laid out. Now I'm at a point where I'm like, oh, maybe Windhorst does make some sense with all the Miami propaganda that exists. And then 2 weeks of doing this, 2.5 weeks of doing this, I've never once thought Miami. And now we're at a spot. It's like, oh, maybe Zuri does like there. Maybe everything with Giannis is real. Maybe all these other things. It just keeps creeping in. It just kind of, you're right. Maybe we're spending too much time with it, but this is what we have right now.
All right, Thomas and Shaker, real quick, buddy, what you got for us?
So I got a very busy job every day at work, and I work hard. So my best friend, shout out to Colin, and my brother, shout out to Red, they just call me in the middle of the day just to mess with me. Oh my God, Thomas, I gotta tell you something. I'm like, oh no, it's the news. And then they hint that it's gonna be breaking news that's about LeBron, and then they're like, oh yeah, forget that guy, and they just mess with me. So I'm sick of my friends mess with me because they know how emotional I am about LeBron, and they just want to just mess with me about this. So
Thomas, I cannot believe you're on air for this.
What's your job?
But wait, real quick, we have breaking news here, Thomas.
Wow!
Are you saying it?
Whoa!
So I see Shams.
Whoa!
Do you see
Whoa!
McMenamin too?
Whoa!
Yeah.
My confidence meter is very high right
now. All right, buddy. We appreciate you.
All right. Bye-bye, Thomas.
Here's the thing.
This is still like, wait, I thought you had news.
Here's the thing. I actually feel bad
for a couple people. For a couple people that thought maybe there was something happening.
I just really wanted to mess with Thomas.
Yeah.
And if I got you, please look at the 23 eyeballs I did tweet about 2 hours ago and revert back to that.
I think people knew what you were doing. I hope they did. If you didn't, I'm sorry too.
Fanatics Sportsbook tweeting this out. James Harden apparently quoted at Fanatics Fest.
Let's go. We got some public comments.
I hope he comes to Cleveland. Whoa. Oh, my.
That's strong endorsement. Strong. I hope he comes to Cleveland.
Like, don't lift the kimono entirely, James, okay?
Yeah.
Keep a little something for the wedding night, okay?
Yeah. I'm like, when I drive home, I'm like, I hope I catch this green light. Are you kidding me? Like, that's as good as we got.
King of the understatement, James Harden. We're having fun. 216-474-0092. Where's your LeBron-fidence here on a Friday? And Monk in the Maximizer. We finally get to that in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. There's those last couple years, it definitely felt like they were kind of doing that big man on campus thing. And it's like, guys, you were a 3-win team last year. I don't know what the hell
you just watch these practices and you just think to yourself, like, all right, when's the real practice going to start? And then all of a sudden the horn would sound off and it's like, wait, the practice is over? That's it? That's all you guys are going to do today? What is going on? And so I think that's what fans are going to notice. I think fans are going to notice the idea that it's going to be noticeably different, and you're going to see it look different, and you know that it's not going to be what you become accustomed to under Stefanski. And I'm excited for that part of things.
Now, what's interesting is I think Todd Monken is the most slept on head coaching hire in the NFL. I hear a lot about Joe Brady taking over for McDermott. I've even heard a lot about Jeff Hafley long-term in Miami once you get past this year. Mike McCarthy out in Pittsburgh. I feel like I've heard every other head coach touted this side of Mike LaFleur except Todd Monken, and I think Todd is the most intriguing because he is an outside-the-box hire given his age. And maybe it's because the second I saw him hired, I started thinking about Bruce Arians, another guy that was slept on for 15 years in the NFL.
Sure.
And Bruce is one of my all-time favorite coaches, another truth teller, another kind of offensive guru. And by the way, similar no risky, no bisky kind of philosophies there. But I am intrigued. I'm interested. I cannot wait to see Todd's style and how that conforms to this young team, because I think that style works especially with young teams if you're trying to establish your culture.
There were enough people that were here in 2019 and was around Monken and saw a lot of him and took that and said, oh, no, I'm worried about what this is going to look like, that have now changed their opinion based off of the early parts of spring and everything else that we've now seen. And that's a credit to Monken. He's obviously come prepared and he's come ready to go, and I think that's going to be a good thing. Schefter, by the way, saying Ethan Posick is landing with the Ravens.
Good for Ethan.
Yeah, he's gonna if he's said to be healthy, but he's gonna have a chance to replace Linderbaum, who obviously goes to that massive deal with the Raiders.
Yeah, most of the time a guy goes from Cleveland to Baltimore, and I say screw him. Ethan's one of the cool success stories. When he came here, he was kind of seen as like a bust around the NFL. He was like a second-round pick and bounced between guard and center and never really found his place in Seattle. And he was a nice, serviceable center for 3 years. So, and coming off the Achilles tear?
Yeah, the Achilles tear.
Good for Ethan. That's the kind of stuff that gets me a little sappy for football players, because that takes a lot of heart to come back from that injury.
And he's going to have a great spot. I mean, all things considered, snapping the ball to Lamar, life doesn't get much better in the NFL.
Do you think there's a little pinch me there with Ethan going from what he's had to deal with the last 2 or 3 years to this?
Maybe. By the way, did you see, speaking of our quarterbacks, did you see the Deshaun Watson camp is underway?
No.
Yeah, it's underway. We got video. The video I saw, it looked like Deshaun and Shedeur were rotating snaps, and they were being very adult about it all. So that's a good thing. I saw it was Jerry Jeudy. I saw Isaiah Bond. There's the guys showed out, but they were able to settle that idea of all right, does everyone have to go to my camp? Does everyone have to go to your camp? No, Deshaun has his camp. Shedeur just went along, and they're sharing the reps.
Something that I kind of fell back on when we were having the conversation, and certainly anytime I've thought about these things can get, and more often than not, these guys get very prideful, very not confrontational. They get very territorial. And the thing that kept me, let's say, not concerned about that was just that Deshaun was a guy that was helping Shedeur when Shedeur was playing last year and just trying to help him get prepared.
Yeah.
And I think it's really hard to go from that level of trust, rookie, vet kind of thing, to all of a sudden bleep you.
I think there's just that.
probably the last season. This is probably to put a period on it. Buddy, if you want to come back, come back. If you don't, fine. We'll see you in another 10 years when we do the 20-year reunion.
The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima. Weekday mornings starting at 6 a.m.
Cleveland!
We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan. It's 5 o'clock on The Fan, and it's time for The Lead with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin on Afternoon Drive.
Nick and JP back on Afternoon Drive. We do have 32 teams in 16 days coming up. Pat Donovan of Tampa Sports Talk Radio at 6:20, and then Mia O'Brien of Club 904 Down Yonder in Jacksonville. We'll preview Tampa Bay, Baker Mayfield, Jacksonville, some guy named Travis Hunter in the Travis Hunter trade. That was a nice 1-minute promo there, and I got to say, I think that's what LeBron was waiting for.
Yeah.
Not Donovan Mitchell to say, hey, can you come here, play with us. Let's go win a title.
Mm-hmm.
Not James Harden, hey, I'll share the ball. Not Evan Mobley saying, maybe I'll care more. No, it was Ken Carman giving LeBron permission to come home or not.
Well, at least he got it now.
And now he's got it.
That's good.
And now, again,
checked off.
I'm sensing that we're nearing a decision with LeBron because of that promo.
I hope so. It was not the eye emojis that you've now done 3 different times.
No.
It is the promo by Ken.
Well, and here's the thing.
All right.
With the eye emojis, should be noted, the first time I only sent out 3 eye emojis.
Yeah, it was
that's
like
not a serious
That's
tweet.
half-hearted at best.
Yeah, that's half-eyed.
How many were in the second one?
Probably about 11 or 12.
Okay, and
so
now we got to
serious,
the right
but not like deadly serious.
And now we're 23 today.
You can tell I mean business here.
Now we're living.
Yeah, I mean, LeBron is nearing a decision because we're 15 days into this.
Now I was just thinking of that really, really overused joke about that Anthony Lant had, that everyone else had for every single time, anytime it's ever been cloudy or anything like that. Oh, because of the smoke in the air. That's why we're near a decision, as if it's like a Pope type thing.
Yeah,
but that was real original by Anthony Lant.
Lance got about
that was
3
real.
of those
that was
jokes.
real original by him.
Justin Latta, Locked On Guardians, tweeting out Angel Martinez is rehabbing tonight in Columbus, so that's a good sign too.
I saw that, and I also I saw some photos of J-Ram, by the way, fielding at third base. It was just photos, but I saw him fielding, and that's good. Very different, sharp contrast to when ESPN has had the Guardians games, and they've been showing J-Ram running the bases. He's recovering from a hamate injury.
Yeah.
Why do you show him running the bases? Like they're like, oh, he's progressing really well, and it's him running the bases. And they're not like every ESPN game we've had since the injuries happened. They've shown clips of him running the bases. It's like the injury's his thumb. That's got nothing to do with what do you? It just gets me so agitated.
He's getting in shape. He's getting game shape that way.
Get me so agitated. At least fielding. Here we go. Let's get going.
The indecision from LeBron James rolls on. ESPN's Dave McMenamin saying on SportsCenter earlier today, the Warriors are now on the outside of getting LeBron James due to the West being tougher than the East.
The sentiment is, if there is outsiders at this point, it would be any team in the Western Conference. Certainly his top 3 right now are the Cavs, the Heat, and the Sixers. And some of that, or maybe even a lot of that, has to do with the pathway to a potential finals berth, not having to go through basically 2 finals series in the playoffs in both San Antonio and OKC to get there. They're not out, they're not eliminated, but certainly they're an outside contender at this point. And again, the belief is that it will be one of those 3 Eastern Conference teams. 2 of them he played for before, intimately aware of the inner workings of both the Miami Heat and the Cleveland Cavaliers. And then, of course, the wild card being the Philadelphia 76ers, who really made a case for themselves after trading for Jaylen Brown. And obviously, Tyrese Maxey, one of LeBron's closest relationships in the entire NBA.
I would notice how he won't remove the Warriors because all this talk about wanting to be on a competitive team still could exist if LeBron's version of competitive is just like the second round.
It just depends what happiness is. All right, so here we're going to do a little visual thing for 92 Through the Fans YouTube.
Oh.
Here's LeBron.
Yeah.
Here was the Warriors. Because the East is tough, which it was 3 weeks ago.
Yeah.
But it's tough now, too. Here is now the Warriors.
Yeah, they moved off.
Now I got to drop that.
Uh-huh.
Here's the Cavs, here's the Sixers, and here's the Heat. There we go. Unless Zuri James is not a fan of Cleveland.
Zuri's the wild card.
Which it moves over here, too.
All the James family, they're all born here. They're all raised in Northeast Ohio, and then there's Zuri.
Hope you enjoyed the last 3 minutes of my credit card number. That'd be the dumbest way
to get all your stuff stolen.
But it would be the way that I do.
Such a big wallet you have.
Thank you for noticing.
I don't know that it was meant as a compliment.
I mean, you emphasized big, and
It's
I just decided
a big wallet.
I'm just not used to that.
I don't even own a wallet.
This is more of a money clip, but yes, I do know that.
More of a money clip. You have so many things in there. Look at all the things you have in there.
Yeah, but that's because I gotta have space for the cards and whatnot.
And then you have things inside near the money as well. How many things do you have in here?
Oh, we're talking.
If I told you just get rid of it all tomorrow and transfer it how I do it, where everything is all on my phone, you could do it. And would you feel naked though, or no?
I think I would. I like a wallet. I like physical things.
What's the most useful thing that you have in that wallet that you've even used outside of? I mean, obviously, I'm sure you use the money. I don't know. Maybe you do. Maybe you don't. I don't use money.
No, I kind of keep my money there. And then my kids or my wife will slowly take it out of there, and they'll be like, "What happened to all my money?"
I haven't paid for anything in cash in years. I don't know that I've held an actual single dollar bill in years with an S.
You sound like Jeff Bezos. I don't know why. You just sound like that. Just sounds so out of touch. Of like, I haven't touched physical money in decades.
Everything's tap. Everything's on my card. It's all on my phone. I'm trying to think the last time I've used money.
I still remember you having this debate with Dustin 3 years ago.
And I don't know why we all haven't evolved. Why haven't we all gotten to the spot where I am, where everything's on my phone?
Because maybe you're the anomaly.
Life is so easy. I don't have to worry about anything. That thing's huge.
Thank you. I've always wanted to hear that.
Okay. It's like 50 years from now. You'll still be carrying around a wallet.
I'm gonna have Mac pull that and just turn the timbre on your voice up.
Yeah.
It just sounds an octave higher. Gonna make 18-year-old Nick very happy.
The Sixers writer, Tony Jones, joined the show at 3 o'clock and said that he would choose the Timberwolves if he were LeBron James.
If this were 100% basketball, I think the number one place that I would go if I were LeBron James would be the Minnesota Timberwolves. Then the number two place I would go would be the Philadelphia 76ers. The number three place I would go would be the Miami Heat. I am of the opinion that this year coming up is not going to be the last year of LeBron James's career. I think that he's going to, at the very least, sign a 1-and-1, and I wouldn't be shocked at all if he flat out signs a 2-year deal.
All right, so Tony's an Akron guy. He was born here. He's got family here. So I know he didn't intend it this way. But listing off his top 3 contenders, and every one I was like, now come the Cavs, right? Let's get to the Cavs now.
Yeah.
And we couldn't even crack the top 3. I don't think people are properly weighting LeBron playing with LaMelo. I don't think
Tony did. I think everyone else is properly weighting it.
I just don't know. I've seen enough people to say the Timberwolves would be the best place for him to go. He would kill LaMelo.
I was shocked he said it's the best basketball spot. Mm-hmm. I was surprised by that because I like Ant, but there's no way that's a better spot than the 76ers. From a pure talent standpoint, it just is not better than the 76ers.
If they never did the LaMelo trade and you had Ant and McDaniels in Gobert, you might have been able to talk to me. And I think Philadelphia is incredibly convoluted. As talented as that would be,
there's a lot of talent in that team.
Embiid, Maxey, Brown, and LeBron.
The worry you have is whether Embiid is going to be healthy, obviously. But like, even if he's not healthy, and if it's Brown, Edgecombe, Maxey, and LeBron, that team is still doing damage.
I don't know LeBron and Jalen could coexist with his.
No, I mean LeBron's just going to have to be the fourth option. This is part of the reason why I've taken the 76ers and not removed them, but why I have them lower on my list than other people is I just don't know. I thought LeBron was pissed being the third option last year. I think he'd be pissed being the fourth option, and that's what he'd have to be with the 76ers.
Also, I mean, I really do think basketball fit. If we just talk about fun to play basketball, I think the Warriors actually have a good case. I just don't think they're going to win as many games as people expect. I still think they don't have enough shooters in Miami. And I know Dan Day of WQAM, who's been a real star on this show this week, talked about all the great shooters that they have.
Yeah.
They need more.
They do need more.
They do need more. Mike Tirico joined the Pat McAfee show this afternoon and said he hopes that LeBron lands in Cleveland.
I hope it ends up being Cleveland because I just want to see the story end where it started. I want to see him go back to the statue, go back to Akron, where he's done so many great things, community, school, the bike race, the charity, all that stuff. That would be a really cool chapter because those chapters never end, usually where they start. And I think it would be special for the league and special for all of them.
Go back to the statue. Did he mean the billboard?
I think he did.
Is that what he meant?
Yeah.
Which, by the way, still would be an awesome way to reveal it all.
Also,
middle of the night, someone puts up the billboard, and then that's his announcement.
Also, that clip was misleading. Tirico said, as a fan, he wants to see LeBron in Golden State. But he also wants to, like you pointed this out earlier.
Go ahead.
But then he's saying he also hopes LeBron lands in Cleveland because that's where his story. He said he hopes he lands 2 different places in the same interview.
Yeah, but the clip that was played was the only Cleveland one.
Yes.
So that's where all I have to go off of right now is Tirico speaking positive about Cleveland.
Is that all we want to hear?
That's all I got.
Are we to the point where we're just padding the stats to make ourselves feel
that's
better?
That's what it sounds like Kiraly did with the 5-5, does it not? But I don't know. He threw in a non-serious Timberwolves discussion. He mentioned the Warriors being on the outside, and now he's got Tirico only speaking positive about the Cavs. Sounds like Kiraly needed some pick-me-up here in the 5 o'clock to make sure that everyone knows the Cavs. By the way, I mean, we can go to the next one. Jeff Lowe. I wonder. I haven't looked at it yet. I just know it's LeBron related. I wonder if Kiraly really needed this one to be pro Cavs as well.
Here's what I'll say. I actually think we have to wrap the Cavs thing to talk about the Guardians because the Guardians aren't playing tonight. They'll have a split doubleheader tomorrow. The smog has kind of cost them the chance of playing tonight's game. Expectations for the Guardians' second half.
They got to look better offensively than they did in the first half. Like it's not even a debate. It's not even a question. The idea that you could have and run back that offense in the second half and expect good things to happen in the postseason is laughable.
I'm really excited to see what they can do. Just because I don't think they've at any point played their best baseball. They haven't been incredibly healthy. Sabrowski, obviously J. Ram, CDL, Angel. You've just had so many. The only place you've been 100% healthy has been the rotation, which probably would be where I'm holding my breath a little bit because it is unlikely that you're going to get through 162 games in the 5 guys you started with or the 5 guys you finish with, or at least that you only use 5 starters all season long.
Yeah, another thing on this, if you were to ask me who like the 3 best Guardians in the first half were from an offensive standpoint, oddly enough, I think the 3 answers would be, I think you go DeLauder, I think you go Rocchio, and I think you'd go Austin Hedges.
Yeah.
And the sad part about that is that in an offense that wasn't very good, I don't know that we can depend on Hedges repeating that performance. And the idea that Rocchio won't have any regression, and this is just the Rocchio we have until the end of time, I also don't know that I'd bet on that either. And so we're going to need some other guys to step up is what I'm trying to say here.
What has me bought in on Rocchio, I don't think he'll ever be a guy that just is 162 consistent guy every day. He started to go in the tank twice, and every time he's pulled the nose up on it. I think that's a sign that this is
I think he's turned a corner relative to what he was last year, let's say. But is he going to be what he was in the first half of the season? If he is, then congratulations. We have a brand new Rocchio on our hands, and that's firm. We might anyway. But the point is that I would imagine there's going to be some comeback down to earth, just a little bit of regression back towards what he typically should be.
That is the lead. I almost said LeBron Chiller. The LeBronfidence Tour rolls on here as the indecision rolls on here. Sacrificing with LeBron in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
the app. Headline sports news every 20 minutes, right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Matt Corrali.
Headline sports news every 20 minutes from the University Hospital's Sports Desk. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
32 teams in 16 days comes up in 1 hour's time. Nick and JP back with you on a Feel Good Friday. Feeling good, JP?
I'm feeling good. I'm trying to figure out whether or not James Harden is fat or in really good shape, and I don't really know.
You never know.
Have you seen some of these videos out of Fanatics?
No, I've not.
All right, so some of these videos, and maybe just like type in James Harden in your search bar or not, like some of them, his arms look jacked.
Yeah.
Like he looks like he's in really, really good shape, but then sometimes that can be a little misleading. You know, sometimes when people's arms look jacked, maybe everything else doesn't look necessarily in the best of shape, and it becomes very confusing. And so I don't really know what to do with this. He's either in awesome shape or he's not really in that great of shape, and I can't really tell. But I'm going to lean towards awesome shape.
Is he
wearing
a kilt?
I don't know.
Or is that like those Jenko jeans? Remember those?
I don't know what he's wearing.
It's like the really big jean shorts.
Yeah. Which I don't know why those were ever a thing, and I don't know why they're making their way back. But if James Harden is wearing them, I'm going to assume they are. I think he's really fit, by the way.
It looks really fit, right?
Yeah, so
okay, good,
I'm watching the one
confusing.
of him. So you know the one where he walks out to Jey Uso's music?
Okay.
Where you can see Jey Uso in the background, the name Jey Uso in the background.
Okay.
And he's like doing the water thing or the whatever, the yeet thing. It looks like he's got some upper chest in a good way.
There's a real definition in these arms right now.
Yeah.
And like I watched the one where he linked up with Neon, who's a very popular streamer. He's the one that was on with Giannis when Giannis seemed like he was going to cry at the announcement of LeBron going to somewhere that wasn't Miami.
See, but
this guy's everywhere.
But then he gets close to you, and you're like, there's like an optical illusion going on here.
I can't tell. Did Harden exclusively just work on upper like chest area and arms, and that's it? You know, if it's like, oh, skipped leg day, huh? Yeah, maybe he did. Maybe he's just.
That is the funniest makeup of a human being. Somebody who gets really interested in like just the arms, but then have a huge belly, and then they just don't even like walk. Their legs look atrophied.
Yeah,
the funny and like. I can't help but like stare of just like, listen, I'm not one. I'm a human oddity myself. I'm built like Slider, for the love of God. So I'm not judging anyone, okay? But if you put that much work into getting toned up here, and then you have as fat a belly as me,
yeah,
there's a little judgment there.
There's got to be a little judgment.
I don't know what you're trying to
overcompensate.
That's the one. Overcompensate for, but I hope it's working out.
Is he just thinking like if my arms are ripped, nobody will say I'm Fat Harden at this point? Is that what that is? I don't know. I'm very confused by the whole ordeal. So anyway, that's the Harden update.
So we got Soften update maybe.
No, I don't want you making those jokes. Yep. When we go to this now for the next like month and a half, do I get to say Harden's in shape?
I mean, we can say anything. It's 2026. Nothing has to be true anymore.
Will it be true? I don't know.
What if LeBron?
Poor guy. Hey, he hasn't beat putting on like 20 pounds once 5 years ago. Yeah, it's been years. People, let it go.
But he lost him overnight. That's the problem. I really do think to this day. I think James Harden was wearing a fat suit to appear to be Fat James Harden, so that the Nets would trade him. I don't believe in a lot of conspiracy theories, but I think that might be one of the ones that actually is true.
I just think he's one of those guys that their weight fluctuates a lot and can happen really quick.
In like 3 days?
And can happen really quick. I think when Harden retires and goes off to like Inside the NBA on TNT, I think the man's going to blow up.
Is that, that's what, all the former Browns offensive linemen like Joe Thomas have all slimmed down.
Mm-hmm.
And he always used to joke that he's like, but the one guy that won't is Joe Bitonio. And by the way, Joel's already actually slimmed down a little bit from the time I saw him. The time we saw him when he retired. So good for Joel. I could definitely see James Harden doing the Charles Barkley.
I mean, I just think there's some people's lifestyles, et cetera, that like it works when you're running as much as they do and the conditioning that you're forced to do in the NBA. When they stop playing, he's just going to blow up. It's like Tour de France riders. All these guys that do the Tour de France, they eat 7,000 calories a day because they're constantly eating pasta. And the moment that they retire and they stop riding bikes, they all get huge.
I had another fat joke in there, but I'm not going to make it.
Well, that's
you know
okay. He looks good now. He looks good.
Here's the other thing. I don't think his beard helps him defeat the allegations. Because, you know, one of the things of having a gigantic beard, one of those giant bushy beards, like a Hagrid beard, is that you can hide 30 pounds and 3 chins. The problem is, even if you're skinny, it still looks like you're hiding 30 pounds and 3 chins.
Yeah, the fluffiness attached to it all just makes you seem like you're maybe a little more round than you want to be.
So while we're having the LeBron conversations, you came up with this in a kind of our pre-show, and I think it might be my favorite conversation that has to do with the other Cavaliers if LeBron comes back, which is basically talking about when LeBron comes back, especially if it's Cleveland. I don't think the same conversation if it goes to Philly. I don't think it's the same conversation if it goes to Miami or Golden State. But if he comes to Cleveland, everybody in that locker room is going to have to sacrifice a little bit. The question is, who has to sacrifice the most?
Yeah, I think that answer has got to be Evan Mobley. I'm fascinated by what will happen with him. Right now, without LeBron, we're operating with the idea that he can have some sort of offensive jump that we haven't seen yet, but it still exists there, right? The idea that, all right, he'll take it and move to a 20-point-a-game guy, and all of a sudden you're talking about 20 and 10, Evan Mobley that's contributing offensively. If LeBron comes here, the offensive jump that Evan Mobley is tasked with having now is not going to be given to him. And that sacrifice there for Evan Mobley on an individual basis will be felt.
I think if we're talking about offense, I think it's going to be James. I think James, I think you saw Donovan Mitchell take a sidecar role in terms of facilitating the offense when they traded for James Harden, and rightfully so. I think James is going to have to take a sidecar role in facilitating when LeBron comes here, even if it's just in the fourth quarter.
Oh, you mean in passing?
Yes, in terms of running the offense.
I thought you were going the other way, where he was going to have to instead of being a scorer, he's just going to be the guy that, because you remember in the playoff games, when things got tight, he stopped shooting and then just became, I'm just going to pass the ball and make the best pass in the court because he's really good at that.
I think for the first 3 quarters, you're going to be able to stagger James Harden and LeBron enough that we don't have, who's the point guard. It's going to matter on who's on the court and who's not. If they're on the court together, I'm sure he can defer a little bit to James. He's not going to defer. This isn't like when he deferred to Kyrie. When LeBron at the end of games to conserve energy, he would go onto the far side of the court and just kind of stand there and wait for the action to come to him. I don't think that's how this is going with James Harden. I think Kyrie was a very precise passer. I think, and James is an elite passer. I'm not trying to say that.
He's very good, yeah.
James is also careless with the basketball. And I don't think LeBron's putting up with that stuff at the end of games.
Well, he's careless when he's trying to create, though, is the problem. And in the playoffs, you saw this specifically. He was careless when he was trying to score and get to the basket and try to create. The other side of that, like when he was really trying to be careful with it, that's when you saw him just kind of move into this, all right, hey, there's Schroeder. Let's hit Schroeder and go from there.
And that's why I think if we start talking about who's going to tee up who, I can see an offense where LeBron is facilitating and James gets, shots off that. And that works really, really well. I don't want to be like absolutist in this, but I don't imagine LeBron's gonna have a lot of patience for some of the stuff that James can try and do in critical moments. Like that to me is where James loses you games, are desperate to get that pass into the low post and it turns into it slips out of his hand.
Yeah, and this is, by the way, some of the sad part about this is going to be we'll only be able to find that out in the playoffs.
Yeah.
Yep. And so we'll have to wait a little bit. Jared Allen's also going to have to take a little bit of I think, offensive step back. There's a lot of regular season games where Jared Allen really performs well offensively, and I think that's just going to kind of go away. And that sucks because I like Jared Allen scoring, and I like when he's just this double-double machine. But I think his role is just going to basically come down to playing a lot of defense, and then you just grab the boards and you go from there.
216-474-0092. Who has to make the biggest sacrifice if LeBron comes home? And that leads us to Donovan. I think there's a specific way in where James has to give it up the most in terms of facilitating at the end of games because LeBron just will not put up with that. I think you're spot on about the touches that the bigs get because LeBron really does just set up shooters, and neither big is a good enough shooter. Maybe Evan could benefit if Evan really gets back to being like a 36 or 37% three-point shooter.
I wonder if even that part of it, and now that's interesting. That part of Evan Mobley. It'd be odd if that and he tried to make this his value. But if that became, because think about it, one thing with LeBron and the setup that we're currently talking about is, wow, Sam Merrill's really going to eat.
Yeah.
There's a lot of open 3-point shots that exist when LeBron, Harden, and Donovan are on the court, or either two of those guys are on the court. That's an
Strus
interesting
will eat
point
as well.
Yeah, no, it's interesting.
But I think where Donovan's going to have to take the back seat is perceptionally, because, again, in Cleveland, if LeBron's on a team, it doesn't matter if he averages 15 points a game or 25 points a game. It's LeBron's team, specifically in Cleveland. Damn near nowhere else can we say that. And I do think, like, I'd be really shocked if Donovan scored 28 points a game playing next to LeBron. I'm not saying he's not going to score 23 points a game, but it's just like trying to conceive an offense with James, Donovan, and LeBron. I cannot imagine Donovan's going to get enough action to score 28 to 30 points a game, which has kind of been his high water mark here.
He's just not going to be able to have as many nights where it's like I scored 28 on 20 shots.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it's just not going to exist the same way. I still think he'll get 25, 26, 27. He'll still get his. He's just got to become way more efficient at doing so, and he just can't go into these funks because there's just too many other guys that can take over.
And I think I would really, I don't think we'll ever get an honest answer from Donovan until after he's done playing. And I mean that because Donovan's very conscientious of how his comments are construed. I don't think he ever wants to be the bad guy. Even in the Darius thing. Well, I was asked about it, but I didn't make that call. He's
probably a reason why he's not at Fanatics Fest right now, by the way.
I think that's also fair.
Like, he's in New York. We know he's in New York.
I would love to know which sacrifice Donovan is most, I don't want to say concerned about, but maybe leery about.
I would bet a lot of money Donovan still thinks he's going to be able to eat on this team. And I would bet the Cavs are presenting it as such, too. Now, it'll be interesting to see how it all goes down, but I would bet he still thinks he's going to be able to get his offensively. But he's got to tighten up a lot of what he does at certain points with these games where it just seems like he could be shooting all night, and he's just going to only shoot until he gets his number and then stops.
Maybe this is the way to think about it. I think Donovan with LeBron becomes what Darius became when Donovan came back. Meaning, like, yep, you are still a very good player. There is still a definitive, significant role for you, and you are going to be able to get something close to your numbers. But it's also LeBron's team.
I mean, it's definitely LeBron's team. Mm-hmm. I'm not going to try to make it seem anything like that. But LeBron is not ever going to go for 40 a night anymore. Mm-hmm. Like, that's out of the equation. Like, if you're going to have somebody that goes off in any sort of one game like that, that still is going to be Donovan.
Yeah, that's actually an interesting thing. We've talked about how many regular season games LeBron's going to play and how do you conserve yourself for the postseason. I almost wonder if that's kind of part of the deal. Like, hey, you guys get the regular season, and I'm going to be in that supporting role because it's LeBron, it's Cleveland. But I'm going to be in a strong role, but I'm not going to be in the lead role. And then the second the playoffs go over, the start, we see LeBron go into, this is my team, this is my city mode.
So even in that Houston Lakers series, I mean, Dalton Connect was putting up 28 a night. I think what he did for Austin Reeves throughout the regular season, that obviously didn't translate the same way to the postseason because of Reeves not being available. Same thing with Luka. But there's a part of LeBron and this version of LeBron. I mean, he got Austin Reeves $40 million a year. There's enough room to have these guys play the way that they want to play.
216-474-0092. We're talking about the potential return for LeBron James here to the Cleveland Cavaliers. Who has to make the biggest sacrifice if LeBron comes home? I think it really depends on which lens you're looking at. For James Harden, it's that late game facilitating. For Donovan, I think just a whole big picture, I think it's just everything with Donovan. It's points per game, and it's perceptional stuff. And Donovan has said two things that are very different things. One, he'd do anything to win a championship. But the most recent thing we've heard from him is, hey, if I don't win a championship, I got a beautiful soon-to-be wife and, I'm making a lot of money and really enjoying playing basketball in Cleveland. So I don't know which one of those is closer to the truth.
I hope it's the first one.
Yeah, it's so funny. I have my thoughts on Donovan's limitation. It would make me incredibly happy if LeBron and Donovan get to hoist the Larry O'Brien Trophy here in Cleveland.
Yeah, I mean, I almost said no bleep, but like, hey, thank you for giving that thought. It would make you really happy that they won the title.
I was saying that as a fan, I would be happy for Donovan.
Okay, there we go.
Is that better?
I also too. I wanted this on the record.
Yeah.
Okay, I also would be happy for Donovan.
I think I'd be happier.
Maybe.
You jamoke. 216-474-0092. Would you be happy if Donovan won a championship in Cleveland? And who has to take the biggest? Who has to make the biggest sacrifice when LeBron comes home? Should he come home? And a different way of looking at Jerry Jeudy in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
must-have electronics and accessories. Limited time deals and free shipping on PCs and more await you at Dell.com/deals. That's Dell.com/deals.
Don't be that guy who missed the biggest Cavs news during the offseason. Hear the latest during our exclusive 2020 reports. Cleveland's Sports Radio, 92.3 The Fan.
Two teams in 16 days rolls on. Nick and JP. A little Gardos news. We got the news coming that we got Gavin Williams starting game 1 of the split doubleheader tomorrow. TBD on who's going to start game 2. Could we have the 6th starter of the season for the Guardians? And it had to happen in game 2 of the second half of the season.
I would hope not, right? Everyone should be ready to go.
Yeah, I have no idea why we're doing TBD unless drawing straws, you think?
I don't know.
So I actually could see if you didn't want to burn a start. If you're worried about the weather tomorrow, I could see you doing call somebody up because again, you can't call somebody up for the day-night doubleheader. And so you can use the extra spot start on somebody to start the damn thing, send them back down. And that way, if you end up getting 3 innings from them and the game gets called or postponed, you didn't really ruin Ciccone, Cantillo, any of your guys.
I guess that would be part of the concern. Also with the weather, that could be bad to begin with anyway.
But that's the latest on the Gardos.
They'll get there.
A little more Gardos talk coming up on the way here. But you thought you had a bad day. There's a fella in Kansas City.
Yeah.
And we were going to talk about this yesterday, but we didn't have any audio for it. Well, we found the people that actually own the Porta Potty company. And so there were these, not only did Kansas City host the World Cup, they also have hosted these World Cup watch parties for people that couldn't get into the actual stadium.
Yeah, that makes sense.
In one such event, calamity struck with a porta potty. Here is the owner of the porta potty, and it's Patriot Portable Restrooms. One of the owners explaining what they saw.
Luckily, a police officer on a motorcycle went by. Our driver waved him down. Cop walked up to the door and asked the man to exit the toilet. The man replied that he could not reach the door and couldn't get out of the toilet. They looked inside and didn't see anybody. The lid was closed. No one was in the restroom. It kind of startled them. All of a sudden, a head popped out of the toilet and he said, "I'm in here."
All right. One, as he's setting up the story, I know what the story is. I was just getting big Oscar the Grouch vibes, but in the lower basin of a Porta-John.
Yeah. So you might have to fill in some blanks. It might be the least relatable story of all time. Because most stories are like, oh, I remember that time I did something adjacent to that. Or I can at least envision a scenario where I find myself in that spot. That doesn't exist with this story.
Yeah, and hearing the details, I can't tell if the guy is telling a true story or if the guy just was whacked out on something or incredibly drunk.
Oh, maybe it's got to be just a bunch of drugs, right?
And climbed into the lower basin because he wasn't honestly, there could be a mental health component to this.
I would think that's got to be a large portion of this.
Now, I would like...
No one just throws themselves in the bottom of a porter.
Wait till you hear the explanation for it. But
right.
I would like the guy from Patriot Portable Restrooms, I would
PPR.
like him to do a Patriot Portable Restrooms retelling of history, because the way that he's talking, and it's like he's going to eventually get to the point.
Nick, he never thought he was going to be in front of a TV screen.
That's true.
You probably always envisioned I do porta potties. No one ever asked me about the porta potties. If you own porta potties or have anything to do with porta potties, you're not even interested in a dinner party.
Oh,
okay?
I disagree.
No.
They have stories.
What stories?
You know that this isn't...
This is the story.
You know there's another story like this that came out that we completely missed. I think it was in Houston.
You get one a region, and it apexes at, somebody was once down at the bottom of it, and then everyone at the dinner party is like, we're trying to eat here.
I'm telling you, there are so many stories of people using that as a place to meet up. There's so many stories of heinous things.
At the porta potty?
You've never heard of people meeting up in a porta potty and sharing a good time?
Hold on. I didn't think about it the way you're thinking about it.
Yeah.
I thought of we'll meet at the porta potty. Not nefarious things are going to happen inside the porta potty, which, by the way, doesn't matter who it is that is offering. I'm not I'm not getting it on in a porta potty.
I think that's
At this
a
point-
well-fed man turning down a meal, as opposed,
that is?
back in the day when it's been a while between meals, might be a little different. JP.
No, it tells me.
Speaking
It
from a
tells
position
me,
of power.
It tells me the class of human that I might potentially be dealing with if they're willing to get it on in a porta potty.
Hey,
and that's not.
Don't yuck their yum, I would say.
I know I'm very much doing a. I don't want to even be a member at a country club that would have me as a member. Okay, but I no thank you.
All right, so let's play number 4 here. The Patriot portable restrooms guy again explaining the resolution of this story.
After it was cut open, the man was able to exit the toilet. Fire department did hook up water to their truck and gave him a free shower. Long story short, horrible situation. Thank you to the Kansas City, Missouri Fire Department and Police Department for all the help. Watch out falling into toilets.
There's no emotion.
Good for him with the PSA at the end.
I think that's more of like, don't be I don't know that that's a PSA.
Listen, this guy never thought he was talking to the news. He never thought he was gonna. No one cares about this guy's work life ever. He's shocked at the amount of attention this is getting.
I think this is a guy who's like, stop wasting my time, my money, and you cost me a Porta-John, you jerk. I think this guy is fed up with society. I think that's where he's at. I don't think it's a PSA like, hey, watch out for those.
I think he just became the premier Porta-John guy in Kansas City is what happened here. And now he's got he's got an actual dinner party story.
If you've gone,
people want to hear.
If you rocked a deuce in a Porta-John in the greater Kansas City area, you've gone through this man.
Is that right? Yeah. This is his big claim.
I forgot. So this, by the way, Greg, I forgot that this is actually an It's Always Sunny episode as well, where Frank gets stuck in the Porta-John.
Okay.
So
you also get stuck on a couch at one point too. Like the feasibility of that show.
Well, okay,
it kind of showcases how ridiculous the story is that it would be an episode of It's Always Sunny.
But kind of like how South Park had the episode of Simpsons did it when people started accusing them of ripping Simpsons line. It's like the Simpsons have had a storyline about everything.
Yeah.
18 years into It's Always Sunny, I think they've had a storyline about everything.
Yeah.
If a decrepit human has done it, I'm sure they've put it into the show.
Or did this guy watch that episode of It's Always Sunny, then get high, drunk, whatever it may be, and was like, what was Frank up to? And then that's how he ends up getting stuck.
There is, outside of like, there's a puppy at the lower basin, and he is drowning in filth.
I'm not saving that puppy.
I am saving that puppy. There's a baby. There's a dumpster baby, right?
A baby,
like,
okay.
These are the scenarios in which
Sure.
Nick Wilson would go to the lower basin, and you have to understand the extremes.
I'm calling somebody to save the puppy, by the way.
No, there's not time.
I'm not saving
that little
that puppy.
he can't. He's by refuge.
Fine.
His little arms
Fine.
can't get him out. His little legs can't get him out, Jonathan.
Fine, I'll save the puppy.
But not the baby?
I already said I'd save the baby.
Oh, okay, I didn't hear that part.
We established I'm saving the baby.
I was like, oh, that's a little weird.
We established I'm saving the baby. I had to really think about it for the puppy.
All right. Mac.
I watched the video of the guy giving the explanation for this too, and they had like B-roll of the guy, like them hosing down this guy that was in the Porta-John. I'm sorry. There's no way that he just slipped in or that he fell into this where you can't get out of that. Like,
yes.
There's no way.
Yeah, there's to get.
Is he treating it like a sand pit? Is that what you're suggesting?
Like the guy's like 5'10".
No, like Mac is making it seem like he put himself in there and then kind of nestled in there and
yes,
and tried to make a play of it.
I don't think Mac's wrong on this.
I don't know. I didn't see the guy.
Like, to get in there, you have to feet first or head first. They're like
ass first.
That opening's not big enough. I realized how it sounded, guys. All right. Not my best moment. That one's not winning me the Marconi.
There's Mac with the pen.
I found his pen again.
Ready to go.
All right. So I feel like the only two logical ways are head first or feet first. But the guy said he dropped a Mountain Dew bottle and went in to get it. That's where the case falls apart for me. No Mountain Dew bottle is that important.
No, obviously. Thank you. Thanks for the declarative.
Well,
I debated whether or not I'd save a puppy.
All right.
It's like, but no Mountain Dew bottle.
So my point was, as you jam me up for being Captain Obvious for the second straight damn segment.
I'm sorry.
My point is, that's false. So How did he get in there? He had to want to be in there. He needed to be in that lower basin.
In there. I agree with that. He had to want to be in there, and then he might have legitimately got stuck though.
How?
Or is this part of the deal? Is this part of the deal? He needed someone to come save him.
Oh, it's maybe that he's got a savior kink.
Maybe there's some kink. There's something happening with this guy that he needed.
Maybe it's like
he needed satisfied,
like a mental health thing. Like,
I don't know. I don't know.
Maybe his dad left, and now all of a sudden the firemen represent his father. I don't know. I'm just thinking out loud here. Listen. I feel like a very empathetic human being. I feel like I can empathize almost any scenario. I can't. This is one I can't. There's no way I can envision getting in there.
We can't put ourselves in this guy's shoes.
And also Robert saying, I'm sorry. Well, or the rest of it.
I want to.
There we go.
I'm sorry, but how is any porta potty going to be sufficient to allow me to fall inside of it? And they followed it with no offense. That's why I was saying the large opening and whatnot.
Why would you take offense to it?
Because he's basically calling me fat, which, again, I get.
Oh, I missed that.
Yeah. Now who's Captain Obvious?
That's rude.
Yeah.
No, that's rude is what that is.
There's no way they wash that stench off. You know that guy
that
today.
lives with you. That lives with you for a while.
Like, you got to get it out of your hair. You got to get it out of your soul. I just don't know about that.
Has this become like a famous porta potty now? Do people come like over and they're like, this is the one that he got stuck in?
No, they destroyed it to get this idiot out.
It's completely gone?
That's what makes me, I feel like.
What does a porta potty cost?
Too much damn money is what it costs.
Now I need to know. I need to know what this guy lost in his funds. Although he got a lot of free publicity out of it. And again, great dinner party stories for a while for himself. This guy had not been interesting in a very long time to a lot of his family members and friends and everyone. And now here we go.
By the way, Joe sending this, dude, there was just a porta baby just a couple weeks ago. But this guy went in for a Mountain Dew, allegedly.
Oh, that's sad.
216. Well, no, the baby's okay. I'm going to say on air. 216-474.
We just heard of the story.
0092.
we don't know.
I'm guessing. I'm really hoping.
I'm hoping too.
Guardian Hubris in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
from the last 24 hours. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan from the University Hospital Sports Desk. I'm Matt Corrali.
Multitask this summer with your smart speaker. Crank up the Cleveland sports scene. And when you say play 92.3 The Fan, it's the 6 o'clock hour.
Someone step on a duck.
On Afternoon Drive.
As always, you can listen to this show and all of our local shows on The Fan on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
1 hour to go. Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin. Feel Good Friday. NFL Friday. A Football's in the Future Friday. We got a Sanction Canada Friday. And we do have, in case you missed it, coming up in just about 40 minutes' time. And then we've got 32 teams in 16 days. Continuing on, Pat Donovan, host of Pat and Aaron on Tampa Sports Radio in 20 minutes. And then in 30 minutes, Mia O'Brien of Club 904. Really excited about both people, not just good at their jobs, good people as well. Talk a little Jags, talk a little Bucks. But, Gardos, we're going to get the second half of the season underway. And obviously today, exciting day, even though we get the split doubleheader tomorrow.
Mm-hmm.
And I thought it was interesting. Like, I'm very excited for the second half. I think we're going to see 65 good games. I also think it's going to be a very compelling AL Central race and just AL race in general.
Yeah, I mean, should be. I think about how tight everything is across baseball right now, and in particular in the American League. That's why when we talk about some of the trade deadline conversations, it's wild when you think about it. 23 teams are still in first place or within 4 games of the wild card race, meaning that there are just 7 teams that are planning to basically try to sell in any sort of way, and that's not even all a guarantee. But 23 teams first place or within 4 games of the wild card? That's insane. Like the Red Sox, for instance. Red Sox go on this hot stretch. 2 weeks ago, they were sellers. Now they're right in it. You can make the same argument for the Tigers. It's crazy.
Yeah, and the concern is, and this is not just a concern for the Guardians, if there's only 7 teams in this thing, it's out of this thing 10 days from now, the market's going to be pretty barren.
Well, it's going to be a seller's market is the problem.
And it has been.
Yeah.
But this is the extreme of that.
The extreme of that, exactly right. And so it's going to be, as far as making adjustments and making moves, and it's going to be incredibly hard. And the ones you are able to pull off are going to cost you a lot.
Now, while we're talking about the Gardos in the final, let's say 65 games, Zach Meisel was on with the morning show today and talked about the bar to clear for the Guardians in the final 65 games and beyond.
You got to go further because you've done that. Last season was a failure for the first 5 months, and there were other conditions that contributed to that, but we gave them a pass, and we said, hey, that was a really scintillating run in September and a really cool story and the way you fought through adversity, and kudos for that. No one thought that team had it in them to come back and make a historic run to the division, right? But what's the circumstance if they win the division and get bounced in the first round this year? Like, what are we patting them on the back again for doing the same thing 3 straight years and not going further, especially with the landscape of the American League? Like, what teams terrify you? Tampa they're good. They are good. But I don't think that's an infallible team. I don't think these are the big bad Yankees. They'll get Aaron Judge back and they'll look bigger and badder, but their lineup still has holes. They need some upgrades, think in the bullpen, and they'll probably make those moves, but that's it. Everybody else has just treaded water all season. So if you win the division, you could very well get a first-round bye. And then I think if you do that, you got to go win a playoff series or 2. And it's right there for you to make some upgrades and make a run. I don't think anything has changed on that front.
Listen, Zach is one of the 2 or 3 preeminent baseball voices in this town. And I understand that so much of baseball is about how you frame things, what lens you look through. Mm-hmm. That's kind of the beauty of baseball is no matter whether you're a stats guy, not a stats guy, whether you're a big picture guy, whether you're a day-by-day guy, everybody can look at it differently. One, the first 5 months of last year were a failure. It doesn't matter. They ended up being in the playoffs. That is an accomplishment from where they were. It's not a failure. If we just put it through, you can put any team through 5 months and say it's a failure. And so I just have a problem with that. And the second thing is, I'm sorry, I get we might get bored with this level of success, and it is more than fine to want more. But to say that winning the AL Central in a year for how wonky this thing has already been, that's not enough, it's a little first world problem-y to me.
Well, I mean, I get what Zach is trying to say, though, or at least my interpretation of it. And there's parts I agree with, and there's parts that we can go into your side of things. I just what I think he's going for is the idea that in the past 3 seasons, yes, you've won the division in 2 of those years. You got 1 playoff win to show for it, 1 playoff series win. Okay, you have more playoff series losses than you have playoff series wins. Okay, and so if you're gonna have some semblance of success, the next level of this isn't just win the division and then bow out. The next level of this is to make a deep postseason run.
I guess there's 2 rounds before you get to the World Series. I mean, I guess you have the wild card round, but like the Guardians, I don't know. I just really struggle with this. I think this team, with as young as they are, with how hamstrung they are, with how little reinforcements they have outside of the rookies that they brought up. I'm talking talking regular season, going into free agency and getting guys kind of reinforcements. I understand the championship or bust mentality in LA and New York. I understand that you got to make the playoffs and win a series mentality. And that's if you didn't do it last year, you got to do it this year. And in almost every spot, this organization's fighting for survival. And they're doing so. And they're just punching above their weight consistently. And so, if they get to, like last year, they're in the ALDS. They didn't get swept in the ALDS. That was a very competitive series. It just didn't go their way. Mm-hmm. You were a hot team, and you got cold at the wrong time. That's kind of baseball in the playoffs. You were in the ALCS 2 years ago. The ALCS was not as competitive, but you've been competitive in the playoffs. It's not like you're just getting there and getting swept out, I guess, is maybe my point.
Yeah, no, I get it. And even the ALCS example, it's an interesting one because we talked about because they won the division, they only had to win 1 playoff series. And it's all right, and then you're in the ALCS. And then for me, ALCS, anytime you're in a league championship series, I just have a hard time looking at that and saying that sucks. Mm-hmm. That, and that's all sports, by the way. That league championship series for me is where I'm typically I give you credit, you did good. That's NBA, that's baseball, that's football. Anything before that in any of these sports, there's context that's needed attached to all of this, right? Where have you been previously? Where are you in your timeline? And I guess the difference here is that it's whether or not you've reset this timeline for the Guardians or not. After last year, essentially, did you look at this team and say, look at all the rookies they're bringing up, and I'm gonna set them on this new course? Or did you say they need to have the same exact 88 to 92 wins that they've been doing for the 2 previous years?
Yeah, I mean, I think because of the way baseball works, and especially with how the Guardians work over the last 5 years, which is different than the 10 years previous. The last 5 years, financially, they have been as restricted as they have been ever. And the idea, every year it resets. Because every year you're on the precipice of resetting your roster. Every year you got to shuffle off a Josh Naylor and then come up with a Manzardo So I just I don't go into a new year saying, well, this year you got to do one step better. There's no I just don't believe in linear stuff. If it happens, that's great. But expecting it or being titled to it is where I maybe start to have problems.
Where I have a problem with the baseball side of it is that a lot of baseball playoffs just tend to be crapshoots. Mm-hmm. And so is that sinking into this for you as well? Because
yes.
I agree with a lot of what Zach is saying, by the way. I am more of the camp of you have to win playoff series to impress me, okay? That's kind of where I lie. But also, baseball offers up such a crapshoot to begin with anyway. I totally understand if you, a couple years ago, 92-win team, you win the division, you didn't have to win a playoff series to be all right, we're doing something here. That in and of itself is impressive. We watched a lot of really good baseball teams have a bad 5-game series the way it's set up, or a bad 7-game series the way it's set up.
Even last year was a 3-game series. It was the wild card series.
Yeah.
So, it's not like when you went to the ALCS 2 years ago and you were super competitive against Detroit in the ALDS, and then and then you just got waxed by a team that had a bunch of home run hitters, and that felt like the ass fell out of that thing. Mm-hmm. Just as much as the Yankees overpowered you. Is a 3-game series.
Well, and you lost you lost game 1 because Gavin Williams lost 2-1 to Skubal.
Yeah,
that's not. So I know technically that's a loss. I'm not going to do an analytical thing with Kenny Atkinson here, but Gavin Williams, you win 2-1 game against Skubal. That happens in baseball, but in a 3-game series against the Tigers in particular, one bad start from Cantillo in game 3, and you're out of the equation. That's all it is. That's all it took.
If this was the '97 Indians, making the playoffs isn't enough. Winning the AL Central isn't enough. If it was the 2016 Indians, Or the 2017 Indians, where they did make the playoffs and they did win the division and then got bounced out.
Mm-hmm.
Not enough.
That was a 102-win team.
This is a. I don't think it's going to last because I do think baseball's on the precipice of fixing themselves. I don't think Guardians fans, the Guardians fans who have a problem with the mentality of winning the AL Central is not enough. I don't think they've paid enough attention to the collapse of the regional, networks for baseball and how a team like the Guardians they've still pumped a lot into this team with a lot less resources than previous years.
All right, to help out Zach's point, though, Zach's not asking for the World Series in this equation.
Mm-hmm.
Like, Zach is giving you some grace here in this. He's not saying World Series or bust, and we've had those conversations 3 years, 4 years ago. He's not saying that. He's just saying he wants you to win a postseason series. So that is a little bit different. And also within this context, the way the American League is right now, it's not as if the team you are going to play is necessarily a juggernaut either.
Quan fell off the side of a boat. Hosey has been hurt or, pretty mid offensively all year. Your one hitter is a rookie. Your three hitter is a rookie. Khalil Watson has been your cleanup hitter.
We've seen a lot of Petey Halpin.
Your best hitters have been Austin Hedges and Patrick Bailey, amongst others. And honestly, even your bullpen, like Heron disappeared. Sabrowski's been hurt and inconsistent, and Emmanuel Clase is in jail.
You
He's in court.
You don't got to tell me twice about why Vegas projected this team to win 78 games.
Well, but I think that's another perspective on resetting the typewriter for 2026. Like, we weren't saying winning the Central. This is the first time I haven't predicted the Guardians to win the Central in as long as I can remember. I feel like I'm always the guy. If there's a team that I am a little rosy about more than I should be on any given year, it's always the Guardians. That's the team that I can consistently be a homer for, and This was the year I thought it wasn't going to happen. So if that's how I felt.
And yet you've still found a way to be a homer.
Hell, right now, yes, sir.
Yeah.
Just wait till that second half offense kicks in, buddy boy.
You've never met an offense on this Guardian squad that you don't like in the moment.
You see how much dreamer?
In the moment.
I got a lot of hope in my heart.
This guy hits 25 home runs. This guy hits 30 home runs. This guy 25. You got a lot of belief in an offense
Chase DeLauders
that I just don't.
On pace for 19 home runs this year, you bastard.
I know. We've done this a lot.
And if we go by the last 3 games we've seen him play, he's on pace for 162 home runs.
That's right. There we go.
Yeah.
Now we're cooking.
We're back in the game.
Now we're cooking.
216-474-0092. Is winning the AL Central enough for the Guardians? Baker Mayfield, will he be in Tampa next year? And is Pat Donovan for or against paying him? That's in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. Adam.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
I want to be that guy for him. I want to be the guy that goes, Tom, stop it.
That shoots
You're
him
50.
straight.
Yeah. And then that's why he keeps you on the payroll.
You could. The disdain I think you have for Tom Brady. I think you could do
shooter.
This. Yeah, you could do this job really easily, I would
Smack
imagine.
the avocado toast out of hand, call him a B. You used to be a man.
Yeah.
You used to be married to Giselle. I'd remember her name.
I was going to say, this is why Giselle left you for a yoga instructor.
No, for wasn't he a fighter? What'd you make?
Jiu-jitsu.
That's the one.
Was it? I thought he was a yoga guy. He's jiu-jitsu?
Yes.
Yeah, it was jiu-jitsu.
That's way more badass than yoga instructor.
It really is.
I mean, okay, all right. All right, Giselle.
But we got to continue on our 32 teams in 16 days bit by heading out of the Wise Heart Right. We make it right. Call Kyle Wright Hotline, host of Pat and Aaron on WDAE in Tampa Bay. The man, the myth, the legend, Pat Donovan joining us now. Pat, welcome to the show.
Wow, thank you. I love a good kerfuffle, first of all. And I will confirm that as much as he did for Tampa Bay, Tom Brady is a little bit of a weird knob. I do have an issue with the talk of avocado toast being an issue, though. I do love avocado toast.
You live in Florida. I should have thought of that one. That feels like a spot. Okay, so did you guys think he was a weird knob in real time? Or, I've always thought he was a weird knob. But the point is, since the divorce, this is just a whole midlife crisis that nobody asked for from Tom Brady, and it's weirding me the hell out.
Yeah, no, I'm with you. The teenage haircut thing's a little bit weird. In real time, listen, you had to acknowledge again kind of what he was doing. It was a weird time for everyone because of the pandemic, so things were different. But here's what I'll say. Since I've been in Tampa Bay, every quarterback has spoken after the game in the locker room immediately to our sideline reporter, except for Tom Brady. And, Baker's been on the show a couple times. Tom never was because we didn't have enough money to pay Tom to be on the show. There's a lot of things about Tom Brady that you just look at and you go, okay, you try to give him a little bit of leeway because he is Michael Jordan famous, Michael Jackson famous. Like he's in that realm of he can't go anywhere without being recognized. But at the same time, boy, is it refreshing to just have a dude like Baker now, right?
Well, on that,
I miss that dude.
We do miss Baker greatly here. Is Baker going to get paid by you guys?
I think eventually he will. I'm not exactly sure when, and I'm not exactly sure he's going to get the money that he hopes to get. But I do think it ends up getting done here. We know he loves Tampa Bay. We know he loves being a Buccaneer. We know the Buccaneers love Baker. It's just about finding that right price point. And right now, it sounds like he's asking for more than they want to pay, which I totally get, right? We're talking about a guy who's taking a team-friendly deal the last couple times, but now wants to get paid. But you got to weigh everything, and part of it is how risky he is with his own body. As much as we love the way he plays, also, can you stay successful like that for a long time? And if you can't, how can we really afford to pay you like you can?
People said I've been risky with my body, but I'm still here, Pat. I do want to know. So it's interesting. I was looking at the quarterback numbers, and Darnold's making, I think, 33 or 35. Daniel Jones is making 44 after his new deal this last offseason. To me, if I'm Baker, I got to be at least at 45. Do we know where they're what they're really are we haggling over $3 million a year, or is this does Baker want to get 60 and they want to pay him 44?
To be honest with you, I don't know exactly how far the disconnect is. What I will say is when you bring up Daniel Jones' new contract, how do you pay him less than Daniel Jones? I know Daniel got off to a really good start last year and all that, but the history just isn't there for that young man as far as being a franchise-level quarterback. Baker's a little up and down, certainly has been here for the last 3 years, but at the same time, he's a guy they know they believe in. So I don't know exactly how far apart they are. It sounds, according to people in the know and according to right out of Baker's mouth, like it's a significant amount right now.
Yeah, it just sounds so familiar to the story we ended up with Baker as well, where the Browns were Baker wanted at the time, oddly enough, it was $40+ million a year, and the Browns were scoffing at that and being like, "You're not worth that." And Baker just kept demanding what he thought at the time was basically it wasn't league changing high end money, but it was approaching that, and it's just it's odd. You see the similarities, right?
Oh, absolutely, right. And it's kind of the way we see things in the NFL. If teams don't want to pay that top dollar for quarterbacks, which I totally understand. It's very difficult to do that and be successful in this league. And we saw how much it hurt Kansas City last year, and they have probably the best quarterback in a generation, right? So it's a hard thing to give those guys the money they want and still put a roster around them. But yeah, this is kind of the way it plays out a lot of times, right, for quarterbacks when there is that gap between good and great. And I still feel that Baker is somewhere in that gap.
Pat, I really want you to pass along my advice here after having watched how things went in Cleveland with Baker. If they get to a point where they get really frustrated with him, or maybe that bro-ness that Baker has, maybe that rubs them the wrong way after rubbing them right way for a while, whatever you do, don't trade him for a fifth-round pick and then turn around and trade a bunch of picks for a guy with 20-plus allegations of sexual assault. I think you can't do that. We did it. It didn't work out for us. You just make sure they know that's a no-go.
Yeah, I feel terrible for Cleveland Brown fans. I really do, because my whole life, there's a lot of fair weather fans in the world, but my whole life, no matter how bad the Browns have been, whenever I've been around Browns fans, like they've got Browns gear head to toe. So I understand where you're coming from. I feel awful for Browns fans, and I don't see it getting that contentious here in Tampa Bay. But I almost thought we were in your shoes for a minute, believe it or not, because remember, Tom Brady retired and then decided not to retire. Well, in that gap is when Deshaun Watson was on the market, and there was some talk in Tampa Bay, like, should we go actually sign that creep? And I was like, God, I hope not. And I just happened to be in Las Vegas, and I got a group text from everyone at the radio station, or somebody at the radio station in the group text, and said, oh my God, it's happening. That's the only text that I saw. And I was in Vegas paying no attention to anything. And I went, oh my God, these idiots are going to sign Deshaun Watson. But instead it was, no, Tom Brady's actually going to come back and not retire. But yeah, I thought we were going to be in that boat for a quick second, and thank God we're not. I apologize that you guys are.
All right, one more player I want to ask you about that the state of Ohio has given you, Emeka Egbuka. Is he going to be wide receiver 1 this season? How's this going to play out?
It might be a 1A, 1B kind of thing. I think he might end up being more of a 2. Chris Godwin's a guy that, was still coming off of a major injury last year and trying to get back to Chris Godwin's speed. But I think the Buccaneers look at Chris as a guy that can be the most effective guy on the team. But I kind of look at this entire receiver group, whether it's Emeka Egbuka, Chris Godwin, Jalen McMillan. I think all 3 of those guys on any given Sunday could be the guy who gets the most looks and the most receptions. And every now and then it might even be sneaky little Tez Johnson. But I think they've got a receiver room from Emeka to Chris Johnson to Jalen McMillan that obviously you're missing that Hall of Famer who just walked out the door. But at the same time, I think they've got a good group that's going to do good things if they get the ball out quickly. And Emeka is certainly part of that. But I really do believe that Chris Godwin's probably the number 1 here, and Emeka's just behind him. But I also think Chris, Emeka, and Jalen McMillan are all going to individually have their own games where they look like the guy.
Pat, it's great to hear your voice, buddy. We do wish Baker and you guys some luck this year because you're in a different conference. It doesn't really matter that much. No, seriously, great stuff, man.
Yeah.
Appreciate you.
Yeah, anytime. Always good talking to you guys.
Pat Donovan there on the Wise Heart Right, We Make It Right Call Kyle Wright hotline, talking about the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. We're going to stick on the hotline here, and we're going to go down yonder to Jacksonville. I don't know if you guys remember this. There was a big draft day trade 2 years ago. The Browns going from 2 to 5. Jacksonville taking Travis Hunter. He had a little uneven rookie season. Mason Graham, you might be able to say some of the same things about him, the 5th pick for the Browns. But Jacksonville then went and had a pretty nice season. To talk all things Jags, we welcome back, it's been a while, ESPN Radio's and Club 904 host, Mia O'Brien. Mia, welcome to the show.
What's going on, guys? I'm glad I set that alarm to remind me that I'd be hopping on with you guys since I am calling a basketball game here in about 30 minutes in Jacksonville, FLA. But, hey, that's why you guys keep me on my P's and Q's and 1s and 2s, right?
I am a man of a certain age, and I have realized that my life would fall apart without alarms and in a digital calendar that I have on my phone. If I did not have these 2 things, I think I'd just be an invalid in a chair somewhere.
I definitely heard the ringing and went, my goodness, I hope that they didn't call me already. And then I saw Nick's text that said calling in 15. And so at the very least, I'm glad that you guys were well aware. And thankfully, yes, the power of the cell phone to remind me we had a little chat coming up to talk some Jags.
All right, let's talk it then. Trevor Lawrence, is he as good as last year indicated? Or really are the Jaguars as good as last year indicated?
I believe so because I believe in Liam Cohen. I think that ultimately, where is Trevor Lawrence? Who is Trevor Lawrence? I think so much of it really boils down to he is an above-average quarterback regardless of system, but he can truly crack the elite tier because of the scheme and the coaching around him and because of the areas of the field that Liam Cohen and certainly some of the acquisitions they made throughout the 2025 season have been able to unlock. The middle of the field, largely after year one under Doug Peterson, was ignored in Press Taylor's offensive scheme here in Jacksonville in 2023 and 2024. And it's unfortunate because if you go back through Trevor's tape at Clemson, underrated part of his game, they didn't have any marquee name tight ends for Dabo Swinney's squad back in 2018 to 2021, but ultimately they did have tight ends who could get it done up the seam in the middle of the field, and that is something that the Jaguars, for whatever the reason, just decided to ignore those final two seasons under Doug Peterson. The acquisition of Jacoby Myers, the emergence of Parker Washington, and certainly the ascension of Brenton Strange have allowed for that area of the field to be unlocked, which when you couple that with Trevor's elite ability to throw to the boundary, which has always been among the best in the NFL, it's just a matter of consistently putting it together game over game. And certainly we saw that during that 8-game win streak to end the regular season in 2025.
Mia, I mentioned the Travis Hunter deal. He was up and down on both corner and wide receiver, depending on which metrics you look at. And then he gets hurt at near the end of the season. Is there much concern about the Travis Hunter deal working out, or is it still too early for that in Jacksonville?
Yeah, I mean, there's obviously nothing but optimism when you speak to people around here. I mean, there's certainly some, pessimists in Jacksonville just because they feel that, they're always slighted here in Duval County, but that's a story for another time and certainly a mindset that I could certainly go on for minutes upon minutes, and we don't have that much time to discuss the psyche of this town. And so instead, I'll just tell you that, no, they are optimistic he will be available during training camp. I'm curious to see how they split his reps between offense and defense on the grass because he did not take any snaps during the off-season program with pads on, with a uniform on the field itself. And so I'm very interested to see how they slow roll him back into being a full go for this team. Because ultimately, I do believe he has the capability, if everything is put together, to be a top 5, top 10 corner in this league. We saw it at the college level. You've certainly, I'm sure, at this point, seen the photos of the weight that he's been able to put on, the muscle that he's been able to accumulate while he's been sidelined with that leg injury since late October and that freak incident on Halloween at practice. And so I think that you will see a scenario, and I believe it might have been Bill Barnwell or someone over at ESPN who said as much, that it will be like a Patrick Peterson where he sprinkles in on offense. He primarily will major in corner, but so much of that, boys, is just because of how the Jaguars roster is currently constructed. James Gladstone, very forthright and admitted that at the end of season presser. He said, if you look at our current roster, I'm not breaking any news. Travis Hunter is going to have to play corner more just because the current makeup of the roster necessitates that. Now, heaven forbid someone goes down with an ankle injury, a hammy, all of a sudden now you may have to look to a world where he is playing more wide receiver if the position needs his help.
Well, Browns fans like Gladstone a lot. Obviously, the Hunter deal worked out well for us so far. The Tyson Campbell deal worked out well for us as well. Do Jacksonville fans, do they like him? What's the perception of him right now?
Of Tyson or Travis Hunter? Sorry, I missed that.
Of Gladstone.
Oh, of Gladstone. Oh, yeah, absolutely. No, I think that obviously, He definitely, in terms of his vocabulary, I think for some it is, for whatever the reason, unnerving. As someone who spent a lot of time in AP and IB classes, it's something that I appreciate. And I also appreciate the candor and the spirit and how accessible the general manager is here in Jacksonville after dealing with he who must not be named, who has now joined you guys in Cleveland for the previous 5 years. Shout out to Mrs. Bulky. I'm sure she still loves me. So, ultimately, I think that, and I say that in jest, hello to the Bulky family. family. I think we left on good terms, but obviously it was at times a very trying relationship between Trent Baalke and the Jacksonville community. And so ultimately, yes, James Gladstone is someone who, in my opinion, is nothing but accessible to the media, to fans, wants to be transparent. Tony Boselli, the executive vice president, says it all the time. You can come look at everything we're doing. Like, we are not trying to hide anything. This is who we are. We're going to play you straight up, and this is what we're going to do. They are not trying to lay smoke screens or anything of that ilk, albeit outside of clearly in making pretty big marquee day of night of the draft moves like they did for Travis Hunter.
What a humble brag on the AP courses. Like, way to make me feel like a dumbass. Mia, you're always great. You're always, love hearing you on ESPN Radio. Love hearing you across all the many platforms. Keep killing it. And thank you so much for making time for us today.
Absolutely, boys. Catch you later.
Mia O'Brien there, ESPN Radio, Club 904 on the Wise Heart Right, We Make It Right. Call Kyle Wright hotline. And seriously, guys, she's calling a game at 7. And she was like, oh, yeah, I'll do that for you. I'm like, you don't have to. Like,
what's the game? I'll be the judge of that.
I can't remember. She did tell me at some point. I have to find the text. But she did tell me, and I was like, and she's again, AP student. Somebody that preps a lot, too.
Yeah, we got 25 minutes till tip-off or whatever game this ends up being. I don't know. I don't know what she's calling.
I think it's the switching gears. I think that's what it is. When you're so focused on calling a game,
all
and
gas.
Then you're just going to get right into the...
You heard that right there. That's all gas, no brakes. There's no switching gears for her.
So we will continue on 32 teams in 16 days coming up on Monday. I think we're still in the South. When we come back, though, in case you missed it, on 92.3 The Fan.
Speeding catches up to you, paid for by Nitsa. DJ Glasser here to help you beat the books with Westwood One Sports. France and England will play for third place in Miami after terrific tournaments for both teams. I would expect both to still be reeling from their semifinal losses and lacking motivation. Generally, these games tend to feature a lot of goals, and I think we could see that in this one. I'll take over 3.5 goals between France and England at plus 115. Bet smart and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast.
Vanscoy Hair Clinics today for your free evaluation. 216-370-7980. VanscoyHair.com.
LeBron watches on.
And this fall, I'm going to take my talents to...
Could he make another return to Cleveland? We are the place for all the latest NBA news and rumors. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
And football talk on The Fan is presented by Xfinity. Score the most reliable Wi-Fi, one price, 5 years guaranteed. Xfinity, imagine that.
One final segment of the show. I want to say a big thanks to our guest today, Tony Jones of The Athletic, Jeff D. Lowe of Barstool, Pat Donovan of WDAE in Tampa, and Mia O'Brien of Club 904 and ESPN Radio out of Jacksonville. Really do appreciate all of our guests. If you guys missed a moment of our show today, as always, you can watch the entire 5 hours live. You can also watch us back on YouTube after the fact. See, we have them live, and then they stay there, so you can watch them back. And, of course, subscribe to 92.3 The Fan's YouTube channel. It's free, after all. And like our videos. Deep down in our souls, we need to be liked. That's why we work in radio, guys. But a lot to get to before we go. Let's get to In Case You Missed It.
All right, we're going to start off here. Heather Dinich on Get Up today, talking about the future of Bill Belichick and what she potentially sees.
When he took this job, he was 72 years old. He's going to be 74 years old in April. And look, the guy is a winner. He's a competitor. I would just be shocked if he would want to continue after another embarrassing season. And it might not be. They had a fantastic recruiting class. You know, they made a lot of staff changes. No one really knows what to expect from this team. He signed through 2029, which today feels like a really long time. But to me, it's more about his decision of, hey, do I want to keep doing this? And I certainly don't want to go out in an embarrassing fashion.
All right, is Belichick on retirement watch?
I don't think he's on retirement watch, but do I think Bill wants to have a nice, say, 10, 11 win season so that maybe Bill can get back to the NFL? Yes. I would be very surprised if Chapel Bill lasted beyond the next 2 seasons.
I think he's going to die on the sidelines. I don't think Belichick knows what retirement is. I think he would take even less than jobs than we would think if it got him back to the NFL, if he could just kind of do and hang out there for a little bit.
And I think specifically, I don't think he likes it. I think that's why you saw it. Like, I think he had an idea of how this was going to be and how he was going to do it. And it immediately became apparent that's not possible. This isn't a retirement job. This isn't like Steve Spurrier leaving Florida, where he could golf all the time, to then go to Washington and realize he had to work. I mean, I honestly think that college football coaches work harder now than pro coaches do. Like, you are CEOs of you have like 12 departments beneath you now.
There's less recruiting now, though. It's offset by the idea that you are obviously just paying more money in NIL. So you don't have to go and do your off season isn't just a bunch of dinners at families' houses and then eating a bunch of pies and then going place to place. Like, that part's at least nicer.
I just think it's tough because I don't want to write him off. He's Bill Belichick. He should be smart enough to figure this out, to at least be competitive in the AFC. This isn't the Big Ten. This isn't it's not even the Big 12.
Yeah.
This is the ACC is as watered down as it's been in a hot minute, minus Miami of all teams. And it's just like, he should be able to do it, but he's just It
was just so embarrassing last year, though, in so many ways. And I think we all understand you can't just do this overnight either. But none of us gave him that patience that was required within that statement.
Well, but here's the thing about that. In the NIL era, you can do it overnight.
Well, yeah, within reason, right?
If you can take Indiana from Indiana to a national champion in 2 years. And by the way, the first year he was at Indiana.
It's fair, but at least like Cignetti knew what he was doing at James Madison, though. Like, he at least knew part of the lay of the land. Like Belichick just didn't know anything about college football.
I just think
his whole life had been the NFL.
There are so many examples in the last 4 years of worst to first or worst to 9-10 win teams.
But there's a lot of examples of guys like Dion coming in there even with NIL and it being like, all right, this is still it's hard. It's hard to do overnight.
I understand, but North Carolina opened up the checkbook for him and for NIL, And it's just, we're in a weird spot where I want Bill to succeed. I don't want there to be the stench of failure in his only attempt at college. But I could see him winning 10 games this year and using that as the launch pad back to the NFL.
On that, though, Cignetti got to bring a lot of people with him and a lot of his staff and everything like that. Like, Bill had to get this whole staff of basically also-rans. I mean, he had Freddie Kitchens was his offensive coordinator. Don't give me that work.
Yeah, but he could hire Freddie Kitchens. That's the problem. He decided to hire Freddie Kitchens.
And that's where maybe some of the missteps bad, but like
Mike Lombardi,
this was he put his own band of basically people we would never give a job to, and was like, these are the guys that are going to do it.
He brought his cronies there, cronies who were NFL guys who had no business being in the
no idea what they were doing.
That's on Bill. That is on Bill.
I guess it does fall on Bill.
Now, Tom Brady, I guess we're just going to do a Patriot-centric, in case you missed it. Tom Brady was at Fanatics Fest being interviewed by Cody Rhodes when he said he might not hate getting into the squared circle.
I feel like I'm retired from football, have an opportunity to go out there, still showcase I'm a little bit of an athlete. And my boy Gronk's done it. I've seen, obviously, Logan Paul do it. I think I could get in there for at least one match.
Why not? One match, Brady. Why not?
Can we just not with this?
Why not? It's fake anyway.
Yeah, but he's not ready for this. One, his
it's
ego.
Scripted. What do you mean?
His ego can't take being the loser, and there's no way he gets to step into a match with one of their better wrestlers and win the match.
Like, so how does this work? Like when Gronk does it, isn't it like a 2v2 type thing, or what? Or you just kind of help out? Is that the idea?
It kind of depends on who it is. Like the Paul brothers.
Wouldn't you just help out?
Which Paul brother is it? It's Logan Paul.
Yeah, Logan.
Okay, so when Logan kind of is like now actually a solo star. But, like, Gronk did a lot of, like, not handicap matches, but, like, it wasn't necessarily 1v1. So it depends on who the star is. This whole divorced dad thing with Tom, and this is not, there's so many divorced dads out there pulling it off with style and cachet.
Are they pulling it off?
But Tom Brady is doing the opposite. Tom Brady's sad divorce dad from 1996, back before we had the models of how to handle this.
So he's just living life as if he never did football and he was 25 years old and got a chance to like actually do life.
And as if he never married Giselle. And there's just Tom's and just the Instagram stuff. Like, man, we are being overboarded with Tom.
I think he misses, but I think he misses being an athlete in a big way.
I think he misses being in a marriage in a big way and being a Patriot in a big way, and it all makes me sad. He's become like a tragic figure.
It's not that bad.
He's like Steve Carell after David Lindhagen cuckolded him in Crazy Stupid Love.
He's making a lot of money, and he's dating all these 25-year-old models. What's the problem here?
But you know he's not enjoying it.
How do I know that? It seems like he's pretty happy.
All right.
How do I know that?
Follow him on Instagram. You're going to see a sad old bastard.
As far as I know, Giselle got pretty annoying at the end, guys. Very naggy, that Giselle. That's why she left for the martial arts guy.
No, I think the martial arts guy stole Giselle because Tom was getting a little...
There's a world that exists where Tom Brady's very happy with his options in life.
It's just not this world.
It's very happy.
It's just not this world.
I don't know why you think this. I don't know. There's no base to come up with this. Because he wants to do wrestling?
2 a.m. Instagram stories where he's like doing like a, hey guys, I'm just Tom Brady. I'm just doing my thing here.
He's weird. I'm not going to say he's not weird.
He's getting weirder. It's not going the right way.
What person with a lot of money makes it go the right way later in life?
One bad match and he goes full Emmanuel Classe on Instagram.
Mac Robinson on the board. I just had to hang you out to dry.
There was no other way it was going to end today.
We gave you a lot of props all show. We really didn't give you hardly any crap all show. Except for the beginning. And that was JP, not me.
I just want to see how your days went. I care about you. That's all. I'm just trying to check in.
Big thanks to Matt Corrali for doing like 7 jobs today. Big thanks to Keith for helping out with the video as well. That's Keith Britton. Boss to you and me.
Can I get you some coffee, Mr. Britton?
JP, good stuff.
Had fun. Enjoy your weekend.
See you guys on Monday.
Keep it spicy, baby. Let's go.
I love you. Have a great day.